Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Came Back from Death? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There it was again. That searing sensation in her chest. How many times has this happened? She took in a ragged breath only to choke on the putrid air that surrounded her. Coughing violently, scarlet liquid splattered onto the broad chest in front of her. Her stormy eyes found it difficult to focus. So much red. Another wave of pain shot through her body and the girl found it hard to even think. Never liked the color. She looked up to the face of the man whose hand now stuck out of her back. The edges of her vision were fading into black, but she could still see his swirling red eyes clearly as he gazed down at her. Oh, that's why. The man's face had already taken on a look of indifference, his eyes already fading into their natural inky black state. At that moment, she felt a sense of familiarity, almost a comfort in his cold gaze. After all, he was not the first to look at her that way. Are all the Uchiha like this? Even in her state, she found humor in the thought. Maybe it's a requirement to get their stupid eyes. Don't look like that. She gasped out to the man. With a defiant yet pained grin, she continued. Not true. The man sneered at the knowing look in her eyes. Here she was moments from death and she had him questioning his victory? His chest clenched in a twinge of fear as the dying woman let out a guttural laugh. He would not let this vixen get to him. She was just a bug under his foot. She had outlived her usefulness and he would be rid of her. He twisted his arm within her, bringing out the most satisfying scream. Now that was better. The slightest smirk lifted his pale lips as the young woman's trembling hands gripped at his torn armor. It was a desperate attempt to keep herself standing, yet she still fell before him. Just as it should be. Screaming. It wasn't her own, that she was sure. And she knew, with painful certainty, that there was no one left alive on the battlefield that would scream and mourn her death. It was only after the cries took on a more feral quality that she realized that the sound came from within her own mind. Was the old fox mourning her demise? Or was he lamenting the incompetence of another weak human host? There was no way to tell which emotion drove the chakra beast's cries as her mind drifted into darkness. You must have heard the saying, right? When you die, your life flashes past your eyes. Well, it's not always such a pleasant thing, excluding the dying part. You'd hope to see happy memories. But all the young woman could see was covered in red. Her hair spilled around her in a broken halo of gold, scarlet, and mud. Her skin paled. Why? Her chest ached despite the numbness that took hold of her. So many died. Not suppose like this? My peak promise. The watery tears that filled her eyes did nothing to keep the life from draining away. The man stared down at the woman's body. It was a pity. Now that the fight was over, he actually took the time to take in her appearance. She was quite beautiful. In fact, she shared many of the same features as Mito. The same shape of eyes. The same narrow nose. Though these were common among the Uzumaki women, looks were not the only thing that connected the two, though. It was how they both stood in his way. Mito may have taken the Nine Tails away from him in battle and then choose the Senju over himself in love. But this one little girl had caused him so much trouble. Her very presence had brought hope to the 5 nations, spurred an alliance between them. She herself was strong and equaled him in battle. Yes, it was a shame she had to die. He doubted she would have ever accepted him as a lover, though. His hand gripped the object he tightly fisted. The irony. He couldn't hold back the laughter that swelled, thoughts of the vixen forgotten. Finally, his vengeance was complete with the total annihilation of that despicable hidden leaf village. And with her death, as pitiable as it was, no one stood in his way. His victory was at hand. He simply had to wait for the QB to reform. What were another few years compared to the 80 he had already spent waiting? The man grinned as he stepped over the young woman's unmoving body and strode past the multiple bodies of fallen shinobi, whistling a tune as he tossed the object in his bloodied hand. With a soft thud, it landed on the war-torn earth. The unbeating and broken heart of Uzumaki Naruto. Why was there always pain? Was it better than the nothingness from before? There was almost a comfort in that void. She could have stayed like that forever. But then again, wouldn't that be running away? She was never one to run away. If anything, she ran head-on into whatever mess she found herself in. She had things to do. People to see. Promises to keep. Promises. She felt that strange tug again. The same tug that brought her out of the void and enveloped her in pain. Then there was a pulse of energy and she felt confined and itchy. It burned. Her skin burned. The heat radiated from inside, blistering. Her body twitched and a scream tore at her throat and forced itself past her lips in a staggered cry. What's wrong with him? Who cares? Someone shut him up. The room was filled with an ear-splitting shriek. You'd think someone was being tortured. Frantic hands clung to the desk, which moments ago served as a pillow. Uneven fingernails dug into the wood's smooth surface. The man standing at the front of the full classroom had dropped his book upon feeling the pulse of chakra. It was an intense feeling. And then the screaming started and his classroom fell into disorder. Naruto! He yelled as his eyes fell upon the struggling child. The blonde child's head shot up, voice choked to a stop. Blue eyes, wild and unfocused. Her shoulders heaved with each ragged breath and drops of sweat ran down her forehead. Her whole body seemed twitchy. Of course, no one cared to take notice of the subtle actions. For the love of, what is he up to now? The young teacher had to push the strange pulse to the back of his mind as he had to attend to his class and one student in particular. Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Come now. Answer me. When there was no answer, Irika picked up a piece of chalk and threw it at his knucklehead of a student's forehead. He did this on habit as it was often the only way to get the attention of daydreaming students. The projectile did not hit its target. Though the child still looked unfocused, Naruto's hand shot up and caught the flying chalk. There was a gasp of shock and everyone in the class was now watching as blue eyes focused on the fisted hand. No way. Must be a fluke. Fed up with the boy's antics, Irika marched up the set of stairs towards Naruto, ready to bop the boy on the head. If this is some half-baked prank, The academy teacher stopped when he saw the look on the 12-year-old's face. That shouldn't be there. Before he could ponder further on the look, it was gone. Naruto's eyes began to focus. Her heartbeats slowed as the pain faded away. Where? She opened her fist and saw white dust. Naruto. At the sound of the voice, her body froze. She knew that voice, but it couldn't be him, right? She turned her head to the side. The movement seemed strained, almost painful. The man before her wore the standard Chunin uniform. His brown hair was held high and there was the ever-present scar stretched across his nose. Yumino Irika. Her first sensei who actually cared to bother with her. Her first bond other than Gigi. He stood before her with concerned eyes. And alive. His mouth opened to speak though she heard nothing but the rushed beating of her heart. When she saw his hand reach toward her, red flashed before her eyes. The memory was so intense she could feel the splatter of blood on her face. His hand holding hers. She could smell his hot breath as he spoke his last words. You'll always be my precious Stu. I will always protect you with my. She saw the blade sticking out of his back. The blade meant for her. She flinched away from the young teacher, eyes stinging with unshed tears. How? She felt as if she were underwater. Sounds muddled together, movements felt hindered under the pressure, and thoughts stalled completely. She tore her wide-eyed gaze from the man before her and searched the rest of the room. All of her classmates, her friends. They were there staring at her with impassive, curious, or annoyed eyes. Her breath hitched. Storming blues settled on a pair of dark eyes. Hidden pain and growing hatred. She knew them well. She had faced them as both friend and foe. Sasuke. Suddenly her mind was filled with more sense of war. One, in particular, stood out among the rest. She felt her throat constrict at the sight that filled her mind. The ninjutsu used by the young man had served its purpose well, but at what cost? The enemy had fallen back, giving them precious time. But now Young man lay dying on a battlefield full of comrades he had once betrayed. A man with no country. No home. She felt the sting of her knees as she fell to the ground beside his cleaved body, uncaring of the warm liquid that stained her knees and hands. Sasuke, you idiot, what do you think you were doing? She fussed about trying to find a way to stop the bleeding. I just got you back, her voice cracked. Don't you dare leave me now. The man grunted as his only friend pressed down on his abdomen. Don't be so dramatic, Dobe. You sound like a girl. He choked. This caused the blonde to laugh. The normally bell-like sound came out strained and bitter. And you call yourself a genius? She swept back the dark hair from his eyes. I've been a girl the whole time. It took a moment for the information to register in his hazy mind. Then his eyes widened slightly as if he had seen her for the first time. His lips moved as if to speak, but nothing came as she saw the life fade from his eyes. Sasuke? Sasuke? She pulled him up to her chest, holding him tightly as if that would keep him from leaving again. She pushed his hair back again and stared into his eyes. He was gone. Like so many others, he had left her behind. No, he was taken. They all were because of one man. Her fists clenched at the cloth of the young man's shirt. Rest my brother, my friend. She couldn't finish. Instead, she leaned down and kissed his cooling lips. Voices in agony and rage sang over the pounding of her head, pulling her away from the ebony-haired man to other places and times. There were enough blood and horrors to drive the most level-headed person psychotic. Then she saw them. Scarlet eyes filled with utter loathing. Her stomach lurched. Bile forced its way up and she clamped her hands over her mouth. In 2 leaps she was up, over the desk, and out the classroom door. The silence in the room was broken with hushed whispers. Did you see that? They grew with laughter. He was about to puke. The room became boisterous. Never saw the baka move so fast. Iruka was shocked. Sure, Naruto had done many things to get out of class before. He had even played the sick card before, using paint and glitter as fake vomit. But this time, this was real. The darkening of normally bright eyes and the myriad of emotions that flashed across the child's face had the teacher perplexed. He was brought out of his thoughts with a balled-up paper to the head. That's right, I have a job to do and Mizuki isn't here to help either. Is everyone getting sick? All right, class, quiet and back to your seats. I said quiet. The children quickly moved back to their seats, bringing the classroom back to order. When the sound of the last chair being tucked in finished, Iruka looked over his class. His gaze landing on a sleeping Nara Shikamaru. Nara, go see to Naruto. The boy lifted his head, a look of disbelief on his face. It was obvious that the boy was not asleep. Who could with the ruckus that just happened? Even so, Iruka needed to be sure that Naruto was well and the Nara was the best option at the moment. The 2 boys were on somewhat friendly terms at least. Shikamaru, on the other hand, could not understand why he had to deal with the troublesome idiot. This is such a drag. His gaze slid over to his friend that sat beside him in a silent plea for help, and the chubby boy understood. Sensei, I should go to. Akimichi Choji said around a mouthful of chips. If Naruto passed out after puking, it would be easier for 2 of us to carry him to the nurse's office. Not what the Nara was thinking, but at least he wouldn't have to go alone now. Iruka sighed and waved them away. Fine. Just go. As he watched the 2 leave, the Chunin teacher couldn't settle the uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. She had made it just in time. The door to the boys' bathroom swung shut, cutting off the sound of heaving from the hallway. When the fit was over, Naruto spat in an attempt to rid the acidic taste from her mouth. What a waste of good ramen. She thought as she stared into the porcelain bowl. When was the last time I ate it? Before the war? It was my last night in Cloud. She fell back and sat against the wall, feeling the cold from the tiles seep through her thin clothes and chill her skin. No, that can't be right. Her mind felt clear at the moment, the flashes of war having faded away. But nothing about the situation made any sense. Out of habit, she ran her fingers through her hair, feeling the short strands spring back up in an unruly mess. She was certain that her hair was longer than this too. What was going on? Closing her eyes, she reached out for the only one she could think of who might have answers. Kurama, you there? Silence. She tried again, searching deeper in her mind. Suddenly a terrifying thought came to her. What if he's gone? Her chest ached and her stomach lurched again. Her hands shook as she gripped the edge of the toilet. Her stomach was empty, yet her body still went through the stressful motions. No. No, he can't be. She rasped. He was still with me. The seal still binds us. They could not break it. He could not take him. The memory of crimson eyes, filled with utter loathing at this realization, flashed. Her ears rang with his screams of rage. And then she felt that searing pain again. She clenched her jaw and her hands clawed at the cloth over her chest. Her heart felt as if that man's fist still clenched it tightly, tearing it from her body. You okay in there? She jumped, letting out a choked gasp. Or, should I say, are you still alive? Was that irony? Could I use that word in this case? What's? The stall door creaked open, but Naruto slammed it shut again, causing a little yelp from the other side. You don't want to come in here. Trust me. She spoke quickly. Will I ever get time to think about this? She stood shakily and flushed the toilet. Then she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Don't look at him. Just get to the sink. The stall door slowly swung behind her after she stepped out. She kept her head down and made the short walk to the sink. It felt much longer with the two boys watching. Her hands found the faucet and she started to wash. She pumped soap into her hands and scrubbed almost frantically. If it wasn't for her quick healing, her skin would be raw. The water ran down her sleeves and front as she splashed her face, but she could care less. She wanted to clean the very memory of grime and blood from her skin. Only after she had rinsed her mouth did she chance opening her eyes again. Looking into the mirror above the sink, her eyes widened slightly. This can't be real. I must be in some sort of genjutsu or dreaming or hell. She raised her hand to pinch her cheek. The wet cuff of her orange jacket slid down slightly and she caught a glimpse of some black runes inked around her wrist and over her knuckles. Here, Choji's voice made her jump again and she spun to face the other two in the school bathroom. The larger boy's eyes widened a bit and his hand lowered slightly. It was then that Naruto noticed that the Akimichi was holding a bottle of soda water. To help with the taste, the boy tried again. Thank you. Her voice rasped again as she took the bottle. Her eyes met his and another memory flashed in her mind. Goosebumps rose on her skin at the memory of the chilly morning air. Sounds of soldiers rushing about in preparation for the next battle. She heard her own footsteps as she made her way to the captain's tent. The rustle of the cloth door being swept to the side. On the makeshift table was a pile of dog tags. One was set to the side from the others, a small metal earring beside it. The wave of sorrow hit her. Ino's cries filled her mind alongside the silent sobs of her captain and friend, Shikamaru. Her knees buckled and she fell to the tiled floor. Shaky fingers clenched the plastic bottle of water. Hey, are you okay? Do we need to get a teacher? The larger boy knelt down by her. She shook her head. No. Just give me a minute. Her voice wavered. He was always so sweet and kind. Always considering the feelings of those around him. That never changed, even till the end. That must be why Ino fell for him. The two boys watched on in confusion as the blonde rubbed at her face with the sleeve of her orange jacket. Both thinking that the flash of sorrow they saw did not belong on the normally grinning face. Though it was not the first time they had seen that emotion there. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed as he saw the blonde stand. It had only taken a few minutes. Man, what's got you acting so weird? She paused from dusting her pant leg and raised a golden brow. What could she say to that? Oh, I just had a prophetic dream of my death and the destruction of the world as we know it. Or, I'm pretty sure, I'm from the future. Though I'm not sure on how just yet. That would go over well. Naruto lifted the bottle to her lips and took a long drink, avoiding their eyes. The cool drink ran down her raw throat and filled her empty stomach, causing the organ to churn a little. They obviously still think I'm a boy. She looked around and spotted the urinals. Definitely in the academy building. Looks like I ran in here on habit. Good thing, I guess. Say, Shika? You wouldn't know what day it is, would you? She tried to sound casual, like she had not just puked and almost had an emotional breakdown in front of them. Just wondering. Yeah, I do. He responded, not answering the question just as she had not answered his. The blonde would not look at them, finding the urinals far more interesting. It sort of ticked the lazy boy off. Choji looked between his two stubborn classmates and sighed. Hey, Naruto, if you want to talk about it, we could listen. If you want. Naruto's shoulders shook as laughter filled the small tiled room. It was husky yet musical at the same time. The two boys shared a confused glance. Her emotions had been reeling from the moment she woke up. And the kind offer had brought up more feelings to add to the mix. A genuine smile graced her lips as she finally faced them. Maybe later, Choji. For now, the date will do. She looked over to the other boy expectantly. Shikamaru quirked a brow. He did not miss the slight flinch and the darkening of blue eyes as the Uzumaki looked at him. It's Friday. We have a week before the exams. He drawled as he watched his classmate closely. It wasn't normal. The way he was acting, let alone the way he had washed. It was similar to what he had seen one of his clansmen do after a traumatizing mission. For some reason, he didn't like the thought of Naruto acting that way. Naruto scratched her whiskered cheek in thought. A week? Which one? She spoke in thought. There were a few tests a year. Which exams? Fall? Winter? Spring? Did you forget what month it is? Choji asked cautiously. No. It's April. Naruto looked to Shikamaru. He was watching her every move, studying her. No doubt trying to figure out the reason behind her odd behavior. They seemed so small. These boys before her. They were not the hardened shinobi she had fought alongside. These were children. She glanced into the mirror again, and so was she. 12 years old and ignorant, well, for them at least. I have to get out of here. She took a step back and nodded her thanks to his answer. Can you tell Irika-sensei that I'm going home? I don't think I should stay. She turned to walk away, tossing the empty bottle into the trash without even looking. Her body twitched as she felt the sudden need to run. Wait, what was that, in class? She stopped at the door, her hand gripping the handle, and looked over her shoulder. Her eyes connected with Shikamaru's only to turn quickly away. Before the door shut behind her, the boys heard a whispered, just in a bad dream. Kurama, answer me, you useless lump of fur. Naruto shouted in her mind as she ran to her apartment. I know you're in there. You have to be. She pleaded under her breath. Yet the only thing she felt as she searched her mind was emptiness. Her feet skidded to a stop as she reached the two-story apartment building. She hesitated at the bottom of the outdoor staircase. This couldn't possibly be a genjutsu, could it? She was terrible at and against the illusion arts, only knowing enough to identify if one has been placed and how to dispel it. But she had come across situations that she could do nothing with the little she knew. Even so, she lifted her hand and formed the sign needed to focus her chakra. Nothing. She tried again to release any illusion over her mind. She couldn't even grab hold, let alone stop the flow of her chakra. There was no control whatsoever. Great, just peachy. A bang sounded a little further down the street, and the girl heard the yip of some old lady's dog. She skittered up the stairs, not wanting to be seen or interact with anyone. She shifted through her jacket pockets and pulled out the key to unlock the door. The little pug keychain jingled as she pulled it from the lock and opened the door. What caught her attention first was the smell. The room was dark and musty. She remembered having to keep the windows and doors shut always in order to keep unwanted things and people out. She stepped inside, looking around carefully. From the light spilling in from the door, she could see that the room was a mess. Clothes were haphazardly thrown and forgotten, unwashed dishes and empty ramen cups in random places. This needs to change. She sighed before turning to lock the door. Her fingers easily found the light switch, flipping it up. The fluorescent light buzzed to life, filling the small space with flickering artificial light and the constant hum of electricity. Turning to face the room again, she stood for a moment, staring at nothing yet seeing everything. Left the milk out again? Her body seemed to move on its own. grabbing the plastic jug off the table and moving to the fridge before she stopped herself to check the forgotten liquid. The pungent smell from the carton caused her to GG, and she immediately dumped the chunky liquid down the small sink. She stepped away from the sink after rinsing the muck away and robotically began to clean the rest of the room. As she progressed, she became more forceful, literally chucking dishes into the sink, ripping clothes out from under whatever she found them, and trash hurled into the small basket by the door. When the floor was cleared and nothing was in her reach, she fell to her knees, panting. Voices from outside made her jump slightly, and she moved her hands up to create a barrier but stopped when she remembered her attempt before at using her chakra. She knew it wouldn't work. A seal might work. With that, all she would have to do is push the energy into whatever runes she created. Well, it wasn't that simple, but her eyes fell to the floor and landed on a small hole. She laced her fingers inside and began to rip the olive green carpet away to uncover the wood beneath. She then took the pocket knife from her pants pocket and cut the heel of her left palm, allowing the blood to pool in the cupped hand. She used the blood as ink to create a simple privacy seal. It was crudely made, having only her fingers in place of a brush. But it worked just fine after 30 minutes of concentration to push chakra into the red runes. As she worked, she took note that her 12-year-old self would not have been able to create such a thing, let alone have the knowledge to do so. That means something, right? It wasn't a nightmare. I'm not going crazy, and I doubt that this is a genjutsu. There had been no looping of time, no anomalies to indicate that this was just a trick of the mind. She reviewed her actions from the moment she woke to where she sat, and her eyes opened widely. She looked at her hands. The cut that she had made was already healed and blood still smeared her skin, but she could still see the black runes around her wrist and fingers. Naruto carefully replaced the carpet, then cleaned her hands. She steeled herself before stepping in front of the cracked mirror that hung on her bathroom door and took in her small frame. She gulped down the rising tension in her throat and pinched her cheek again. It stung. Her eyes moved to the zipper of her jacket. Could it possibly be that? The zipper pull inched down, revealing a black tank top over her bandaged chest. That was normal. Pretending to be a boy became a little harder when her chest began to grow, hence the bandages. What was not normal was the black markings that littered her tan skin. As she undressed, more of the runes were revealed. They etched across her body in an elegant pattern, interweaving with the Nine Tails prison and spreading out to her fingertips and toes. They weaved up her neck and into her hair. Removing the goggles from her forehead and lifting her bangs, she saw that the runes came to a point in the middle of her forehead. I was right. She whispered in amazement. It worked? It worked. Oh my gosh, it really worked. Naruto jumped in excitement only to slip on a dirty cloth and land on her back. The pain broke her out of her high mood. Her breaths evened out as she lay there staring at the off-white, water-stained ceiling. She had made the seal that covered her body to store her memories. Her soul, so to speak. Crazy idea, right? Well, it had started out as just an experiment. She had, pretty much, mastered Fuinjutsu, thanks to the fact that someone actually sat down and taught her. The thought of her godfather made her chest ache slightly, and she pushed the feeling down until she could think about it properly. She would have never guessed that her little pet project could send her into the past. Well, sort of. Seemed that her soul was sent back, seeing that she was currently a child. But if she was to be sure of anything, she needed to examine the seal. Might as well find Kurama while she was at it. As she stood up, she swept her short hair back. The yellow strands sprung back up in every direction. It's strange. My hair was far more manageable when it was longer. Or will be. She took one last glance at her child-sized body in the mirror and grimaced. This will take some getting used to. She poked and prodded her undeveloped body. It had only just started to show curves. I'm going to have to go through PBY again, aren't I? With a sigh, she dressed in an old t-shirt and boxers, then sat on her creaky bed. Laying down, she closed her eyes, allowing her mind to clear. Hopefully, this won't be too hard. Plip, plop. Well, this is familiar. Naruto had opened her eyes to the sewer that made up her mindscape. She took in a deep breath and trudged through the knee-high water, with each step taking her closer to where the Nine Tails should be. Soon the giant bars of the cage came into view. In her time, the cage had been opened and the old fox worked with her willingly. Now it was sealed tight. Kurama, her voice sounded unsure. She stopped a distance away. I don't know how the seal affected him. Is this Kurama, my Kurama? Or was my friend replaced by his past self? She shuffled her feet slightly before taking a few steps back. Maybe if I checked the seal first. That said, Naruto performed the necessary hand signs. The markings on her skin glowed and separated from her body. They rose into the air and formed a sphere around her. The now golden seal spun lazily, twisting and winding about. She lifted her hand and touched a certain mark when it spun into view. Now it was time to study. Her eyes darted back and forth as she moved the seal to different angles. She had created this memory seal in her mindscape, spending years of time on it when in the outside world it was only months. And only when she slept, what little she got in wartime. She had found it easier to use her father's 8 trigram seal as a base. Then using a mix of hers and the Kyuubi's purified chakra, she wrote the runes that made up the seal. The Kyuubi was an eternal being. If he were ever to be destroyed, it would only be a matter of time before his chakra body would reform again. Her hope for this seal was, if that ever happened, that she would be taken along for the ride, so to speak. But you may ask, to keep the furball in check, along with the added bounce of sticking it to the Akatsuki. They could not be separated and only death would release the Kyuubi. When he reformed in about 100 or more years after her death, that is. She expected to be reborn or reformed into the future. But it seemed that Kurama was not bound by time like mortals are. She had not taken this into account. This conflict may be the reason for their current situation. Her desire to change things, to fulfill her promises and to protect her precious people, must have brought them back. But to go against the natural flow of time took a lot of chakra. As Naruto studied the runes, she became more worried for her friend. Will there be anything left? She had to check on him. She performed the necessary hand signs again, making the seal recede to the point that it only showed on a few points on her body. Much like Tsunade's strength of 100 seal. This resulted in golden, jewel-like dots on her forehead, hands, and feet, along with a few runes encircling her belly button that would not fade away. She walked closer to the sealed gate and placed her hand on one of the massive pillars. Its smooth metallic surface was cold. Clenching her fists and straightening her shoulders, she entered. As she passed through the giant bars, she felt a tingling mist pass over her. The miasma thickened as she ventured deeper into the seal. Yet, still no fox. Naruto was about to give up her search when she saw a flicker of golden light. The closer she got, the thinner the miasma became. What she found amazed her. Floating above the endless expanse of water was a small golden fox. 9 thin tails wisped around the sleeping form like streams of light. The chakra that surrounded the little faux mammal was no longer demonic. It was like how it had been after she had fought the demon for his chakra in Cloud. Free of hate and malaise. Free of fear. In fact, it was the very chakra she had used for her seal. That was all that he had left. Everything else seemed to have been used up by their travel back in time. Both the chakra from the future and the past. As she watched him, one wispy tail dipped low and released a drop of chakra. It fell into the water below with the resounding plop. The rippling water seemed to clear slightly and the air was less heavy. I see. You're purifying the seal. With almost 13 years in this place, you've made quite a mess, right? Remembering the state of her own little room, she twitched. It seems we both have some housework to do, you know? Yumino Irika was a busy man. Not only was he a teacher at the academy, but he still took the occasional mission on the side. It didn't help that in his class was a very troublesome student. Said student usually pulled pranks and skipped class. But after what he saw yesterday, he couldn't help but worry. That look on Naruto's face had unsettled him. It was the look he had seen on comrades just before death. There was nothing peaceful about it, and try as he might, he could never venture a guess of what goes through the minds of those who wear it. So, why was it on a child who had not seen the horrors of combat or death? He dreaded to think of what it might be. Could that thing be affecting him? And so, Irika stood in front of Naruto's door. The boy had not come to class that morning, only making the teacher worry more. Thankfully, his friend and fellow teacher, Mizuki, was back from whatever kept him away yesterday. So Irika took off to retrieve his missing student, or at least, make sure he was okay. He knocked. Nothing. He knocked again, and again nothing. Naruto had thrown up. That much was confirmed by Shikamaru and Choji when they returned to class yesterday. It was enough to enter without permission, right? To check on his student's health. His fingers wrapped around the door handle and he gave it a turn. But he looked around debating with himself. Concern for the possibly sick boy won out and he pulled out a few tools to pick the lock. After a minute of work, he heard the telltale click of the lock opening. He stood before trying the door again, fully expecting it to open easily, only to be surprised when his nose hit the worn wood. What? The handle turned easily but the door would not move. He stood in confusion for a few minutes before trying again. It would not budge. It was sort of disturbing. Irika looked around for a window to go through and found two on the side of the building. He was just about to climb over the railing to reach for the nearest one when he heard the door opening. He turned to see a blue eye peering through the crack. It blinked then narrowed before the door shut with a little more force than needed. The slighted teacher was about to yell for the boy to open up when the door opened again. He moved to the entrance and peered inside. The room was dark as the drapes were drawn over the windows. Before his eyes fully adjusted to the dimmer light, he thought he saw Naruto disappear under the covers atop the bed to his right. If you're coming in, shut the door. The muffled voice was laced with sleep and Irika realized that he had woken the child. He stepped in fully, muttering a polite, "Excuse me," then shut the door. With the light from the open door gone, Irika had to wait for his eyes to adjust again. This was the first time he had been inside the apartment. Sure, he had been there several times, outside, yelling for the boy to get up and go to school. He had never been invited in. It sort of took the fight out of him. "Naruto, you didn't come to class this morning, and you left early yesterday." He paused. "Are you well?" The blanket shuffled and a small "no" was heard. This caused the teacher to stiffen. He looked around the room quickly, noting that it was quite hot in the small room. Irika walked quickly to the glass patio door and pulled it open. The early afternoon light flooded the room, and the fresh air seemed to push away the stuffiness slightly. He then went to open the window above Naruto's bed. He felt the blankets shift as he knelt over the sleepy child to push the glass pane open. "What are you doing?" The muffled voice questioned again. "You need fresh air, and this place stinks." When there was no answer, he stepped back. Might as well make himself comfortable. Irika unzipped his flask vest and placed it on the table and pulled at the front of his shirt to help cool himself as he looked around him. The apartment was a simple layout. One room, one bathroom, and a closet. The kitchenette consisted of a few cupboards, a sink, and a hot plate. 2 windows along the east side of the building and the patio opposite the front door. The room fell into silence, and he took the few steps needed to stand over the boy. He thought of what else he could do. "Fever, I'll check if he has that first." Moving the cover away, he rested his hand on the sleeping boy's forehead, worried that he had fallen asleep so easily. "It's cool. No fever then. Maybe he just ate something bad." His fingers brushed the spiky blonde hair from the child's face. "Is that a mole? It looks like a jewel." His thoughts were interrupted when Naruto stirred and bright blue eyes opened. The teacher backed away when Naruto sat up and rubbed her eyes. "Irika Onizen, why are you here?" Irika's eyes widened and for some reason, his face felt hot. That was... what was that? Where did that even come from? Big brother? Is that what he thinks of me? For some reason, he didn't dislike the thought. When she got no answer, Naruto kicked her legs off the bed to better face the young man. She saw his flustered face, then realized her mistake. Well, several mistakes. Why did she even let him in? When did she let him in? She was so exhausted after examining the seal and finding Kurama, she let herself fall into a dreamless sleep. It felt like moments after that she was woken by the knocking at her door. Her body moved on its own, feet dragging across the floor. Her mind was still heavy with sleep, and after seeing her sensei, she fell into old habits. obviously letting the man in and going back to what she was doing before he arrived. So, the man before her shifted, bringing her attention back to him. This was not her Nichan. At least not yet. No, their bond had not grown to the point she knew yet. But she didn't know what to say. Upon hearing her voice again, Irika snapped out of his thoughts. Oh, you made quite a scene, in class that is. His little smile fell to an expression of worry as the child moved back against the wall. Are you well? Naruto brought her knees to her chest and fingered the sheet by her feet. She couldn't look at him. Yeah, I'm okay. Just had a disturbing nightmare. Probably didn't help that my stomach was hurting too, she lied. She actually couldn't recall anything that happened before she woke up. Irika watched his student closely. There was something else that the child was not saying, but he decided to not push the issue now. Well, he scratched the bridge of his nose and looked away. He had to find a way to push away the gloom that had settled. The words left his lips before it was even a complete thought. You should take better care of yourself. Can't have my Otudo getting sick, can I? He chanced a glance at the blonde child, hoping he hadn't gone too far. Naruto's face could brighten a room. The smile was so bright and warm that Irika couldn't help but smile himself. Then he found himself being pulled into a bear hug. So impulsive. So Naruto. So, what is that? So, yeah, she couldn't help herself. The events of the last 30 or so hours and her past, now future again, were draining. And to have the comfort of one of her loved ones. She needed this hug. Everything was perfect until her Nichan froze, which made her freeze. Her eyes snapped open and she looked to the mirror. On the floor underneath lay her bindings. Oh crud. He knows. To say that everything that had been on Irika's mind before he entered the small apartment was gone would be an understatement. His mind was blown. It took copious amounts of convincing and tea to calm the man enough for him to listen to Naruto's explanation. By the time the academy teacher left later that evening, he had a better understanding of the life of Uzumaki Naruto. He knew that the villagers had been cold towards her, but the beatings and harassment? He felt guilty that he had not known sooner. That he also, in the past, had felt some contempt towards the child. Through the entire visit, though, no one touched the elephant in the room. But why did the villagers hurt her? Why did they treat her like trash? Why did they call her demon? I pretend to be a boy to prevent further harm. Sure, I get beaten every once in a while, but at least, well, I'm lucky that is it. When I'm strong enough to protect myself, then I'll stop. The way she had said that, like it was a matter of fact and not something to think much on, made him feel uneasy. After Irika left, Naruto stood at the door where she watched him disappear from the quiet street. It was the time of day where most people had already rushed home and were now eating dinner with their families. The street she lived on was lined with low-income apartment buildings and a few older-looking homes. A public garden and small playground sat a few buildings away from hers. In the opposite direction, only a few blocks away, was the academy. It was all so familiar. Her time spent with Irika, the familiar faces of her friends, even the smell of the chilled evening air. It was also so normal. As if she had actually just woken from a dream. A terrible, sorrowful nightmare that in time could be forgotten. She knew better than that, though. The nightmare was real. Everything she knew and loved was destroyed, and yet here they were. Whole and untouched. A tear slid down her cheek. She felt so mixed up inside. The pain of loss was still so fresh. The wounds still bleeding. Then there was the absolute joy that filled her. They were alive. Everyone she cared for. Everyone she fought so hard to protect. Lives. Here now. It was overwhelming. She gripped the door frame for support as the tears continued to fall, but she still held back the waves that pushed and pulled at her resolve. She couldn't break down here. Not where others could see. Her body moved, stepping out into the street. Step was a bit quicker until she was running as fast as her young legs could take her. When she reached the staircase that led up to the great stone monument that looked over the village, she began to leap over several steps at a time. When she reached the top, she continued on into the forest behind the stone faces. The girl ran until her body was unable to move anymore, collapsing onto the forest floor. It was there several miles from anyone that she let her emotion flood her. Sobs racked her body. Screams of frustration ripped at her throat. Hands clawed and punched the ground beneath her. This continued until she was utterly exhausted and drifted to sleep where she fell. When she finally woke, the sun was high in the sky. She felt light and oddly refreshed despite her dirty, tear-stained state. The young Uzumaki stood and began the long walk back to the village. She didn't know how long it would take, but she could use the time to think clearly about what she should do. A part of her kept insisting that she let things be. Be the kid she was never allowed to be. But where would that bring her? If she did nothing but play, things would still end tragically, maybe even worse. She had to be serious, wise, and cunning. But no one could know, so she would have to keep up a mask. Add that to her hiding the fact that she was a girl and the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. She could barely keep up with 2 lies, to add another. Something had to give, yet all 3 secrets were vital to her survival and countless others. Well, maybe the "I'm a girl" one could be let go a little sooner. But she wasn't ready emotionally for that. She had to confide in someone. The first person to come to mind was Jiraiya, but they had yet to meet at this time. She didn't even know where he could be. Then there was the Hokage. He was the leader of the village and a dear friend. Of course, she could choose him. Admittedly, she was not a planner but an on-the-fly kind of fighter. So she needed a great strategist. She needed a Nara. But Shikamaru was not ready to be pulled into the battle yet. There was his dad. He was something important, right? Captain of the troops? Jonin something? Maybe with Gigi's help, she could enlist the Nara head's help. Naruto stopped at a stream to clean up. The cold water did wonders in waking and clearing her mind. She sat for a time as she recalled the events of her past. The very thought of him, even just his name passing through her mind, made her recoil. That cursed man. Her hand clutched at the spot above her heart. She has to stop him, no matter what. He could not be revived. That meant eliminating Kabuto and Orochimaru. Not only did that snake nearly destroy her home, but he took her best friend, twisting Sasuke to his will and feeding his hate for his brother. None of that could ever happen again. And she will be sure of that. She had no problem with killing the two, not at all, except she had so little time to prepare. Before the exams would start. If the academy graduation was only in a few days, then she only had 3 months to regain the strength needed. 3 months. Her eyes widened as she reviewed what she did in those 3 months. She could save Haku. Maybe they could truly be friends. And then she'd have to do something about Zabuza. He couldn't die or Haku would be sad, so she had to somehow convince the named Demon of the Mist to either join her or the Leaf. Though she needed more info on him and the village hidden in the mist. The girl stood and continued her walk. There has to be a way to warn the other Jinchuriki about the Akatsuki without anyone finding out about her knowledge. They have to be prepared as well. Then there was Gaara and his siblings. As she walked, a thought came to mind. The Kazekage has not died yet. She could send a letter to warn the hidden sand of Orochimaru's betrayal to their short alliance. Gaara could still have his father. The girl stopped mid-step. Would Gaara want that? She recalled the boy saying that his father saw him as a failed experiment and routinely sent assassins after him. If the current Kazekage were to live, Gaara may not have the chance to become the Kazekage when he did. The Leaf and Sand may not become allies. And then there was the attack that Orochimaru will organize. His plan to use the Kazekage's face to enter the village and to use the Sand troops to aid in his fight. If she changed that, she could not use the knowledge she had to trap the white snake and put an end to him before he could do any more damage. In order for her to succeed, some must die. She hated it, but it was true. By the time she reached the monument's top, the sun was halfway in its descent into night. She walked up to the edge of the cliff. The entire village was spread out before her. It was this moment that she knew she would do anything to protect them. Movement caught her eye and she turned to see a masked Enbu crouched in a tree. She doubted that he was the only one there, but she could only sense him. She hadn't used her voice all day, so when she spoke it was slightly rough. "You don't have to worry about me leaving, Tiger-san. I could never do such a thing." She looked out again to the buildings below. "I love this place too much to abandon it." It had been 4 days since the dobe ran out of class, claiming that he was sick. It wasn't unusual for the idiot. His constant skipping and fooling around was as expected as the sun rising each morning. Sasuke leaned forward in his seat, resting his elbows on the table's surface and lacing his fingers together. He thought back to just before the blonde ran out the other day. He couldn't understand the look directed at him. It was nothing like the annoying competitive looks he had come to expect whenever Naruto faced him. It's not like he cared anyway. The blonde had proven useless in his eyes, a waste of space. Yet, every time he closed his eyes or let his mind wander, those darkened blue orbs would take hold of his thoughts. The slight grinding of the sliding classroom door caught the boy's attention, and his gaze, again, moved to see which of his classmates had arrived. Again, it's not that he cared. He was not looking for the yellow spikes that accompanied the eyes that plagued him all weekend. A new batch of irritating giggles erupted when the group of girls saw him looking towards them as they entered the classroom. His mouth tilted in a grimace before looking away, closing his eyes and reviewing the material he had studied the night before. The classroom quieted as Mizuki-sensei began the roll call. Names were read out and students replied with a "here" or "present." The door sounded again, almost unnoticeable this time, as if the opener took care to not draw attention. Sasuke had not expected it to be Naruto, yet there he was with that stupid grin on his face as he apologized to Irika-sensei for being late. The class progressed without incident. The first PRD was spent reviewing the village history and then geography. They were asked to separate into groups to figure out a particularly hard question. Before he was bombarded by hopeful fangirls, Sasuke noticed the Nara and Akimichi heirs approach Naruto and sit down on either side of the blonde. It was odd, not like he cared, but still odd. The Uchiha decided to put the incident behind him. It wasn't worth wasting time on it, seeing that the dobe was acting normal again. He turned his thoughts again to how he was going the train that afternoon, burying the picture of azure eyes filled with pain and longing deep within his mind. Naruto sat at a table in the front of the class where no one else sat. Her mind was on the self-evaluation she gave herself last night, wondering how her shadow clones were doing with the chakra control exercises she had tasked them to do that day. How she wished she could be out with them instead of being stuck in class. The teachers droned on, asking questions here or there. She wasn't called on until Irikane took over as Mizuki left to get some maps. The question directed to her was simple, something about how many smaller nations were between the land of earth and the land of fire. Her answer was quick and unthinking but correct. She had just received a batch of memories from her clones and was sorting through the information. Aim, Kusa, and Taki all share borders with earth and fire. Silence met her and she looked up to see a stunned teacher. What? Am I wrong? She realized her mistake after Irika said that she was correct before moving on with the review. Many of her classmates and Irika were giving her questioning looks. Great. Not the attention I wanted. The class was soon told to separate into groups and Naruto debated on what she should do. Her past self might have tried to get in Sakura's group. Should she try? Before she could get up, the empty seats on either side of her were filled. Choji on one side and Shikamaru on the other. The boys looked to her as the Nara spoke. Do you know the answer to this question too, or was that a one-time thing earlier? She rolled her eyes and pulled the paper with the question closer. It was a hypothetical mission dealing with mathematics and forest terrain. Well, if you threw the kunai at this angle? Her finger traced the map under the question. You could hit the target, but I wouldn't risk it. Why not? Choji asked, for once not snacking. If you take out the enemy, the mission would be over. There's too much risk to the hostage. Shikamaru drawled and the three settled into a quick and easy discussion. Soon after their answer was jotted down and the paper handed in, the class was ushered outside for some sparring practice. The two boys were set against their opponents and Naruto had to wait until a sparring partner was open. Instead of sitting idly by, she walked a distance away and started to work on some katas. It felt clumsy in her smaller body, but by the time a teacher called her name she had improved a lot. There were only 15 minutes before sparring time was over. It was another set of teachers supervising the outdoor training, after all. Irika and Mizuki were inside, preparing for the exams or something like that. She was set up against, amazingly, Sasuke. Apparently, the teachers wanted to see her humiliated and knew that she didn't stand a chance against the Uchiha. She hesitated for a moment but not long enough to make anyone question her. Standing across from the boy, she came to the realization that she had an advantage over him. She knew his style, his likely moves. She knew how he ticked. A grin spread across her face. This would be fun. They stood across from each other in the marked-out sparring ring. Sasuke was staring at her with bored eyes and she returned it with a pleasant smile, causing the boy's brow to twitch. He didn't like the dope's change of behavior. When the start was announced, Sasuke came at her with a quick punch to the gut. Well, obviously he wants to get this done quickly. She was just barely able to dodge by jumping up over his head. Surprised gasps could be heard from the onlookers as she used the Uchiha's head as a springboard. Her hand laced through his dark hair as she twisted in the air above him. The moment her feet touched the worn ground, she dashed towards him. She ducked and weaved around him as he continued in his attempts to land a hit. It was like a spirited dance, short-lived as it was. His fist caught her right shoulder and she was sent outside of the sparring ring, ending the match. Cheers from the crowd sounded as the Uchiha's fan club celebrated his victory. But he paid them no attention as he watched the dobe stand up and dust away dirt from orange clothes. Their eyes connected and he could almost hear the question within the blue orbs. "Do you see me now, team?" She knew it all. Every single answer on the test. No, she was not a genius. Far from it in. She just had a lifetime of hard study and experience in her head that her 12-year-old self did not the first time around. So the question was, should she show off all of her gained knowledge and make all of those teachers' jaws drop to the floor, those who hindered her learning her whole academy career? Or should she follow the path she took before that will guarantee her placement on Team 7? Choices. Choices. The first option was tempting, to say the least. The looks on their faces would be great. Then again, they could turn it around and say that the demon child cheated. What affirmed her choices, though, was when she caught sight of the silvery blue hair of Mizuki as he passed the written test sheets to each examinee. Oh, she will get her cake and eat it too. She grinned down at the paper set before her. Her plan was now set. After her arrival to the past and momentary breakdown, she continued going to class as to be expected. She would have just sent a clone in her place as she trained, but she was unsure of how long the jutsu would last. Seeing as it took a lot more effort to create one, let alone the 20 she managed that first morning, she decided it would be safest to go to class in person. It was weird, though, the day she went back to school. She sat down away from the others, trying to keep to herself. But it seemed as soon as an opportunity showed itself, Shikamaru and Choji moved from their spot to sit by her, with one on either side of her. This continued for the rest of the week. She would sit in different spots and they would follow as if they were afraid of leaving her alone. It kind of annoyed her, but she was happy too. When she walked into the classroom where the written test was to take place, she spotted her stalkers. They sat with a seat free between them. She sighed at their wordless invitation but complied for the first time that week. As she sat, Choji offered her some chips. The barbecue-flavored snack left her fingers stained and she had to lick them well to get it off. How does he eat these without making a mess? The test started and the room fell into silence except for the scribbles of pens against papers. She had answered a few of the questions wrong on the written test. Couldn't be perfect now, could we? It was just enough to be believable and still pass. She even nudged the sleeping Nara awake and gave him a glare. It must have been convincing enough because she saw the boy gulp, then start working on his test. In the practical exams, she was set to spar against Kiba. The boy sat his little mean dog on the ground and boasted that this would be the easiest part of the exams. Oh, she was so not going to take that lying down. Her lips curved up in a cheerful grin and she cracked her knuckles as they took their places. She had the smarts and the same amount of chakra as her future self, but her body was still that of a child. Her speed and strength did not match Kiba's. But she held out using wits and stamina. Nobody can match her in stamina. In the end, it was a tie. Better than last time, right? Of course, with Genjutsu she bombed. She had a lot of work to do in that area, mainly in her chakra control. With the extra chakra she now had, her control was worse than ever. It was only that morning that she got the idea to make a seal that would suppress a portion of it and let it release slowly with time. That way her body can adjust and she could have better control. Not that it could help her any now. She still needed to make the seal. Now, was the test in ninjutsu. She stood in front of Irika and another female teacher who scowled upon seeing Naruto. Yippee! The woman shuffled some paper in front of her and without looking up announced, Uzumaki, Naruto. Perform 3 clones. Naruto tilted her head to the side and chewed on her bottom lip as she weighed her options. What had changed to make this woman one of her examiners instead of Mizuki? The thought was troubling, but convenient. With Mizuki not there, she could truly pass the first time. Well, the woman tapped her pen against the table irritably, and Irika let out a long sigh. I can't. Irika's eyes widened and the woman smiled. Well, then you dash. I can't, she interrupted the woman. Because my chakra will overload any regular clone. I've got a ton, you know? But I can do something much better. With that said, she made the sign for the shadow clone and the room was filled with Narutos. The woman's mouth hung agape and Irika wasn't doing much better. The clones were dispelled, leaving the room temporarily clouded in vapor, and she ran up to the table. Well, do I pass? Irika blinked then smiled. Yes. He handed her the shiny forehead protector. Though you will tell me how you learned that jutsu. Only if you do me a favor. She whispered the last part so that only he heard. This is deadly. He gulped. Can't resist. And that would be? She grinned. And he swore he saw an evil glint in her eye. Keep it a secret that I passed. At least until I say so. I guess you could tell the old man though. Before he knew it she was gone. What is she planning? He glanced at the other teacher and an eyebrow raised. And when did she fall asleep? He was almost too predictable. Naruto-kun, do you have a minute? His fake smile was obvious now. I heard what happened. I really think you can make it as a shinobi, so I found another way for you to retake the test. Are you interested? Hook, line, and sinker. Though, I'm sure he's thinking the same thing right now. Naruto was smiling widely as she walked away from her conversation with Mizuki. Why did she choose to play the fool and follow the traitor's plan? Simple. She wanted the chance to beat him up again. Okay, so there was more to it than that. What she wanted the most was to get her hands on the scroll of seals again. Call me greedy if you want. I need all the help I can get. The last time she had looked into the scroll she had learned the shadow clone jutsu. A jutsu that had become instrumental in her fighting style, training, and daily life. With how things were now, she had a chance to prevent so many bad things from happening. To keep the promises she could not keep before. And to do that, she needed to be stronger. She needed as many options as possible. Naruto didn't want to take any chances. So after the students were dismissed for the day, she went straight to the market to buy the supplies she needed to make her chakra suppression seal. When she looked for ink and brushes that morning, she found a dry well and crusty bristles. Unforgivable. Plain and simple. She couldn't just use her blood either. The desired seal would be too delicate and complex to use the same method as her apartment's security seals. She entered the small ninja wares shop and began browsing through the many items. She heard some movement from the back and a man's voice sounded behind the curtain door. Be out in a minute. Just about done back here. Naruto looked up and replied, no problem, just looking for some ink. You'll find that by the scrolls along the right wall. Thank you. She heard the shopkeeper enter the front of the store and place a heavy box down with a pained grunt. She picked up a lovely brush with flowers carved along the wooden handle. It wasn't quite her style, but that didn't mean that she couldn't admire the workmanship. Do you have any inkstones? She asked as she placed the brush back on the shelf. Just the inkwells for now. The man turned to finally face his customer. I could put in an order. What are you doing here? Out. The man actually threw a kunai at the startled blonde. She ran from the shop, stopping only after she came to a small secluded park. Her body was shaking. The man's words that rang in her ears were soon joined by other voices. Filthy demon. Unwanted trash. Out. Leave here. Go die. Monster. She knew she would have to face this sooner or later. It's why she kept to herself that week and didn't wander the village until now. She knew she would face their hatred again, but she didn't think that it would hurt this much. A sob left her shaking frame as she fell to her knees. Tears fell to the dirt path. You could just kill them all this time. She froze mid-sob. They never will truly accept you. The voice continued, especially if you keep so many from dying. It was only the deaths and the pain that got them singing a different tune. They will never appreciate what you've sacrificed. The girl stared at her hands, confused. Where did that come from? Pathetic. Can't even recognize your true self? Your true feelings. The voice came from in front of her now, and she looked up to see herself. The figure before her seemed to fluctuate, though. In one moment it resembled her current body, and in the next, she saw her grown form. Though each representation of herself held a more animalistic look with their red and black eyes. Her true feelings? Her innermost thoughts? Now she knew what was going on. With her training in Cloud, she had to confront herself as a means to bring her mind to peace. If she could not, she would never be able to fully control the Kyuubi's chakra. Thought I had to stand in front of a special waterfall to talk to you. Didn't we already go through this? The doppelganger switched to a younger version. I hate them. They should all just go and die. She wiped her eyes with a dirty sleeve. Who needs them anyway? Naruto knew the pain reflected in the little one's eyes. I know it hurts. She took a step forward. But you can't let yourself be swallowed by the darkness. Her arms wrapped around the small form, and it clung to her desperately as she soothed the crying child. She understood now that these were the emotions of her child self that had not yet been resolved. So she spoke the words she had wished to hear in her time. Words of encouragement and hope. When she came to, she found herself leaning against a tree. She shifted to a more comfortable position as she took in the view before her. Above the trees was a beautiful sunset. It's almost time. She drew in a deep breath. The evening air was filled with the musty earth and leaves of the quiet park. The girl sat for a time, relishing in the rare moment of peace before standing and leaving her little place of solitude. That night she snuck into the Hokage's residence, but she decided to do things differently this time. After making a few clones, she made her way to the old man's personal office where she knew he would be, and stood in front of the door. Okay, keep yourself together, Naruto. You're just going to see Gigi. For the first time in years. So what if you broke down horribly when he died? He's alive now and you're going to keep it that way. I just have to. Naruto, his gruff voice sounded from behind the door. You're normally not this careless while performing a prank. Come inside, child. Calm yourself. Naruto flung open the door and stepped inside. Gigi, no fair. How could you tell? She said as she scratched the back of her head, eyes closed tightly. The Hokage took a puff from his long pipe and released it in a slow and relaxed breath. The smoke filled the air and tickled her sensitive nose, making her sneeze. It was not that hard to tell, Naruto. I expect better from someone who passed the academy exams. Even if it was just barely. This made the blonde pout as she rubbed her nose. I had my reasons, she mumbled. Come again. Nothing. She now fully faced the man. He sat behind his desk in a large wooden chair. Papers were spread across the desk, evidence of a late night of work. Could I help him? What is it, child? Before he knew what was happening, she had crossed the room and was in his arms, hugging him tightly. Just for a little bit, please. Her voice was muffled in his robes and her grip tightened. All he could do was pat her back and wait. He didn't miss the wetness on his robe nor the slight shaking of her body. When she released her hold, she climbed up into his lap like she had done when she was 4 and leaned against his shoulder. She was still so small. I've got a lot to tell you, Gigi. She whispered after wiping her eyes. It's been a long time since we've last talked, you know. Sartobi Hiruzen was confused by the girl's actions. They had last visited a week ago and she was acting like it had been years. They fell into silence and she seemed content with her place on his lap. Hiruzen had never raised a daughter. The closest reference he had was his former student, Tsunade. He grimaced as he remembered that the young Senju had major mood swings at this age. Naruto, Could this be about, he hesitated, female thing? He did not just go there. No. She jumped off and bopped his head. I know all I need about that. Thank you very much. She was not going through that talk again. Shish. Anyway, I'm here about something else entirely, you know. And what would that be, Naruto-chan? He rubbed the sore spot on his head. Mizuki. She refused to call him sensei. He seems to be under the impression that I did not pass. The old man didn't miss the glint in her eye. Then, he told me that he would give me a second chance. An older test. He was now very interested. Leaning forward, he listened intently as she told him the details of the mock test. It was easy to see that Mizuki wanted to use the child as a scapegoat for something. When she finished, he leaned back. I'm glad you told me of this, Naruto-chan. Now, why don't you go home and I'll take care of things? I'm sorry. I can't. You see, this is my chance for revenge. Pranks, though satisfying, don't always help. She took a step back. I know that all the teachers, except Iruka-sensei, have been doing all they can to stop me from learning. I won't take it out on them, though. They think that what they were doing was for the best. But with Mizuki, I can take out all my frustration on him and help catch a baddie. Naruto-chan, I will not allow you to endanger yourself. Now, you will stay here tonight so I can keep an eye on you. He moved to stand and grabbed her shoulder. Naruto smiled one of her rare, genuine smiles. It's nice to know you care, Gigi, but I'm also testing my skills tonight. By now, I already have the scroll and am on my way. I'll see you in the morning, old man. We still have a lot to talk about. With a wink, Naruto disappeared into a puff of smoke, leaving the befuddled Hokage to gape at the spot that the shadow clone had dispelled. The rest of the evening played out how she remembered it. Except after her clones retrieved the scroll, one left with the stolen item as the other waited for the opportune time to use the substitute jutsu, which happened to be when the original bopped the Hokage on the head. The time she had used to learn one jutsu, she now used to copy the scroll of seals. It was surprisingly quick, using a jutsu that Sai had taught her. The ink swirled and flowed across the parchment. As it did so, she read and found that she already knew more than one of the jutsu. But the others made her tingle with excitement. Naruto. Well, that took long enough. It had been an hour since she finished her copying. And she had been resting against the tree. What did you get yourself into, young lady? Iruka looked irate. She shot him a look. Keep it down, will you? Yes, that would be wise. The two turned to see Mizuki enter the clearing. And did he just call you a girl, Naruto-kun? The girl's shoulders slumped and she backhanded Iruka on the shoulder, speaking to him through gritted teeth. I didn't want him, of all people, knowing that, Iruka-sensei. The backhanded man rubbed his shoulder, feeling a bit put in place. Anyway, Iruka-san, Mizuki liked his lips as his eyes slid from the girl to his friend. We should take this little thief in. You take the girl, and I'll handle the scroll. The silver-haired ninja started toward the scroll that lay on the ground, his hand inching towards his kunai pouch, ready to attack at any moment. But what he did not expect was to have the scroll booby-trapped. Several blades flew after him. One sliced past his left shoulder, making a trail of blood fall after it. He backed away, scowling. What is this? He glared at the blonde. The girl stepped forward and smirked. Yes, she knew how to smirk. Thank you, Sasuke. I already talked to the Hokage about your little test. Of course, he didn't want me out here to confront you. But I just couldn't resist. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a dark blue cloth. It swung out, revealing a metal plate. You see, she began again as she replaced her goggles with the Hittite. I figured out your little plan. And I am no failure. The easy look on Mizuki's face melted away. His scowl deepened as he pulled out his large shuriken. Okay, what the heck is going on here? Iruka placed himself between of the two. Come now, Iruka-san. Haven't you figured it out yet? Oh well, I'll enjoy killing you and then the demon brat. The two teachers exchanged blows, using moves that still impressed Naruto. Yeah, Iruka Onizen is awesome. She let them fight it out for a bit until the traitor started spouting out about the QB and the deaths of Iruka's parents. It's not true, Naruto. I don't feel that way. Don't listen to him. I know. I know how you feel. Thank you for caring. She smiled at him, then looked at Mizuki. With a calmness that surprised the two men, she spoke. You think that will rattle me, Mizuki? This news that the nine-tailed fox is sealed within me. The fourth Hokage performed the seal, right? Do you find his abilities lacking? The traitorous man paused. What? Do you have such little faith in the man who was named the greatest shinobi in Leaf history? Have you forgotten about his mastery of Fuinjutsu? And that he sacrificed himself to perform this seal? She lay her hand on her stomach but never broke eye contact with the man. With that said, do you think that he would allow the QB to take over the child in which it was sealed? The question hung in the air. Jay just like a fox. Trying to be cunning. You will not fool me. Mizuki spat out hysterically. No. Because you're already a fool. She cracked her knuckles and smiled. It looks like I get to do this the fun way now. By the time the ANBU arrived, Mizuki was a bloody, bruised, and unrecognizable mess. Yes, revenge could be quite sweet. Just don't tell Sasuke that. Living another lifetime, dying, and going back to the past can be a little mentally challenging. Even more so, because Naruto can recall every single thing that happened from the time she completed the memory seal. Sure, she had the other memories as well. They were just not as clear, like a photograph that was left in the sun for too long. What this meant for the young girl was that the majority of Fourth Shinobi War and the deaths of friend and foe alike were fresh in her mind. With that was all of the emotional turmoil. The memories of her childhood, which were just as unpleasant, were just as clear. Her little meeting with herself most likely unlocked what was suppressed when her past self and future self merged into one. At least, that's what she thought. It was enough to drive anyone insane. So, Naruto decided to create a haven. Somewhere to collect herself and meditate. The current state of her home was not that place, but she didn't have the heart to leave it. So she decided to put all the knowledge she got from the many times she had to help to rebuild the village to use. It would be a long-term project with all of the training she needed to do. But with the help of shadow clones, things should be easier. That meant that her home would be under construction, but it wasn't something she wanted people to know. She loved the villagers truly, but there were quite a few JRKs among them. So to prevent any unneeded actions from said JRKs, she created a low-level camouflage seal. Who needs genjutsu anyway? Naruto had woken the morning after the Mizuki beating to a tapping and flutter of feathers. She looked up to see a small bird at her window. She groaned before lifting her leg and using her toes to push the glass pane open, then hid back in her little cocoon of warmth. With a chirp and a flutter, the little guest entered and landed on the golden mess of hair that poked out from under the warm covers. The bird pecked at the hair until a hand shot out from the blanket and swatted it away. I'll get up. Naruto sat with a yawn and crossed her legs as she let the bird perch on her finger. She untied the little message from its leg and it flew away. Naruto fell back into her pillow and used her foot again to close the window. She stared at the rolled paper for a minute, knowing what it would be. A summons to the Hokage's office. Before she could peel open the message, her stomach growled. Putting the paper on the empty side table by her bed, she stretched and stood. The old man can wait till after I eat. No sense going out hungry. Soon she was sitting at her kitchen table eating a cup of ramen. Her hair was wet from the quick shower she took before she searched through her tiny cabinet. She knew she was stalling. This wasn't like her. But what could she say to him? How could she explain her unique situation? So she filled her early morning with jotting down possible floor plans and inking the camo seals onto the outer walls of the apartment building. She had to use her blood as ink again until she had the proper supplies. The message sat almost forgotten until she finally pulled together enough nerve to answer it. The young Uzumaki stood at the door as she slipped her sandals on, then created several clones to clean and start ripping out the moldy carpets while she was gone. As she was locking her door, she heard the light tap of someone's approaching footsteps. She turned to see two NBUs standing behind her. They looked relaxed, but she could tell the two were ready to give chase if she chose to run. She couldn't blame them. In her youth, she had given the masked ninja a hard time with her pranks. She smiled at the memory of a freshly painted Hokage monument and then realized with slight horror that the defacing of the stone faces should have happened last week. Her finest work was not completed. A part of her wanted to run and remedy the loss of such fine artwork and to see how she fared against the elite shinobi, but she had stalled long enough. "I know," she said with a sigh and lifted the slip of paper. "I'm going." With her little haven on the way, she needed someone to give her some mental support. She had already determined that person to be the third Hokage, but she couldn't help the nerves feelings inside. Even so, she allowed herself to be escorted to the old man. Not because she was ordered to be there, due to the stupid stunt she pulled the night before. That is how she found herself sitting in front of the Hokage with an AMBU guard standing behind her. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, which was filled with paperwork and scrolls. At the moment, the papers were swept to the side. His arms rested on the polished wood surface, fingertips pressed together as he studied the small girl. "Uzumaki Naruto. You have some explaining to do. Not only about last night but also the time you disappeared the other day." The disguised girl's eyes widened slightly. "Oh, that." She scratched the back of her head. "I was working through some emotional issues. Kind of wanted to be alone for that." She looked the old Hokage in the eyes and gave him a sad smile before her gaze settled on the hands that were folded in her lap. He followed her gaze and saw the slight tremor in her hands. The room lapsed into silence for a moment before Naruto shook her head and let out a nervous laugh. Looked around the room, glancing at the cat-masked Mbu behind her. "Don't cha think that it would be best to talk in private?" The Hokage sighed at the familiar question. The girl prided herself in keeping her gender a secret. With a wave of his hand, his personal guards left the room. A privacy barrier would be great too. She smiled. He raised a bushy gray brow but complied. The moment the barrier was up, she was out of her seat searching the room. A few minutes later she had a handful of bugs and placed them on his desk. Without a word she looked to him and motioned for him to destroy the devices. Hiruzen was speechless. How had she found them when he had no idea that they were even there? He saw her brow twitch in annoyance and decided to do as he was told. How was this happening? What was happening? Finally, she mumbled and started to pace back and forth. It was a good thing Tsunade had ensured the office was clean and had made her sweep the office on a semi-regular basis. The girl continued pacing as she tried to gather her thoughts. Her steps were quick and sharp, yet from time to time a step would falter when it looked as if she were about to speak. "Well," he spoke with impatience. "Let me think." She sat but her knee continued to shake anxiously. "First off, there's a lot to be said, but I can't say it all. Not now. Not." She sighed and ran her hand through her hair. "It might mess things up more than it already is. And second," she started warily, "you're the only one that I can trust with this at this time. Please." She held his gaze. "Do not destroy that trust, Tokage-sama." He had known this child her whole life. Yes, in the beginning, he did not take the time he should have to watch her more closely. Which is why she had spent several months surviving on the streets after the matron of the orphanage kicked her out. And why he now took time every week to spend with her, whether that be eating at Ichiraku's or more often just chatting in his office as he worked. This girl in front of him was different. Though she looked the same, she did not feel the same, which was worrisome. Even more so with the unspoken threat she had just given. There was something about the way she held herself. The slope of her shoulders, the crease in her brow, even the subtle movements she made. All of these observations told him that this was an experienced shinobi before him. Experienced but rusty? As if her body wasn't up to par with her mind. It made no sense. His train of thought was interrupted as the girl before him continued. "You see, I know things that will happen in the future. That's because I've lived it already. I know I sound crazy." She stood and started to pace the room again, hanging her hands in her hair. "I mean, if it wasn't me who did the traveling, I'd be the first yelling crockpot. Of course, I probably wouldn't be this confused if Kurama would just wake up." "No," Hiruzen sighed to himself at her ramblings. Despite the sudden changes the girl had shown, There was no doubt that this child was Naruto. Sure, I know the whole thing took a lot out of him. The girl spoke more to herself now, but, Naruto. What? She spun around to face him. The Hokage was staring at her like she had sprouted a second head. Traveling? Future? And who is this Kurama? There was a moment of silence before he spoke again. I have more questions now than when you entered that door. He pointed to the office door that led to the hallway. Naruto let out a slow breath and sat down again and began a bit more calmly. Things ended up real bad. She placed her hand over her heart, where no scar marred her skin, but she still felt the phantom pain. He failed. Her fists clenched before she looked up at him with fervent eyes. There were so many things that went wrong. So many lives dash. She stopped herself and forced down the lump in her throat. I didn't expect to be here, to have this chance, but I don't want to lose it. I need as much help as I can get. I don't. Hiruzen leaned back in his large wooden chair, studying her every action. When the girl seemed to be at a loss for words, he spoke. What you are saying is impossible. Her body stiffened as she saw the distrust he held. It hurt. But, the girl's head shot up as the man before her continued. You've always had a way of spinning the world on its head. If what you say is true, how exactly did you travel? And when from? He saw a flicker of hope in her eyes before she blinked and rubbed some moisture away. I made a seal? It acted differently than what I intended. There were a lot of unknown factors. She spoke slowly as she chose the right words. How do I explain this? She furrowed her brows. So, I didn't connect the seal to my physical body, 'cause I didn't want to end up like a zombie or something. 'Cause it would only activate when well? Her face darkened a bit and she liked her lips. You knew a lot of Uchiha, right? Did they all have a thing for plunging holes in people's chests and ripping their hearts out, or was it just the ones I know? The old Hokage blinked as he stared at the girl. That small statement spoke volumes yet gave nothing as well. Had she met Itachi? Or were there more than the two Uchiha survivors? And had one of them killed her? She had implied that more than one had a thing for heart-ripping. So were there multiple attempts on her life in that manner? I don't believe I knew any Uchiha who preferred to kill that way. He watched her cross her arms and grumble about some stupid team and his stupid ancestors. Naruto, this all seems so far-fetched. This isn't Dash. No. She waved her hands. No prank. No trick. No joke. Maybe I can show you the seal. And how exactly? The old man stopped as the girl pulled off her bright orange jacket. The worn fabric fell to the floor as she continued to disrobe. I made it in my mind, but it still has an outer representation. Unwrapped the bandages around her hands and took the blue band from her forehead. There's a lot of chakra behind it, you know? Her hands flew through a complex string of hand signs and her tan skin glowed seconds before black lines began to move across her visible skin. When the lines settled into runes, she lifted her shirt to reveal her stomach. It seemed to take hours for the Hokage to examine her seal. Or it seemed so because of her nerves and impatience. I've never seen anything so complex. He lifted his face to look at her. I can't believe you created this. He deadpanned. Naruto pouted as she pulled her shirt down and crossed her arms. I'm not dumb, you know. I was just never given a chance. People already made up their minds about me when I was little. I worked hard to get people to see me. By this point, she had unfolded her arms and was tapping a clenched fist to her chest in emphasis. It was like pulling teeth to even get Kakashi-sensei to teach me anything, and that was his job. The Hokage was stunned. He hadn't expected that sort of reaction. The old man sat back on his heels and looked up at the little girl, and she stared back. Her body was tense, her eyes pleading. He couldn't help thinking that if he said the wrong thing at that moment that she would break. With the facts she revealed, the information shared, the intricate seal on her body, and the pure emotions she had expressed that morning. He could only say one thing. I believe you. Kanomaru was just a little annoyed when he came to challenge his grandfather. He could not find a way in with the invisible barrier in his way. The old man must be doing something important in there. This is so annoying. How am I supposed to become Hokage if he keeps using dirty tricks? The little boy slammed his fist on the door only for it to give way, and he fell onto the office floor. The worn wood surface bit into the skin of his left palm, and his right forearm ached. His eyes stung as he bit back a tear. He heard shuffled steps and looked up to see an orange-clad, yellow-haired annoyance. "It's your fault I fell. Don't you know who I am?" Was he laughing? The young Sarutobis huffed. "I am Konohamaru, the Hokage's grandson. Not so funny now, is it?" Naruto calmed herself. Some things never change. "So what? Even if the Hokage was your grandma, doesn't mean I have to treat ya like royalty. I don't give respect freely, kid. And in my book, you ain't earned it yet." She flicked his nose and grinned at the little yelp he made. "How dare you speak to the honorable grandson like that?" Everyone turned to see a tall man with round sunglasses standing at the door. "Honorable grandson, someone of your standing should not mingle with filth like this. Now come with me and we will continue your training. Only I can put you on the path to become Hokage." She would be lying if she said it didn't hurt. She saw the Hokage tense at the man's words, and she gave him a reassuring smile. She stepped closer to the tutor. "Ebisu-san, it's best not to judge someone before you get to actually know them. So how about we get to know each other?" She grinned. "I bet I can defeat you with one jutsu. What do you say?" "I'm a jonin. There's no way you dash." In seconds the room was filled with mist. When it cleared, there was a beautiful young woman in front of him. Her golden hair flowed down to the middle of her petite frame. Her eyes were wide and as deep as the ocean. She wore a light blue sundress that hung from her curves in an elegant way. "Do you really think I'm filth, Ibi-kun?" A tear ran down her whiskered cheek. She took his hand and held it to her heart as she kept their eyes locked. The special jonin was shocked but held firm. Before he could reply, he felt a second pair of hands encircle his frame. Skilled fingers danced up his chest, making a shiver run up his spine, as their owner appeared at his side. "Don't be silly, sister. I bet Ebisu likes his girls a little dirty." She purred in his ear. The other girl looked the same in appearance to her sister, but held a more ethereal aura. She stood on her tippy toes as she held Ebisu's arm to her chest and whispered in his ear. The man's face turned red and a creepy grin grew on his face. With the flick of her tongue to his ear, the jonin fainted. "Looks like the special jonin is a special pervert." Naruto grinned as she dispelled her jutsu. "What was that?" She turned to answer the Hokage and saw that he held a tissue over his nose. Of course he'd hear. "I'm surrounded by perverts. Just a variation of my original jutsu." Team placement day. From what she remembered, this day was crazy, comical, and frustrating all in one. Today would be different because, well, she was different. She did not care to keep up her crush on Sakura. Originally, she just wanted to be friends with the pink-haired girl. But with her male facade, well, people made their own assumption. She just went with it. Nor did she want to know what Sasuke felt about her. The perpetually broody boy had given her more than enough headaches and heartaches. Now she just wanted to punch his face in and stop him from making stupid life choices, slap some sense into him, leave him in a bloody mess, then make him pay for a day at Ichiraku's. Whatever their relationship, their bond, will become, her feelings about the boy will run deep, whether she liked it or not. Anyway, what she needed to do now was to start making stable bonds with her team. But changing another's heart is not easy. Naruto walked into the academy classroom. It was already filled with eager young ninja ready to begin a life they knew nothing about, even if they had passed the test. She held back a flinch as another memory flashed past her eyes and plastered on a big smile. Shikamaru and Choji waved at her from their seats. There was no direct way to them, and she didn't feel like pushing her way through, so she placed her bag on an empty desk and pulled out the snack she had made for her friends. When she lifted the bento box up, she saw Choji perk. "So cute. Like a little pet." The blonde grinned and tossed the box over her classmates' heads. It was caught with ease. After another wave, she sat at the empty seat and listened. Excited chatter about who will be on whose team, what will their first mission be like, and general kid stuff. But the main topic was that of Sasuke. "He's so cool. I'm going to be on his team, Daddy said so, and I knew he'd be Rookie of the Year. It was just as annoying as the first time. And just like the first time, she snapped. Really, she thought she had better control than this. The walkways between the desks were still crowded by excited preteens, so Naruto used the desks to form her path to her target. Her steps were so light that the dark-haired boy didn't notice her till she crouched down in front of him. Their eyes meet and the boy felt a sense of unease as if the blue eyes could see into his soul. Stranger still, the blonde's hand shot back behind and grabbed the head of one of their classmates in the row in front of them. Naruto's gaze slid to the captured boy, his brown hair spiking up through her fingers. So he's the one that bumped me last time. She made a mental note to give the boy a little payback later, then turned her attention back to the last Uchiha and slapped him smartly across the face. No free kisses for you, team. The room fell into silence and Naruto smiled brightly at the red handprint on his cheek. Boy, did that feel good. Trust me. You needed that, ya arrogant JRK. She stated this so calmly and matter-of-factly that everyone was stunned once again. She then stood up and silently hopped down to sit in the empty seat beside him, the same one that Sakura and Ino had been fighting over. It took another minute for the fangirls to unfreeze then begin their verbal attacks. Cries of, "How could you?" and "I'll kill you" filled the room. Before Sakura could deal out any physical harm, Iruka-sensei entered the room and snapped the class to attention. Sasuke's cheek stung. His brow twitched. How can the idiot hit so hard? You won't get away with that, he murmured under his breath. This made Naruto glance at him. He was brooding so hard right now, she wanted to laugh. Aha, she replied quietly, because revenge is so worth it. The blonde kept her eyes on their teacher as she spoke, making sure to not hide the sarcasm. The boy glared at the slight smirk on the Uzumaki's face. Not another word was spoken between the two as they listened to the team assignments being announced. Naruto couldn't help fidgeting a bit. She had talked to the Hokage about the importance of Team 7 being, well, Team 7. And she breathed a sigh of relief after hearing their names read together. Thus, in your face, Ino pig. Naruto looked up to her just-announced pink-haired teammate and smiled. And so it begins. After all the teams were announced, Iruka informed his former students that their new senseis would arrive in an hour. The academy teacher then looked over the youth before him and wished them good luck in their chosen career before dismissing them for lunch. Sasuke stood, eager to leave the room and its annoying inhabitants. He was very aware that Naruto followed him a few steps behind. Sasuke-kun, since we are on the same team now, why don't we eat lunch together? Sakura fiddled with her hands and looked up at her crush through her lashes as he passed by. No one can say no to that. Without looking back, the Uchiha stated, no. Not even caring how cold he sounded. Naruto watched the two as her right eye twitched. I'm not going to kill them. I'm not going to maim them. I'm not going to punch them so hard that they won't wake up for weeks. She chanted in her head, all the while keeping a smile on her face. Despite her morbid thoughts, she truly did care for the two. Just seeing them in their childish state and her knowing what she knew. Patience. I can do this. That's a good idea, Sakura-chan. Glad I thought of it too. Before the pink-haired girl could spew a snide remark, Naruto grabbed the two by the collar and was off. Before they could even struggle against the blonde's grip, they found themselves seated in an empty classroom with a large 3-leveled bento box set in front of them. I made lunch, so dig in. Naruto sang as she placed a portion of the bento in front of each of them. Naruto baka, there is no way I am going to eat anything you cooked. We'll probably get. Sakura trailed off as she saw the food in front of her. It looks good. It's everything I like too. Did you steal this? Naruto paused as she was pouring some tea. I will choose to ignore that. She finished passing out the drinks and sat down. She picked up her chopsticks and exclaimed, thanks for the grub. Then she began to eat. Sasuke watched the whole thing with calculating eyes. Naruto had also served his favorite foods. You act as if you knew we would be put on the same team. Maybe I did? Or maybe you're just reading too much into the situation. She took another bite. Either way, we're a team. And we need to get along. Besides, Our pervert of a sensei might be a teamwork freak for all we know. She glanced over to the vent above the teacher's desk and swore she heard an intake of breath. Ichin, I don't need a team. Naruto rolled her eyes. You'll never get any stronger without the help of others, you know? That's what you want, right? She pointed her rice-covered utensils at him. To be strong. What do you know? Sakura was feeling left out. You're dead last. Naruto finished her rice before answering. Tied with Shikamaru, I think. She corrected. The guy's smart. Just too lazy to do anything about it. As for me, well, she picked up the empty bento boxes and packed them away, surprised that the food was eaten so quickly. Anyway, Sakura, I'm not as dumbass. I'll see you two later. Got a few things to do before Sensei comes. With that, she left the room with a wave over her shoulder. Since Naruto now knew about her parents, the Hokage had given her the few of their belongings that the council could not get their hands on. Her parents did not own any land, having decided to rent their home. And the money that was kept in the bank was SCKD up by the council after their deaths. But what Naruto got was worth so much more. Photos of her mother and father, books, journals they had written, and a few personal weapons and jutsu scrolls. All priceless for sure. She also found out something wonderful about them. They did not trust banks. Sure, they had an account. But last night as she shifted through the papers that recorded their lives, she found storage seals. Lots of them. Let's just say that she can finish the renovations on her apartment building, travel the world, and still have enough to live comfortably for years. Anyway, she decided to do some shopping before she started training with Kakashi. And he is going to train them properly, this time around, or she will tell him the ending to every new Ika that will come out before he has a chance to read it. Yeah, that's evil enough. Naruto returned to the classroom 2 hours after lunch break was over. Where have you been? She really needs to calm down. And what are you wearing? Naruto's unpredictability was enough to get a comment out of the brooding Uchiha. He had been stuck alone in a classroom with his most annoying fangirl for an hour. He'd better have a good excuse. Naruto had changed her outfit. Yes, she still loved the old orange jumpsuit. It had served its purpose well in hiding her gender and annoying the crap out of people. But in the past, she never changed it because she never had the extra money. Though the outfit was not as blindingly bright as before, it still had color. The least colorful piece being the brown pants. She had bought them longer than needed because she knew that in the next few months she would go through a growth spurt. Thus, the hems were rolled up. The sleeveless shirt was a rich teal. Its high-collared neck was split by a zipper in the front that traveled down the front of the garment to the bottom hem. Underneath she wore a mesh long-sleeved shirt and of course, her chest was bound. Not that they could see that. She had white wrappings around her forearms and left thigh and the standard blue shinobi sandals and pouches. After all of the changes, she just couldn't give up the much offensive color of orange. She wore fingerless gloves that were a shade or two darker than her original outfit. She didn't need the steel-plated gloves, but she thought it would be best to hide all of the marks from her memory seal. You look like a girl. The Uchiha smirked, hoping to get a rise out of the idiot. He still had to get him back for the uncalled-for slap, and directly starting a fight was, well, not cool. Yes, he thought of that kind of thing. Not that he'd admit it. Naruto's heart leaped into her throat, but she kept a happy grin on her face. And you look like a team. So, she bought the clothes in the boys section, so why did he say that? Even in her past, Sasuke never knew that she was a girl. She didn't let the cat out of the bag until she got back from her 3-year training trip with Jiraiya. By then, the Uchiha was too consumed by revenge to notice her obvious gender change. Besides, you've never noticed before, she muttered under her breath. She was brought out of her thoughts as the classroom door opened. He's early. No way, I wanted to hit him with the chalk eraser again. I even got some hair dye for it this time. Naruto pouted as she turned to look at Kakashi only to immediately look away. The image of her sensei's body lying motionless on the war-torn ground. With the memory came the nausea. How she hated it. The memories that could never be forgotten nor ever should be. When she got her bearings back, Kakashi had already left the room. Naruto. Sakura actually sounded like she cared. Don't throw up again. That was short-lived. Hatake Kakashi was confused. He had watched the potential Jejin all day. He read their files, visited their homes, seen how they interacted. He had done the same for all the other teams he'd tested. You'd think he'd have them figured out by now. The broody, revenge-obsessed, emo. The over-enthusiastic fangirl of before-mentioned emo. And the enigma. Uzumaki Naruto was nothing he had assumed, and yet everything and then nothing again. The boy's file had information that was, of course, redacted. And, of course, he already knew the S-level information. Everything seemed normal there. His chat with the Hokage left him interested. The trip to his apartment. Well, he didn't get in. The building was occupied by more than one blonde-haired Uzumaki. Puzzling. There was even a barrier around the building, though he was able to see through it just fine. The average Chunin would not. He even followed the boy's little shopping trip after his lunch with the other two. How could he not? The comment about a perverted sensei and teamwork freak was, admittedly, too close to be a guess. He was impressed to see the boy make several shadow clones, then henge them into various nondescript villagers and shinobi. The changed clones went about their tasks without a word. He shadowed the original as he walked down the main market street. You'd be blind to not see the reactions of the people who saw the small child. Kakashi wondered why the boy put himself through it. The hateful glares. The snide remarks. But the most puzzling thing was the sudden change of expression when Naruto looked at him as he entered the classroom. I'm not revolting, am I? I know I took a shower this morning. So distracted by the puzzle that was Naruto, Kakashi skipped any little scare tactics he might have used and simply told the three to meet him on the roof. Sasuke and Sakura appeared first. It was like watching two magnets with like poles facing each other. 1 inches closer, the other inches away. He could also imagine that if the one approaching got too close that the other would flip and attack the first. Whether it be in a good way or not. Would there even be a good way with these two? Mental note. Keep an eye on them. He heard Naruto's approach but kept his nose in the orange-bound book. He could hear the hesitance in the boy's steps as he walked through the door. When the boy sat down with the others, Kakashi let the three squirm for a bit as he read his book. Naruto took a deep breath and let it out slowly through her nose. The wave of nausea left with the flashes of memory. Once Kurama finally wakes up, he should be able to help suppress the flashes. Nervous. The low whisper was accompanied by a smirk. Wow. He's really talkative this time around. He's teasing me. Naruto kept her mouth shut but graced the boy by sticking her tongue out at him. Alright, it's time to introduce yourselves. Kakashi had put his book away and was now lazily gazing at his would-be students. You first, Pinky. Huh, me? Sakura tore her eyes from her crush to look at the silver-haired man. Like how? Kakashi sighed. Really? How about this? Your likes, your dislikes, hobbies, dreams. That sort of thing. He waited. Naruto had heard it all before. Nothing they said had changed. Kakashi's uninformative example, Sakura's unspoken, Sasuke is my everything, and Sasuke's confession to premeditated murder. They all needed psychiatric help, not that she was any better. Kakashi motioned for the blonde to say her piece. She glanced at the others, then back to her sensei before she found her voice repeating the words she had once spoken before. Though she did not speak in the same manner as before. She no longer felt the need to grab attention and be seen. Instead, her words were softer yet more confident. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, especially the ramen Irika-sensei got me, and... A small smile tilted her lips. My precious people. My dislikes? Waiting for ramen to cook and... She paused and the smile fell. Idiots who seek power for the sake of power. And idiots who think they can achieve peace by subjugating the world. She huffed and shook her head. Wars. Unneeded violence. She brought her hand up to her heart and her voice became softer. No one wins in the end. Her eyes closed in an attempt to push back unwanted memories. The other three shared glances as they waited for Naruto to finish. Sakura was a bit annoyed at the long pause and was about to call her useless teammate out when the blonde looked up and began to speak again. It started out soft but grew in power. I used to say, I will become Hokage someday. That's because I wanted to be seen and respected, like the old man. Then, it was to protect my precious people. That title and position are still important to me. Her fists clenched and her words became harsher, but it will all mean nothing if I do not have the strength and ability. She stopped herself, almost choking on the unsaid words, to defeat him. She focused on slowing her breaths as she worked to set her emotions straight. My dream is to make sure those I hold dear and the whole village can live peacefully, to not live through the pain I have. I will fight tooth and nail to achieve that. There was a slight scoff from the Uchiha. Naruto turned to glance at him. Go ahead, Sasuke. Say what you're thinking. The boy remained silent but stared at her. Fine then, I'll say it for you. You felt pain. Pain that few could understand. Betrayal by the one you idolized. Loss of family. Loneliness. These feelings have been publicized to the world because of the severity of what you survived. But that makes them no less painful. She stood up facing him. Her height was small, but that didn't stop the boy from feeling intimidated by the blonde as she looked down at him. You're not the only one, you know. I know a man who gave up everything for the safety of his village. Stopping a civil war yet taking on the hatred of everyone he'd saved. I know a boy who lost his mother and was nearly killed by his father because of his bloodline. And I know a man who did not understand what he had until it was gone. He mourns his loss every day, even years later, unable to find peace. Everyone has different experiences, Sasuke. Everyone has different pains. So don't you dare put your pain above anyone else's. The Uchiha growled as he stood. How dare the Baka speak to him like that? A loud snap drew the three genins' attention back to their sensei. Kakashi stood with his book palmed in his lifted hand. Back to the matter at hand. And so the puzzle only grew. More pieces that held no answers. Kakashi loved a good puzzle. Even if the would-be team didn't pass tomorrow, he was now determined to keep an eye on the Uzumaki. He told them of the genin test, noting that Naruto didn't seem surprised. A time was set to meet, which he had no intention of keeping, and with his parting words, he mentioned not to eat beforehand. The Jonin then disappeared in a puff of smoke, but he stayed close by to watch. Naruto was the first to move. She stretched and placed her hands on the back of her head in a laid-back manner as if she had not just chewed out the Uchiha boy. Well, I'm sure we'll need plenty of rest for tomorrow. And don't listen to the no-eating thing. Naruto, you idiot. You're going to get us in trouble. Sakura screeched. We have to follow orders. The blonde stopped from walking away and looked back. What order? I heard a suggestion and the possibility of throwing up. I'm not giving up my breakfast for that. That said, the Uzumaki leaped from the school roof using the trees below to ease her descent, landing with little effort. On the day Naruto returned to the village from her emotional night out of the village, she began to set a schedule for training. She hid away in a secluded training ground to test what she could do and found that she was in bad form. Having the chakra reserves of her adult self yet the control of her present child self was frustrating. Seeing that her speed, strength and reaction time was also down was equally disappointing. So she began training. A week of chakra control exercises and reviewing the different jutsu that she knew might not have yielded much before. But things were different now. In her past she didn't know how to fully utilize the shadow clones, nor did she have the answers in her head on how much chakra to use in a given situation. She even put a few weight seals on her body to help build her strength and speed. She had no ink on her at the secluded grounds and her impatience led her to use her own blood again to write runes on her legs and arms. Rock Lee's leg weights had nothing on these. Adjustable with only the touch of a finger and invisible. How she wished that she had them before. Though before she probably would have torn her body apart using them. They were a bit sensitive. With the creation of the suppression seal the night before, her body was now able to handle the amount of chakra she held. It amazed her after the activation how at ease she felt. Her mind and body no longer hummed with the extra energy. She felt more control over her body and less likely to fly off the handle. She also decided that she wasn't going to strictly hide her abilities either. Not that she would go out of her way to show off. But if the situation called for it, she would not hold back. She had no time for hiding anyway. Personal training aside, her home was no longer a disaster zone. Finished? Livable? The building had 10 apartments. 5 on the top and bottom each. She had kept 4 of the bottom apartments as they were, simply cleaning them out and giving the walls fresh paint. The 5th apartment was made into an office lounge of sorts. A place she can conduct business and socialize with friends without letting people into her personal space. The 2nd floor was all hers. She had knocked down walls, created new rooms, and improved the living room, kitchen, and bathroom. She had even made a small dojo that took up the space of 2 of the old apartments. On the outside, the building had not changed a bit. It still looked like a dingy, abandoned building in the lower-class part of the village. But on the inside, when finished, it would rival the council-paid apartment that the last Uchiha was given. Yes, she had been inside Sasuke's home and before the memory seal was activated. Let's just say that the boy had to sport pink underwear in the boys' locker room 2 days in a row before he could replace the offensively colored garments. It was all in the timing. She had to wait for a time that his funds were low, and that took a lot of investigating into personal business. Knowing your target was not only useful in missions but great for pranks too. Naruto sat at her little kitchen table. Her breakfast sat half-eaten in front of her. Pranks. She looked over at her front door. On a hook under a mirror hung her weapon and equipment pouches. And inside the latter was the neon green dye that she was unable to give to Kakashi yesterday. A wicked smile formed. Can't let a good gift go to waste, can I? To be fair to the others, she arrived at the training grounds at the appointed time. 7 o'clock. She was there before the others and decided to send a few clones out to set some traps. Then she sat against a tree and let her eyes close. To anyone watching and to her teammates that arrived shortly after she did, the blonde was just asleep. But Naruto was training, increasing her perception by focusing on her different senses. She practiced for about an hour, finding the different wildlife in the area. After some time watching a squirrel jump from tree to tree, she came across a startling discovery. Kakashi was there, hiding in a tree and reading that blasted book. She couldn't help cracking her eyes open and glaring at the tree line. He is so going to get it. When she's done with him, he will be more than just lime green. There were 2 hours to go if he did not come early again. And she was no longer in the mood to increase her chakra sensing at the moment, nor did she want to listen to Sakura rattle on about nothing before asking Sasuke to join her on a date again. So Naruto let herself sink into her mindscape. The Kyuubi's progress was evident. The paths leading to the large cage were not as dark. The water was clearer and did not seem to hinder her as she walked. She stopped in front of the bars and checked the seal before entering. She had decided to keep the gate closed until the separation seal was no longer needed and her body was strong enough to handle the extra chakra. Didn't want to overload. The miasma was still there as one would expect for the domain of the great demon. But the feeling had changed. It was no longer a cold and depressing pressure but warm. Like a really humid summer day, the feeling was not good but not bad either. Kurama, you should be called unpredictable too. Underneath the fox was a myriad of small plants that she had never seen before. The delicate leaves swayed in a breeze that did not exist. As she studied the small ferns, a drop of chakra fell and the plants grew. My head's going to be a freaking forest. She sighed and turned away only to hear a low chuckle echo around her. A small smile formed on her lips. Naruto, wake up. Kakashi-sensei is here. Sakura stood to greet their teacher and to reprimand him for being late, again. The blonde sat up and grumbled something that sounded like, "It's new, even in do tree of us, stupid book." The only truly clear words were about the book. Sakura looked back at her sensei and couldn't help but agree. Stupid book indeed. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Anyway, we should start. He pulled out an alarm clock and placed it on a stump and started his little speech. 2 silver bells were tied to his waist, and the threat of one of them being sent back to the academy was given. By this time Naruto had gotten up and was stretching and popping her sore back. Ready? Go. Sakura and Sasuke disappeared, leaving behind the silver-haired Jonin and the sleepy Uzumaki. Kakashi watched Naruto as she finished stretching, although he hid behind his book. One question, Sensei. She stretched her arms back behind her head, earning a particularly loud pop. Who will fill the last spot in the four-man team if one of us is sent back? She knew that her teammates were listening and hoped that this question would get them thinking. I mean, you're a jonin and I'm a fresh graduate. Doesn't seem like I can do much without help. Say, I don't know, from my team. It seems that you have figured out the meaning to the test. She fully looked at him now. Don't know what you're talking about. She flashed him a bright grin. I still want to test my skills against you, though. Copy ninja. She created her clones and began her fight with her sensei. It played out much as it did before, except Kakashi had to put away his book. The Uzumaki was faster than he'd thought. His form was a bit sloppy, but that added to the unpredictable moves. And those blue eyes sparked with determination. He saw a true fighter in those eyes. Flips, kicks, and near misses. The 5 minutes since their fight started and they had settled into an easy rhythm. Until Naruto decided to change things up again. She grinned at the almost scared look on Kakashi's face after she missed him with a chakra-infused punch. Wood splintered as she removed her fist from the falling tree. It stung just a bit, but it was worth hearing him gasp. She knew she couldn't hit him yet, but this was to test her ability so far. Though what had Naruto the happiest was the fact that she avoided the uncomfortable but poke. She even attempted giving it back, but Kakashi was too wary after she leveled the tree. Their little fight ended with Naruto disappearing into the forest. Naruto sent clones to the others to share her plan as she kept an eye on their opponent. In her time, she did pretty well in reading her sensei after all the time they had spent together. And at this moment he was, well, not bored. Her teammates, on the other hand, did not listen. Stubborn mules, that's what they are. It took Sasuke being buried to the neck and Sakura passing out at the sight of Sasuke's bloodied body for them to consider listening to Naruto. Though from what she observed, Kakashi was a little tougher on them this time around. Set the bar a little high, haven't I? At this point, their teamwork still had room for improvement. Not really. But in Naruto's mind, it was a success. Sasuke and Sakura played their parts. Kakashi was lured to the traps and now sported a wonderfully new hair color. The only upset to the plan, well, fate was cruel. Yes, she gave Neji crap about his opposition with fate, but this was just too cruel not to curse it. At one point of their attack, Kakashi had managed to use Sasuke as a substitute. Naruto was attacking from above, her chakra-infused fist raised with intent to connect with the Hataki's jaw. It would have worked had the man dodged to the right as her little trap intended. Instead, she found herself staring down at a stunned Sasuke. He had looked up to see her but was unable to move in time. All she could do was twist her body just enough to avoid hitting the boy. Unfortunately, this new position had her falling into him. She felt the familiar warmth of lips on hers before the impact. Teeth clacked together and the metallic taste of blood touched her tongue. She cursed in her mind. Not again, and to him, again. She lifted her body from his, eyes closed, body shaking. Kakashi, she spoke each syllable with force. It's your fault. I lost it. Again. My first kiss, to the team. The fight began again. Sakura seemed very much focused on catching the target, and Sasuke was far more aware of his surroundings. But what frightened the Jonin was the hellish look in Naruto's eyes. He had the feeling that if he were captured by the boy, he would lose something vital to his manhood. Yes, fate was cruel. And so was time, because with all the time she was given it still ran out. Maybe time also had set advents that could not be changed? As troubling as that could be for her goals, Naruto could only sigh as she was being tied to the post. What could she say? Kakashi didn't like her artistic views. She also had the feeling that he did it for his own safety. He had good instincts. It was all worth it. They had passed. They were officially a team, and Naruto made it a goal that they would not fall apart this time. Sasuke will stay in the village, Sakura will have some sense knocked into her sooner, and Naruto will support them both as best she can. And knock them down a peg when needed. The Leaf was not an easy village to navigate. Its many paths wandered through forested parks, market districts, fenced-in clan lands, civilian homes, government buildings, and random training grounds. It was an organized chaos meant to confuse enemy intruders and provide defense. Being a ninja village was only a part of the reason why Naruto was having trouble remembering where things were. The other part was that she had a twice rebuilt village in her memories. So when she turned to where she thought was a lumber yard, she found a grassy hill. Not just any hill either, it was a certain Nara's favorite place for cloud watching. And it was currently occupied by said Nara and his chip-eating friend. The blonde tried to leave before they noticed her. Not that she disliked them. She just had a lot to do on her day off. She was halfway down the path when she heard Choji call after her. And there went her day. Maybe, she grinned, they can help. She turned to see them waving her over. Even Shikamaru was up and looking interested. Hey guys, you've got the day off too? She questioned as she sat in the grass between them. No, Choji voiced. We have team training this afternoon. Oh, how is it going by the way? It's only been a week but, you're with Ino, right? She heard a muttered, troublesome, to her right and snickered. The blonde lay back in the grass joining the Nara who was already staring up at the sky. It can't be that bad, can it? I mean your clan's techniques work well together. That's proven by your dad's teamwork, you know. The lazy boy glanced at his fellow cloud watcher, wondering how the blonde knew about their fathers, before returning his gaze to the sky. That's not it. It's the constant nagging. Shikamaru sighed. It's troublesome, she finished for him. Yeah, but that's not what I was going to say. Naruto turned to her side and looked at him expectantly. Well, don't leave me hanging. The boy turned his head the other way and she noticed the slight reddening to his neck and ear. What? That's when Choji entered the conversation again. We'd rather have you on our team. What? Why? She shot up from her spot. No one had ever said that they wanted her on their team. Ever. It was shocking to hear. And it didn't help that both boys were not answering her. Choji was scratching the back of his head as he looked away, and Shikamaru had rolled back up into a sitting position as he glared at his larger friend, the redness now gone. The Nara sighed. You're not that troublesome. He answered after a few minutes. Naruto looked away as she rubbed the back of her neck. That was a first for her as well. Besides, Sasuke gets 2 kunoichi on his team. I still don't know how I feel about that. He mumbled the last part. Naruto grinned at the old joke shared between the three. The luck of her male teammate could go either way, depending on one's perspective. She found herself falling into old habits as she began to say her piece. Yeah, well the team's got all the luck, doesn't? Her eyes popped open and locked onto the Nara. What? Her blue eyes seemed to sharpen as she looked between the two. Do they? They can't. Can they? Her fingers twitched and she clenched her jaw as the boys waited for her. They do know. Crud. Naruto's fingers laced through the grass beside her, tearing the tender blades from their roots, as she quickly processed the swirl of emotions that hit her. A part of her wanted to run, to deny that they saw through her. The other part left her itching to grab a kunai and the possible threat, and it scared her completely. The boys noticed the quickening of her breaths and the tension in her body. They exchanged worried glances before Choji spoke her name in concern. The found-out girl flinched as she was brought out of her thoughts. The boys, her friends, were watching her. Her friends. She could trust them, but still, the doubt was there. She let out a long sigh, closing her eyes and running both hands through her hair, bits of grass sticking to the golden strands. She spread her senses both to see if there was anyone close enough to hear them and to draw some comfort from the natural energy that was so abundant in the great forest they lived in. The tension in her body left, and when she was sure that they were alone, she mumbled, "How long?" before she pulled her hands from her hair and looked up to the boys. Shikamaru shifted into a more relaxed position when he saw her relax. "Since the day you ran out of class and lost your lunch. But I suspected it before that." Naruto blinked as she processed what was said. From day one they knew. And not only that, but Shikamaru had suspicions about her gender before the whole time travel thing happened, which meant that he most likely knew that she was a girl before she told everyone in her past. You stupid smart butt. Why didn't you tell me before? She backhanded her lazy friend on the shoulder, making the boy grunt in both surprise and pain. I thought you wanted to keep it a secret. He hissed as he rubbed the now sore spot. And you bring it up now? She crossed her arms and stared the boys down. The two shared glances, then looked back to her. You've been acting different, Choji finally said. More girly, Shikamaru added. Naruto's shoulders slumped. Am I slipping? She spoke more to herself. Or did I have any control to begin with? The mask she had on so tightly as a child. Has it broken? Or did she not care enough to keep it up? Her mind had been on so many more important things. Should she let it fall now? No. It's still too soon. She looked up at the two boys. They were waiting. She liked her dry lips as she settled on what to say. Shika, do you know the consequences of the village knowing my true gender? She didn't wait for him to answer. You're smart. You saw past my mask. You must have seen the way the villagers treat me. What do you think they will do? She saw the boy's eyes widen after a moment of thought, and she pressed her lips together. That's only scratching the surface. I can't let this get out. Not now. You understand? You're not going to kill us, are you? It was meant as a joke, dark as it may be. But they all know with the world they lived in, it was still a possibility. Naruto, in particular, winced at the statement. The dark thoughts that had filled her only minutes before rushed back and clenched at her heart. She shook her head to push away the dark feeling and smiled gently at them. I could never do that to you, either of you. She looked down at her hand as she again ran her fingers through the crisp grass. Believe it or not, I count you too among my precious people. I just don't want this. She pulled again. Please, don't tell anyone. Well, her afternoon ended up a little heavier than she thought. She sat between the two in silence until they had to leave for team training. It wasn't uncomfortable, but after the boys agreed to keep her secret, the three couldn't think of anything to talk about. They promised to meet up for dinner the next evening as the boys stood to go. Though, the two seemed hesitant to leave, which would have been sweet if it didn't tick the newly confirmed girl off. She wasn't helpless. So to prove her point, she, quite literally, kicked the two down the grassy hill, telling them to get their butts in gear and train. As they disappeared around the corner, she heard a mumbled, just like my mother. The mind is a tricky thing. There are no neat compartments to file away memories. No guides to help find your way through the complicated networks of the brain. And of course, Naruto hadn't calculated this when she created her memory seal. Therefore, the sight of a familiar face, a simple gesture, even a slight scent, could bring up unwanted memories. This predicament was the reason why Uzumaki Naruto was often seen meditating. Not that anyone knew why. One particular young man had noticed the Uzumaki's strange change in habits. At least, that's what he thought. The dobe was never seen meditating before, let alone staying still for more than 5 minutes. So here he was, watching the blonde from underneath a tree in Training Ground 7 as the two waited for the rest of their team. The boy's brow twitched as he glared. Why did the dobe irritate him so much? He was dead last. No talent. A dobe. Yet since the few weeks that they had become genin, Naruto had improved faster than himself. And all he saw the blonde doing differently than himself was sitting on his butt every morning. He was there before anyone else, sitting, eyes closed, back straight. Not moving an inch. It was not normal. The young Uchiha's eyes narrowed slightly as the blonde took in a long breath and released it slowly, and when he heard the approaching footsteps of his other useless teammate, he did nothing to acknowledge her. Sakura walked up to the brooding Uchiha and sat down beside him. She followed his gaze and frowned. What do you think Sensei will have us do today, Sasuke-kun? Nothing. She didn't like it. Sasuke never paid any attention to her no matter what she did. I made a snack for today. You like tomatoes, right? That earned her action, but her crush still watched the blonde that sat a distance away. He was always looking at Naruto. It was disgusting. Why not me? Look at me. Her inner self shouted as she also glared at the blonde. Neither of the two genin knew that this little bit of time the Uzumaki took each morning to focus her mind was what was keeping her sane. And today she found it hard to concentrate. Do they have to stare? Naruto heaved another long sigh. I hope you're not developing a crush on me. Even with her eyes still closed, She could tell the two were flustered after hearing her sudden statement. Sakura sputter and Sasuke huff. She spoke again as she stood up and brushed any dirt from the backside of her pants, then took the first stance of a set of basic kata. Though I am flattered if that's the case. Who would have a crush on you? Sakura finally spat out. The blonde suppressed a flinch in response to the hateful words. Really, the day was starting out to be a crappy one. Not only was her meditation incomplete, but she had sensed a presence watching her from the moment she left her home and, try as she may, she could not figure out who it was. In short, she was ticked off. You wound me, Sakura. The Uzumaki stopped her practice to place her hand over her heart. You speak as if I'm unlovable. Just because I'm not tall, dark, and broody, doesn't mean I don't have my admirers. She wasn't blind. It's just that when she was a kid she didn't know how to handle the little crush from a certain Hyuga. And she was sure the blush she saw on Shika the other day meant something. But she didn't want to think any further on the topic. I seem to remember a certain dobe always asking Sakura out. Sasuke chimed in. Naruto raised a brow at the Uchiha's addition to the conversation. He's really gotten chatty. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Naruto scratched her chin then grinned. Gave that up when I realized that the cute little girl I first met turned into a raging banshee. Say that again. The pink-haired girl screeched as she moved to hit the blonde. Naruto dodged and grabbed the girl's arm, twisting it behind her back. Where did my cute little girl go? She teased, shedding a fake tear. Honestly, she wanted the girl's verbal abuse to stop, and with the mood she was in, well, this may not be the best way to resolve it, but hopefully, it will stop the snide comments for a few days. Sasuke-kun, it's all your fault. Fix her. The boy's eyes widened slightly. No way. By this time, the captured girl was as red as her dress. A mixture of anger and embarrassment filled her body. She couldn't get away no matter how much she struggled. Why is Naruto doing this? The girl then felt herself being swung around to face the blonde. You've got so much potential, Sakura. I'd hate to see it wasted, pining away for someone who does not love you. Naruto heard a thing from the direction of the boy, and her gaze moved to him for a moment before returning to Sakura. The hands clenching the girl's shoulders released as Naruto stepped back. Blue eyes looked up to an equally blue sky. Curse her emotional imbalance. She was once again bombarded by memories. A tear slipped, finding a path past her cheek and down her neck. I gotta go, tell sensei I'm not feeling well. Before her two teammates could react, the Uzumaki was gone, a swirl of leaves in her place. D-rank missions. Not the most sought-after assignments for one who has begun his career as a ninja. Even the most experienced shinobi would sulk if given a D-rank mission. These menial chores are given mostly to new genin, squashing any hopes of ever going on a real mission. Anyone who'd meet one particular new genin would expect the blonde to complain and cause a ruckus about having to perform so many stupid tasks for stupid people. In fact, the Uzumaki child welcomed the simple tasks, which confused her team thoroughly. At the moment, the three genin were painting a fence. Well, one was, Sakura was complaining about the possibility of getting paint on her new dress, and Sasuke was glaring at the paint can. Sensei, I can't do this. Papa will get angry if I get my clothes messy. They're new. She frowned at the paint bucket set before her, then turned to the black-haired boy of the group. Do you like it, Sasuke? My dress. She held her hands behind her back and swayed slightly, waiting for him to look at her. The Uchiha picked up his brush and looked to Kakashi. Sensei, how is this supposed to help me get stronger? You have not started any real training yet. Sakura seemed to deflate and she scuffed her shoe against the ground, only to stop when she saw her shoe getting dirty. Naruto had already started her task. The white paint glided down the wood planks as she worked the brush. She waited to hear the man's answer before she made her comment. Kakashi had seated himself in a tree nearby to read his book and watch over his students. This is training, he stated as he looked down to Sasuke. Working together to accomplish a goal. Now go train. Naruto couldn't hold back a laugh. See? Just like I said. Teamwork freak. She ignored Kakashi's, hey, and continued. And you, Sakura, If you didn't want the dress to get dirty, then why did you wear it? This isn't the first messy task we've had to do. The girl blushed and glanced at Sasuke, then huffed. Oh, shut up, Naruto. You know nothing. Nothing? Naruto whirled around. Flecks of paint flying from her brush. I'll tell you what I know. We are shinobi. Shinobi go on missions. They fight. They kill. They die. They encounter things far worse than mud or paint on their clothing. Blood, brain matter, bone shards. And for Kunoichi. Naruto stepped closer to the stunned girl, locking their eyes as she tried to get the stubborn girl to understand. Especially ones who wait around to be rescued by some prince, most possibly Esamin. Wanted, of course. So stop complaining and wear something suitable for the job. She looked down at the other girl's dress and pressed her lips together. You'll have to replace that one anyway. The pink-haired girl screeched when she saw the white spot on the red dress and moved to attack the one responsible, only to be grabbed by the collar and lifted into the air by their sensei. Kakashi settled his gaze on his blonde student. That was quite detailed, Naruto. The blonde turned her gaze to the man and wondered if she could get him to flinch again. She smiled and shrugged, deciding it was not worth the trouble. After her attempt at neutering Kakashi during the bell test, he had become weary of her. That would not do, no matter how much fun it was seeing him flinch. It's all true, though. The blonde returned to her painting, resisting the urge to paint a target on the man's pants. Everything I said is taught at the academy, just not so bluntly stated. The girl captured in Kakashi's grip stilled as what was said sunk in. He nearly forgot that she was there because he was studying the Uzumaki. Intent on solving the puzzle the boy gave him. Sensei, can you put me down? Sakura's voice was low as she also watched her working teammate. Naruto had changed. Yes, she did notice the boy. Who wouldn't? He was loud, bright, and had a passion that borderline insanity. Not to mention annoying, loud, loved pranks, loud, and... Just then she realized that she hadn't felt her ears ringing because of the boy for some time now. They'd been genin for almost 2 months, and in all that time Naruto seemed, well, calm? No, that's not it. Focused? It fit but wasn't what she was looking for. She then realized that she didn't really know anything about him. When her feet touched the ground, she mechanically grabbed her brush and joined the others in the painting. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts and the atmosphere became tense. Great. Naruto sighed. She didn't like this. It had to change. She glanced over to Sasuke, then moved her brush in a way to splash a bit of paint on the boy's high-collared shirt. When the dollop made its mark, the boy froze, then glared at her. A smirk spread across her lips. I heard that only the best of the best can get through a mission without even a speck of dirt. Looks like I win. And so, the paint wars began. The two sides spared not a glance at the unfortunate casualties of battle. Villagers unlucky enough to step into the warpath were left yelling after the fighting genin. Naruto even swore she heard a cat's yawl at one point. She grinned at the thought that it could have been Turoa. In the end, Team 7 stood in front of the Hokage looking as white as snowmen. Even Kakashi was not spared. It seems you painted more than the fence. The Hokage settled his gaze on Naruto, who was the least painted. She had a wide grin on her face and held up her fingers in AV. It was only supposed to be a simple observation mission. A checkup on the demon container. The child had apparently graduated from the academy and had been placed on a team with the Uchiha survivor and Kakashi of the Sharingan. The last time the hidden man was given this particular assignment was when the child first entered the ninja school. He did not expect much, but Lord Danzo still held hope that he could utilize the boy. So here he was, 3 days into his mission, watching the blue-eyed, blonde demon container as he set out for morning training with the rest of Team 7. The man looked away for a moment to observe a small commotion down the street. He was confused to see a mountain of bubbles coming out of a shop's door and windows. His eyes narrowed slightly behind his white dog-like mask and he turned quickly to see his target gone. Naruto sprinted away the moment she heard the shopkeep's cry of distress. She sort of felt bad for using him as a distraction, but that was quickly buried as she focused on the task at hand. She weaved through alleyways, not hiding her trail at all. The man was in pursuit once again, trailing after her like a shadow. Naruto reached her destination and ducked down behind a stack of crates. Minutes later she heard the light steps of her stalker as he entered the secluded path, then a slight yelp as her trap sprung. The man had no time to react as tendrils of light shot out from the ground and walls around him. He had tried to escape by jumping up to the safety of the roof, but it only left him dangling a foot off the ground. When the light faded, he was in what looked like a black web of vines. As he was trying to free himself, he saw the blonde peeking out from around a pile of debris. "It's useless. You can't even move your lips in that seal." Naruto walked up to her prisoner, looking up at what appeared to be your average view, but she had doubts about that. "But you just had to jump, didn't you?" Her face scrunched in thought as she looked around the alley. Spotting a lone crate a few feet away, she quickly moved it to set it in front of the man and stepped up onto it. She peered into the dark holes of his mask before removing it slowly. It revealed a surprisingly young face. He looked to be in his teens, maybe 15 or 16. His eyes were a light shade of amber and the hair that framed his face was auburn. Her breath hitched as a flash of memory surfaced, and the teen watched as blue eyes unfocused for a few seconds before a look of pity crossed the blonde's face. She had seen this boy before, though he had already been dead, a sacrifice for Kabuto's reincarnation technique. She grit her teeth at the thought of the man, but she had no time for that. Her fingers grazed his cheek before she gripped the teen's chin and forced his mouth open. As she had suspected, there was a strange lined pattern on his tongue. Danzo's curse mark. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to use you for a time before I can free you from this curse." She bit her own thumb before grabbing the exposed muscle, placing her bloody digit in the middle of the mark. The mission office was quiet except for the shuffling of papers and the occasional cough. Sarutobi shuffled through the various mission requests before him. The stack of papers mocked him as it seemed to never shrink. He stamped the top page and placed it to the side, then began to read through the next one. An escort request of one Tazuna, a master bridge builder, to the land of waves. Simple enough. A C ranking would do as stated on the paper. Tazuna. The old Hokage scratched his gray-whiskered chin. Why does that name sound familiar? A moment passed before he remembered. He's the one that Naruto mentioned. The girl had used their already established routine to give him more information about future events. She used small scraps of paper for the messages, slipping them onto his person with a hug or placed them on his desk as she moved about his office. She didn't want to raise any suspicion, even among his ANBU guards. And having too many private meetings with an ostracized child would be suspicious. The first time he read one of the papers, he was surprised to see it disintegrate into dust the moment his eyes left the written words. Among the many bits of info, the girl had stated that it was important that her team was sent on the upcoming mission escorting to Tsunejiji. Sarutobi sat back in his chair as he brought his pipe to his lips, needing its calming effects, for the man felt slightly overwhelmed. After all of the words spoken and information shared, it was this that killed any doubts he had of the girl's claims. Her proof in time, so to speak. He looked up at the large clock on the wall and sighed, gaining a few tired looks from the others in the office. Kakashi had already come by to pick up 2 D ranks that morning and should be reporting in with his team within the hour. With another sigh, the Hokage stamped the request and set it aside. Hopefully, Naruto won't get herself into too much trouble with this one. What was he thinking? Of course she will. Tsunejiji was as drunk as the first time she'd met him. Of course, this was the first time, technically. He was also just as rude. Sure, she was small, but he didn't have to say it so loudly. Naruto pouted and crossed her arms as she watched the old bridge builder take another swig from his sake bottle. She could see the anxiety behind his alcohol-hazed eyes. How could the others not? She knew his lie, and she knew that the only way he could continue on with it was to drink himself into a stupor. But that was no excuse for insulting her and her team. She narrowed her eyes at another one of his slurred comments before a grin graced her lips. The liquid sloshed as Tazuna unsteadily moved the bottle to his chapped lips again. With the flick of a finger, she made a small blade of wind chakra and shattered the sake bottle. The smell of the cheap alcohol filled the room. Sakura covered her nose as she complained. And Sasuke noted a few of the older ninja in the room looking warily at Naruto, though there was no sign that the loser had done anything except for the triumphant glint in the blonde's eyes. The sound of a throat being cleared brought everyone's attention back to the Hokage. The village leader held his aged fist to his mouth, not only to cover a cough but to hide his smile. He sent Naruto a quick glance before turning to Kakashi. Well then, here is the mission scroll. I expect your team to report at the East Gate in the morning. 6 sharp. The silver-haired Jonin stepped up to the mission desk and retrieved the scroll, tucking it into one of the many pockets on his olive-green vest. Well team, you heard the Hokage. Go home and pack for a couple of weeks on the road, but keep it light. He then turned to their client. Tomorrow then. With a lazy wave, Kakashi left. Sasuke left in a huff after their sensei and, of course, Sakura followed closely behind. The room fell into silence as most of the occupants began to continue their work of reviewing and sorting requests. Naruto glanced over to her former sensei. The academy teacher was currently lost in his own little world as he pouted. He had objected to Team 7's first C-rank mission when it was brought up only 20 minutes before. He had stated his case that the genin were not ready, and just like last time Kakashi had stated that they were no longer his students, they are my soldiers. It hit the academy teacher quite hard. Naruto took a few steps to stand in front of the sulking man. Tilting her head to get a better view of his face, she stated, "You know he's right. Kakashi-sensei, that is. I can't be your cute little student forever. That goes for Team and Pinky as well." At her words, Irika lifted his head to protest again but stopped when he saw the look on her face. When had she become so mature and so sure of herself? He had only just gotten to know the real Naruto. Yet he felt then that it would take a lifetime to understand the young Uzumaki girl. But the girl before him continued when she saw that he was not going to say anything. "I could be a trusted colleague if you give me a chance." The words were meant for him, but they caught the ear of everyone in the room. Irika nodded, still a little awed by the girl. Especially with the wide grin she was now giving him. "Great. And to celebrate, I'm making dinner. Don't be late." Naruto jumped up and bounded out of the room before another word could be said, leaving the occupants of the mission office confused. Naruto went about preparing for the mission after the team went their separate ways. She checked her camping equipment, foodstuffs, weapons, ink, paper, and extra clothes, even a set of civvies just in case. Then she sealed them all away and placed the scrolls in her equipment pouch. By the time she was done, she heard a knock on her front door. She left her newly constructed bedroom and crossed the unfinished wood floor. Naruto grinned when she opened the door. Irika stood with a melon in his arms. "I was on my way and saw this. Looked good, so I got it." Honestly, when he accepted her invitation, it didn't occur to him that they might be eating instant ramen. Something healthier was needed the night before such a long mission. The girl leaned forward and eyed the fruit. "Looks like you got a good one." She looked up with a smile. "Come in. I hope you don't mind leftovers. Got to empty the fridge, you know." Irika had not been in the apartment since his first visit. He nearly dropped the melon in surprise. "What in the world? I told you, didn't I? I was going to clean up and make a few changes." "This is more than a few changes. Wasn't there a wall here before?" "Okay, before you have a fit, I confirmed it with Gigi. And the whole building's mine anyway, so I can do what I want." She set out 2 bowls of curry and rice on the familiar table and made a clone to cut the melon for dessert. They began to eat and Irika was surprised that it was so good. He inquired about her skills and she answered that she had picked up a thing or two through the years but only just started enjoying cooking. She wasn't a master chef by any means, but what she could cook she was fairly decent at. For the rest of the visit, Irika gave her advice for her first C-rank mission. And she gave him a tour of her unfinished handiwork. The next morning Naruto did not go straight to the gate. Instead, she went to the only place she could think of to find her sensei. The memorial stones. He was there, standing alone. She walked up beside him and started to scan the many names as she waited for him to acknowledge her presence. The stone seemed empty to her and a tear slipped down her cheek as another memory filled her mind. The sound of chisel against rock drummed in her ears. The air was crisp. The sun, setting. She watched as an old man went about his solemn duty. She never knew his name and never knew if his name was placed on the stone he spent so much time chiseling. I wonder if he wrote their names too. Her fingers rose and traced the names of her parents. The rock was rough against her still tender fingertips. You know. The whisper was rushed and his soul gray eye watched her intently. She hummed in response. Then turned to him with a smile. Yeah, but there's no sense in wasting away here, is there? I mean, what good are the memories of our loved ones if we don't live to honor them? She then grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Come along, Kakashi-sensei. We've got a mission and we're late. The silver-haired man's eye never strayed from his blonde student as they maneuvered the early morning streets. Her words ran through his mind. How could he live when inside he felt so dead? You're not dead, sensei. She had been watching him too. And she knew him better than he thought. Of course, it helped that she had the memory of the man breaking down in front of her, spilling his grief and pain. You're just broken. Everyone gets a little broken. You're just a bit more cracked than normal. Hey! With a wide grin, she ran ahead only to turn back, walking backward. But now that I think of it, she voice rose above the other voices in the market street. Anyone with your taste in reading material is sure to be cracked. Hey! The sun was shining brightly to the east when they finally left the village gates. Naruto and Kakashi had arrived at the meeting spot 30 minutes after the appointed time. New record. After the expected Team 7 banter in which Sakura shrieked, Sasuke and Naruto laughed, they signed out at the gate office and were on their way. It really was a beautiful day. The August heat didn't bother Naruto either. It felt more like a warm embrace as she skipped down the dirt path. What's gotcha, in such a light mood, kid? You're acting like some animal let out of its cage. I'm going to die with these brats protecting me. The old bridge builder heard a light laugh come from the blonde. You've pretty much hit the nail on the head there, Tazuna Gigi. This is my first time leaving the village. But don't worry. She tried to assure him when she saw him take an extra long swig of his bottle of booze. I'm stronger than I look. It didn't seem to help. The morning passed with nothing eventful. The old bridge builder got drunk and began to sing to pass the time. Sakura kept an eye on the man, afraid that he may fall at any moment. At noon, they stopped for lunch. Ration bars were being passed around when Naruto pulled out a scroll from her equipment pouch. The others watched the blonde open the rolled paper. What are you doing, Dobe? I packed real food. Not that tasteless crap. She let a little chakra glow at the tip of her finger before swiping the blue energy over an elaborately designed storage seal. In a small flash of light, the same large bento box from Team Placement Day sat on top of the seal. Sasuke's hand lowered from its path to his mouth. The half-eaten bar forgotten. Tazuna Gigi, you get first choice, Naruto said as she set the food out. But before you eat, I want you to drink this. She handed him a cup of purple liquid. It was something her future Sakura developed to sober up Tsunade if needed. The old man looked at the spicy-smelling drink, then back to the child before him. She smiled brightly. We're waiting. She motioned to the others who were eyeing the food. Had the man been thinking clearly, he would have outright refused the child. But in a moment of fuzziness, he downed the drink. It burned down his throat and sinuses and the man choked on the taste. What is this stuff? He wheezed. The blonde stifled a giggle, but her eyes still gleamed with mirth. Something to clear your mind and settle your stomach. I don't like seeing food wasted. I didn't want it clear. The man muttered as grumpily picked up a piece of egg roll. The group settled around the box. As they ate, Kakashi studied the parts of the seal that was not hidden by the food trays and wondered where the child had gotten it from. It looked quite similar to his sensei's work, but whoever created this particular seal had a bolder hand than the fourth's meticulous script. His gaze fell onto Naruto. Intriguing. After lunch, they began their trek again to Wave. 5 hours from the time they left the gates of the Leaf, Naruto spotted a familiar puddle in the distance. She glanced at her team leader. His ever-present book was lifted to nose level, but she saw his lone eye observing the puddle, and she could tell that he had figured out the little trap. Before he returned his eye to his book, he swept his gaze across his team and caught her looking at him. She rose a golden brow and the man narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering why the boy looked so amused. Naruto broke the little staring contest as they got closer to the puddle and returned to humming a tune with Tazuna. The other three in the group remained oblivious until the attack started. Naruto felt the rush of wind as the assassins passed her in their haste to kill the strongest of the group. She knew it was coming. She had replayed it several times in her head as they walked that day. But the sound of coiling metal and ripping flesh reverberated in her ears, making her feel as if the world had stopped. It was Sakura's scream that broke her out of her moment of panic, and Naruto quickly surveyed what was happening around her. Sakura had taken her post in front of their charge, despite the tears that leaked down her cheeks. And Sasuke leaped into action, pinning the demon brothers chained to the tree, like before. The blonde avoided looking down at the puddle of blood at her feet that she knew was only an illusion. She dipped down to avoid an attack, then dodged to the side, using her momentum to spin around and land a solid kick to one of the brothers' back. This sent the man stumbling forward only to set his sights on Sakura. Sasuke was too occupied with his opponent to notice in time. Cursing under her breath, Naruto released her weight seals and dashed to deflect the blades aimed for Sakura's neck. The poison claws dug into her left forearm. Red filled her vision as her blood flowed out. The pain shot up her arm and down her spine, and the girl had to clench her jaw to force back a scream. The sound died as a choked grunt in her throat. Nausea returned with flashes of war. The things she had to do to ensure the safety of her loved ones. Instinct kicked in then, and she used the connection of flesh and metal to pull the man forward. The skin of her arm tearing further. Gritting her teeth as her right hand found her weapon's pouch, she avoided looking at the man's face as his masked chin hit her shoulder. To an outsider, the position would almost look like an embrace. But the reality was cold steel slicing into flesh, warm liquid flowing over her hand, and a guttural noise escaping the man's lips before he slumped to her feet. The road was silent. She could feel her sensei's presence again, but she could not look up at him just yet. The blood on her right hand felt heavy and she could feel her body weaken. There was a lot more poison in her body than before. She had made it to the edge of the road before nausea hit again, and she lost her lunch. Kakashi watched as his blonde student stumbled away from the fallen man. She was covered in blood, and he could not tell if it was the man's or hers until he saw her drop the bloody kunai. It took a few minutes for Naruto to regain her composure. Contrary to what her team believed at the moment, she was not going through the shock or moral dilemma of taking a life. She was thinking more about the consequences of the man's death. Though she did not know exactly what happened to the brothers last time, she had a good idea. They were taken to the Tandai department. Information was gathered, and most likely ended up dead. She had debated with herself before on this point. This was a war. A war to end, no, to prevent a war. There will be deaths. Maybe the dead brother had info that the other didn't. She may have messed something up that will cost a life of a fellow Leaf Shinobi. Idiot. You're thinking too much, Kit. Her body twitched. Kurama. You're awake. Not for long. His deep voice echoed through her mind. You know, I'll need more rest for this little mission of yours. Yeah. It's good to hear your voice again. A small smile touched her lips as she sat back on the dirt path. Don't get mushy on me, brat. She was interrupted from her inner conversation when a hand appeared on her shoulder. Naruto, are you all right? How many times will I be asked that? At least, you know they care. The old fox was right. The smile remained but took on a sad quality when she saw the worried look on Kakashi's face. I'll be fine, sensei. She looked over to the body still crumpled where it fell. Will he need to be burned or put in a storage scroll? Kakashi followed the blonde's gaze and replayed after weighing the options. It would be best to store the body. But I only have a scroll strong enough to keep his head. Naruto grimaced at the thought of cutting off the man's head and burning the rest. It always seemed barbaric to her. Kakashi stood and started toward the body but was held back by his smallest student. I'll take care of my mess, sensei. You know what to do? He hummed Illis before walking over to the body and crouching over it. She barely registered Kakashi telling the others to watch her. She turned the man over and pulled his mask down. studying his face before closing his wide eyes in respect. This memory will serve as a reminder that her action had great consequences for the future. She will not forget this lesson. She then searched his person for any items she could salvage. A few weapons and scrolls. Soldier pills. Poisons and antidote. She gave the things that may be important to Kakashi. Though she kept the water jutsu scroll she found tucked in his pants leg. She caught the look of disgust in Sakura's eyes as she handled the body. To think the girl will be a medic in the future. Naruto pulled out an extra scroll and ink. Then began to create a seal that could handle the whole body. Kakashi leaned over her shoulder watching as she worked her brush and realized that the seal he saw earlier was made by the blonde before him. Where did you learn to do this? She glanced to the side then back to her work. Gigi gave me my inheritance. There were a few Fuinjutsu books. All true. I guess you could say it's in my blood. She gave him a pointed look. He nodded his understanding. It was an Uzumaki thing. By the time she sealed the body, Kakashi had reinforced the restraints on the living demon brother and sent a message to the nearest border patrol to pick him up. Naruto handed him the scroll now edged in black to indicate the content, and he stashed it away for safekeeping. Sakura's eyes had not left the Uzumaki from the moment the blonde jumped in front of her. She was amazed and disturbed at the same time. Naruto had killed someone. Yet it was to save her. The moment she saw the man coming after her, she had frozen. She felt useless. Sasuke was also watching his blonde teammate as their sensei spoke with their client. The older man's plea for help and reasons for lying barely registered in his mind as he watched Naruto clean the blood away at the edge of the small clearing they had settled in. When did the dobe get so strong? And smart? Someone like him should not be able to surpass me. I am a proud Uchiha. He is nobody with no one. Naruto could feel the weight of Sasuke's glare but paid him no attention. She did not feel well enough to play with his ego. She knelt down on the grass and poured the canteen of water over her arms to wash away the drying blood. She debated on using the antidote that she found and decided that she could manage without it. She will do what she did last time. Bleed it out. And if there was any left in her system, Kurama knew how to deal with it. She lifted her mesh sleeve, a little amazed that it had not torn, and placed a kunai to her already healing wounds. She pressed down and sliced through the reforming skin. What are you doing, Dobe? Naruto, why are you cutting yourself? She looked up stunned at the reaction. Naruto, do you have a reason for doing this? Kakashi lightly held her hand with the kunai. His voice was worried. She looked him in the eye and blinked. Why are they getting so worked up? Well, I can't let the poison get in the way of the mission. And this is the fastest way to get it out. She felt the blood dripping down her fingers to the ground and lifted her hands slightly to inspect the cut. Poison? You were injured? Sasuke inquired as Kakashi pulled out his first aid kit. She couldn't blame them for not noticing. She did well in hiding pain whether it be physical or emotional. Wasn't there an antidote? On the body. You held onto it. Did you take it? Don't worry. She smiled. It'll only be wasted on me. It's best to save it, you know? Before Kakashi could protest, she pressed a finger to his masked lips and gave him a pointed look. I'll be all healed up before you know it. The dripping had already stopped, and she continued to clean and wrap her arm. Kakashi sat back on his feet and eyed his stubborn student. So, you feel well enough to continue? He tested. Yes. The child stated as she finished with the bandage. Tazuna Gigi and his family obviously need the help. Along with the whole of Wave, she stood to her full height. I took on this mission with full intention to see it completed. That's as good as a promise to me. And I always keep my promises. She knew it. She knew there was someone else in that bush other than the cute little white rabbit. Take that. Of course, no one else saw him and Sakura was cussing the poor blonde out for frightening the little ball of snow-white fur. Naruto moved past the rabbit as it scampered away to retrieve her kunai. She kept her posture relaxed as she voiced her opinion that there really was someone there. As before, her teammates did not believe her. But she did know, so despite the unassuming posture she kept, she was ready to move at a moment's notice. Her hand gripped the hilt of the weapon and she pulled it from the wood. There was a small trace of blood on the blade's steel surface. It hit. Her eyes flicked to the path the snow rabbit took in its flight. No blood there and no hair on the blade itself. This was great. On so many levels. She had nicked the demon of the mist. Her back was facing her team as she pulled the blade from the tree. A slow smile lifted her lips. It was a predatory smile, fully exposing her pointed canines. So far she had only been able to prepare. Planting her seeds, with her words. Training to strengthen her body and mind. Gathering information. The fight with the demon brothers ended in an unfortunate way. But it ignited something in her. She needed to act. Her body and mind would no longer settle for sitting back and waiting. And this was the perfect opportunity to scratch the itch. She heard the slight rushing of air. Get down. Now. Kakashi yelled out as he pulled Tazuna to the dirt path. Sasuke and Sakura followed without hesitation. Naruto on the other hand jumped. Of course, she didn't want the enemy knowing that, so she made a clone to take her place on the ground with the others. A large sword the size of a man embedded itself into the trunk of the tree where Naruto was just standing. She felt the vibrations all the way up to the higher branches where she hid. There was no denying that Zabuza was an impressive ninja. In the blink of an eye, the man was balancing on the hilt of his blade. He looked just as smug as before. Fully confident in his abilities and rightly so. She heard her clone mutter a frightened, "My head. I nearly lost my head." She grinned, "Nice touch." Naruto watched the exchange of words where her sensei and their opponent confirmed each other's identities and expressed their eagerness to fight. Men. Seriously? Sure, she did pretty well acting as a boy, but she would never really understand the need to prove who's bigger and better. She even saw this need to compete in Sasuke. The boy had been watching her like a hawk. Their little rivalry had escalated into a full-out competition. Nothing had changed on the surface, but he has increased his training and focus. This was good in a way. He was thinking of something other than his brother for now, as small as that was. Zabuza shifted his stance, bringing Naruto out of her thoughts. Crud. Can't miss this. She hissed in her mind as she launched forward. Her fingers brushed his left shoulder before he disappeared into the forming mist. Luckily, the mist covered her actions as well as the enemy's. She made a few more clones then rejoined her team. The two Jonin exchanged blows, eventually moving their battle to the blue-gray sea waters. You've got to use what you've got, and what she had was poison. The demon brothers' poison. No, it wasn't really her style to use the stuff, but it worked well with her plan. She was also surprised that the so-called demon of the hidden mist himself did not recognize the poison of his comrades. He didn't even think twice about the small scratch from her kunai. As she watched the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza progress, she weaved a few hand signs herself. She bit her thumb then knelt down to create a seal on the ground. The blonde's actions distracted Sasuke from watching the fight. What are you doing? The dobe's unpredictability was really beginning to annoy him. She rolled her eyes and replied shortly, making a barrier. She finished the pattern with a small flourish and the group felt a doom of energy surround them. Sakura gaped and Sasuke narrowed his eyes. How can you do this, Dobe? Teach me. He could not let himself fall behind the Dobe. Not the time for that, team. She sighed. Sakura, you and Tazuna need to stay here in the barrier no matter what. The pink-haired girl blinked before she nodded. She lifted her kunai in defense and began to watch for enemies. Good girl. What are you doing to get so strong? She felt the boy's hand fall on her shoulder. Seriously, you're asking this now? She pointed to the battling men. We're kinda busy. Again, the Dobe was right. He needed to focus on the mission. We are not through with this. He muttered to his blonde teammate, then turned to see a large ball of water consume their sensei. Sweat dripped from the man's brow and ran down his cheek to the wrappings over his face. His movements felt sluggish. It took everything he had to trap Kakashi in his water prison. Now he just needed to get the brats out of the way and get this job done with. Was he coming down with a cold? If so, the timing was awful. Zabuza watched as his water clone moved toward the children. He let out a menacing laugh. What do you think little greenies like you can do against me? When I was your age my hands were already stained with the blood of my fellows. He went into his little speech about Mist's brutal training system and how lazy and weak the Leaf was becoming. Naruto hissed in displeasure upon hearing this. She was not sure of all the details, but she knew exactly who was to blame for the Mist's bloody reputation. Swirling red eyes flashed in her mind and her body tensed. Zabuza watched as his prisoner ordered his brats to run. It almost looked as if they might do it, but the small blonde one fixed the others in place. With a sharp glare and a few hushed words before turning to the Hataki. Like hell. There's no way we're leaving, sensei. Was it fear or stupidity? They had a chance to leave, but now he had to kill them. His water clone jumped into the middle of the group, cutting down the blonde one before being destroyed itself. Now how did they manage that? He smirked at the girlish screams and cries of rage from the others. The black-haired one threw a large shuriken at him, but the blade was obviously going to miss. The kid must be too emotional about his teammate's death, or he was just not good. Zabuza tilted his head to the side as the blade flew past, then lifted his hand to create another clone. He needed to get this done now. His limbs were starting to feel heavy. And warm? No, that was just his shoulder. From behind, there was a flash of golden light, and then his world went black. Naruto! It couldn't be. The boy would not go down that easily. Kakashi struggled against the water as his lungs burned from the need for air. Through the watery wall of his prison, he saw Sasuke attack. The black blade zipped past Zabuza's head. The severity of the situation was not lost on the copy ninja. He was an experienced warrior. He had been in worse situations than this, but he couldn't help the negative thoughts that filled his mind. He had a team to look after. Genin. Mere children. His head began to feel light from the lack of oxygen. I'm sorry, Obito Rin. I've failed you, and now. Light filled his vision. It was bright and warm. Guy's tearful voice entered his mind. No, my eternal rival, don't go into the light. A grim smile touched his covered lips. In his last moments, he had to think of him? Though that was a close one that day. Never take Anko's dango. The golden light intensified and was gone in a flash. A flash? Now, he had seen that before. Suddenly the water imprisoning him was gone, and he gasped for air after servicing the water he had fallen into. He heard watery footsteps and looked up to see the hand of his cheeky student. You're such a drama queen, Kashi-sensei. He took the offered hand and the blonde helped him above the water's surface. And you're a sight for sore eyes. He huffed as he stabilized his stance on the water's surface, realizing that Naruto was also standing easily on the fluctuating ocean. I didn't teach you that. Naruto raised a golden brow. Yeah, you kind of slacked off on that. Had to find my own way. Her head lifted and she looked behind her. He's here. The corner of her lips lifted. Haku. Kakashi-sensei, do you trust me? She asked this without looking back at him. Eyes focusing on a point in the trees that lined the shoreline. The silver-haired man looked past Naruto to the unconscious Momochi. It looked like the man was sent flying into the broken tree he was now tangled in. Ouch! You did that? She blinked, then spared her teacher a glance before looking at the unconscious man. It's amazing what a simple kick to the head can do. She looked to him again. Do you trust me? Kakashi found himself nodding yes. And she began to walk away. That won't be wise, Haku. Her voice filled the thinning fog. You just might kill him that way. After a moment of silence, a masked hunter-nin appeared between her and Zabuza. You know my name. The teen's smooth voice reached her ears, bringing up memories of their simple mornings spent together picking herbs. Have we met before, Ninja-san? Naruto let out a light laugh as she scratched the back of her head. In a manner of speaking. She mumbled. Anyway, she started stronger, I just wanted to tell you something. That low life you're working for. He'll only betray you. He plans on killing you both just so he doesn't have to pay up. The boy shifted his stance. Why would I trust you? Why do you trust Gato? She lifted her hand slowly, showing a small vial between her finger and thumb. You know how I took him down? She nodded to Zabuza as she shook the bottle. A little drop of this on my kunai. She then closed her fist and reopened it to reveal a new vial. This is the antidote. Kakashi had joined her at this point, and the others were watching intently from the shore side. It's yours. She tossed the small bottle to the one she called Haku. You better give that to him before he really dies. The effects on him will be different than on me, so I'm not sure how long he has. The hunter-nin flinched and quickly glanced toward the fallen man. The teen walked backward till he reached him. Before they disappeared in a swirl of water, he asked, "Why?" In answer, Naruto simply smiled at him, making the masked nin's heart skip a beat. What the heck was that? Kakashi rounded on the Uzumaki. He let them go? And who was the other guy? Naruto tilted her head to the side and scratched her cheek. I thought you said you'd trust me. She pouted slightly at the mistrust he was showing now. Though she couldn't blame him either. What do you know about this mission? What are you not telling me? He stepped closer when the blonde did not answer immediately. Naruto? The man grabbed her shoulder and spun her around when the genin turned to walk toward the others. Naruto closed her eyes as she began to speak. I think it would be best to get to Tazuna's house before anything else. We are not going anywhere until you explain. Stormy eyes shot up to meet her sensei's as her jaw clenched. He's too persistent, but she couldn't afford to lose his confidence in her. She let a slow breath through her nose as she prepared to lie. I do my own research, okay? She said this slowly, almost bashfully. I knew about Gato before the mission. When you confirmed that man was Zabuza, I knew about his comrade. That's all I can say for now, you know. Kakashi studied the child before him, and for the first time, he realized that this was no child. Mentally, that is. And there's another addition to the puzzle. He pulled away and relaxed the muscles he didn't realize were tense. Why did you give them the antidote? He asked as they turned to join the others. Naruto smiled wistfully. To gain an ally. Though, I think it will take a little more convincing. We may just have to face them again. And they, she gestured to her other two teammates, need better training. Sasuke felt like he was going to explode with the emotional roller coaster he was just on. Of course, on the outside, he remained as indifferent as one could be after seeing what he just saw. That being the sight of his idiot of a teammate stepping out of his little barrier only to be cleaved in half. The blood had sprayed across the invisible wall, fizzling away. To make things worse, the murderous water clone then set his sights on him, but the moment the clone entered the barrier, it immediately vaporized. Did the dope plan for that? Then why the sacrifice? No, suicide. The idiot committed suicide. And why did he care so much? Why was his body trembling so violently? How did the dope get under his skin so easily, and now? He felt betrayed. The anger built up inside and his eyes stung. Before he recognized his own actions, he had pulled out his large shuriken and sent it flying. And missed. He freaking missed. Before he could attack again, the area was filled with a flash of light and Zabuza was sent flying. In the vanishing fog stood an intact Naruto, talking to some kid in a mask as if they were old friends. What the heck? He looked to the ground and saw a torn log where the Uzumaki's body should have been. What the heck? Naruto, he heard Sakura whisper in wonder. And the old man let out a low whistle. The three watched as the masked nin disappeared with their attacker, and Kakashi pulled the blonde back to talk. They couldn't hear the conversation. When the teacher and student finally joined them, they were all quickly ushered into finishing the trek to Tazuna's house. Something felt like it was missing though, and Naruto just could not figure it out. Then it hit her. She and Sasuke were not carrying a passed-out, silver-headed sensei this time around. The man did seem a little sluggish even though he had not used his hidden eye. Kashi-sensei, you need more training too, she sighed as she poked at his back. The man stumbled slightly, then looked back at her. What? Did you say something? Her eyes widened slightly. No way. He did not just say that to me. She smirked. Looks like your observation skills need work too. You've really let yourself go, Kashi. Must be the books. Always with the books. So mean. Hey, I'll let you know that this is fine literature. He waved the little orange book in front of her. Yeah, I've heard it all before. In all truth, she had spent 3 years with the perverted author. Honestly, I think the plot lines for the Aika Aika series are a bit bland. I prefer Jiraiya-san's first book much better. It was written with his heart, not with his. She stopped herself. Maybe that was a little too blunt. Even for her. Well, little head. She heard Sasuke choke and Sakura gasp. A giggle left her lips as she ran ahead only to bust out in full laughter when she heard Kakashi exclaim, "Who's the cracked one now?" Little did he know, she was already fully broken but healing slowly. The 2 days since they arrived in the besieged village were quiet. The ninja team set a schedule of guarding the old bridge builder in the mornings as he and his few workers labored and training in the evenings. Naruto sat watching the men cut and place the wood. Her feet dangling over the wooden beam she had perched herself. It was a support beam of the unfinished structure. One of many that would span across the turbulent sea waters that separated the land of fire and the land of wave. They had to be strong. Strong enough to endure water, weather, and human wear. Strong enough to endure attacks from greedy little men looking to make a little money. Suddenly an idea came to her. She pulled out one of her scrolls and unsealed her mother's Fuinjusta book. There must be something in here, she mumbled to herself. The book was given to her mother by the Uzumaki clan leader before she was sent to the Leaf. After a few minutes, she jumped up with a shout, drawing more than one onlooker. She leaped down to the ground, her feet making no sound as she landed. "Hey, Tazujiji, I got a great idea." She yelled across the workyard as she ran to the old man. Skidding to a stop, she grinned and placed her book open in front of him. Said man huffed in annoyance. The child had interrupted his carving of an important joint. He looked down at the book in front of him. "What's this?" he grunted. "A book of pictures?" "No, it's Fuinjusta. Seals. Warts. You can do all sorts of crap with this stuff. And with this little beauty," she pointed to the larger design on the page, "I can ensure that your bridge will be protected from typhoons and crazy men with bombs alike. Of course, I will have to modify it slightly. It's not meant for things that big. Houses, maybe mansions if placed on the cornerstones." She rambled on about support beams, timing, the minute changes she would have to do to the picture in the book. "Wait a minute, kid," the old man interrupted. "You think my bridge won't last?" "What? No, nothing like that. Let's see." She scratched her head. "With this kind of seal, you need a firm base. It's an enhancer, not a fix-all. I wouldn't have brought it up if I didn't know your work was sound." She looked up at the man. He looked pleased with the praise as he stroked his goatee. "I'm just that great, aren't I?" he bellowed, then laughed loudly. "Men. Slide the right spot and they're putty. I'll get back to you when I figure this out." Later that evening, Naruto sat beside her sensei as they watched their other 2 teammates try to climb trees. Kakashi had asked her to demonstrate the chakra control exercise to the others. She enjoyed seeing Sasuke's glare from her spot atop the tree. She jumped from the top and landed beside him with ease, wisps of wind easing her descent. "Bet ya dessert that Sakura gets it before you do." That made the boy move. He was going all out in the training. Just like when they were competing her first time around. Sakura, on the other hand, had flushed slightly at the blonde's statement. "That's new. I'm going to have to keep an eye on her. I do not need a fangirl." Kakashi looked over to his unpredictable student. Could he really call the blonde that? "No, Kakashi, stop the self-destructive thoughts. You'll only get yelled at." He narrowed his eyes. Somehow he'll know. Yes, I will." The man twitched, then realized the blonde was answering Sakura's question. Naruto lifted her bare foot. It glowed slightly blue. "Focus your chakra at the bottom of your feet. You gotta get the right balance. Too much and you'll go flying, too little and you'll fall." Naruto got up to demonstrate on the tree she was leaning against, allowing the chakra to be visible as she did so. That was something Kakashi had never thought of. The Uzumaki would be a good teacher. "Thank you, Kun." The pink-haired girl bowed, then ran back to the tree she was practicing on. This could be a problem. Naruto sighed as she sat back down and continued testing her modified seal. "Can't be all that bad. She's a cute girl." No. No. She interrupted the man before he could continue that thought. Don't want to hear that from you, ya perv. The whole thing could be nothing but troublesome. She was glad that the others couldn't hear from this distance. I thought you liked her in the academy. That's what I heard at least. She rubbed her face as she weighed her options. How much do you really know about me, Kakashi? I mean, you knew my parents. My dad was your sensei. So how much do you know? Kakashi pulled back to study her. Apparently not as much as I thought. Care to share? Naruto grinned as she stood, having already put her things away. Maybe later. She teased. She knew it would drive him nuts, not knowing anything. Just a little payback for previous behavior. Sure, he hadn't done it yet or might not at all this time, but where's the fun in that? An hour later, Sakura mastered the technique and Sasuke managed to get part of the way up the tree. The boy actually growled when Naruto yipped in delight about extra dessert. That night there was a light rain that fell over the area. The sound could be called soothing and would lull anyone into a restful sleep. But Naruto sat silently in the room provided to her team by the bridge builder's family. A curtain divided the room so that Sakura could have a bit of privacy. Funny, right? Here she was sleeping between both male members of their group, and Sakura got half the room to herself. She stood carefully as to not wake the boys and crept to the window. She slid back the framed glass and breathed in the fresh smell of rain. The changes were subtle. So much so that she only noticed the month before that her senses had changed. The darkness of night no longer clouded vision, and as far as she could tell, neither did the rain. She could pick up sounds and smells that the most experienced tracking nin would miss. Her strength had increased. Her speed was a result of more than just training with the weight seals. And the only explanation she could think of was that the memory seal did more than just join hers and the QB's soul. It was affecting her body now. Should I really call it that anymore? Memory seal doesn't seem to fit now. She drew in a deep breath and closed her eyes as her mind processed the information. It was definitely different seeing the world this way. She couldn't help but think that this is what a predator felt. Though the rain muddled the traces, she could still see the paths of potential prey. A silent laugh left her lips. What was she thinking? Like a fox, my dear. She smiled. Who's the one getting mushy? What's with, my dear? The great fox was silent for a time. She could feel him grumbling deep in her mind. Oh, come on. Why'd you wake up? Rain's not keeping you, is it? No, the fox finally spoke. You've got a lot to learn, Kit. You've missed something. What? No way. And to full of yourself. You don't know how to use your senses. That little ice maker was out there. What? No way. The girl shifted her stance, looking back at the sleeping men. You're repeating yourself, Kit. She couldn't stay there any longer, not without waking them, so she climbed out of the window. She pushed the glass closed, then leaped from the tiled roof. Bare feet met muddy earth. She wiggled her toes in the mud and shrugged. It wasn't all that bad. She kind of felt free. The rain was surprisingly warm as it fell upon her skin. She looked around the clearing that surrounded the building, searching for what Kurama said she had missed. Along the tree line to the south, she caught the scent of rabbit hair. I can't believe I missed that. She walked to the edge of the forest and plucked a single white hair from the bark of a tree. Haku had been there, leaning against the tree. Want to teach me how to hunt your way? Did you even have to ask? The girl disappeared into the darkness, following the trail of her long-ago promised friend. Her hunt took her north, to the other side of the island, the side that faced the open ocean. She stood on the edge of a low ridge that looked over the dark water. The rhythmic rush of the waves, the sparkle of moonlight on the shifting water, the taste of salt in the cold air. Something struck a chord within her. It brought to mind the long-forgotten hidden village, destroyed in the Third Great Shinobi War. The place of her ancestry. It should be out there. She had actually seen it before. In her past, she'd stood on a ridge slightly to the east from where she stood now. The day was so clear, the sea was so calm that she could see the neighboring island. As she gazed across the ocean, someone approached from behind. The slim figure stopped at the tree line and watched her. She knew he was there. He knew she knew. Yet they stayed as they were for a time. Finally, the young teen couldn't take the silence anymore. Who are you, Shinobi-san? What is it that you want with Zabuza-sama and myself? The girl turned to face him. She was soaked through. The fabric of her t-shirt and sweats clung to her skin, showing every curve she had. Her shoes were gone, leaving her feet muddy. He also noticed that she had no weapons on her. She was either stupid or extremely skilled. Uzumaki Naruto, but you could call me Naru if you like. She sat on a low boulder and invited the boy to sit as well. And what I want? Well, I don't want you or Zabuza to die. Haku blinked in confusion but remained where he stood. Why would you care for us? We have not met before. The girl laughed and he could hear the slight shiver in her voice. I made a promise a long time ago. If we met again and circumstances were different, we would be friends. I don't expect you to remember. I doubt you ever could. The circumstances of that time. She lifted her legs up and hugged her knees. But I can't say. Kind of classified. She smiled up at him. But I truly mean it. About the promise. I always keep my promises. He was being pulled in by her. The warmth and sincerity. The mystery. Her smile. He didn't give it much thought as he pulled off his coat and laid it over her shoulders. She leaned into him as he sat next to her. Haku, we have a problem. He looked down at her and realized his arm was around her. The boy blushed lightly as he hummed in agreement. We are enemies, the boy voiced. Naruto lifted her head. Only in this incident. You have taken on the task to kill the man that I am protecting. If Tazuna dies, the bridge will not be built. And Gato will keep his greedy little hand around the necks of the people who live on this island. Have you been in the villages? Have you seen the poverty? He dropped his arm from around her. I will follow Zabuza wherever he goes. He saved my life, so it is his. To use as he wills. Okay, don't start with this "you're only a tool" crap. Your life has value, Haku. She poked his chest. And even though Zabuza doesn't express it, I'm absolutely sure that he cares for you. And what makes you say that? A gruff voice interrupted the two and the boy stood quickly. Zabuza-sama, you should be resting. Don't tell me what to do, brat. I don't need your coddling. Having said that, the man leaned against a tree and eyed the yellow-haired menace that supposedly knocked him out. And you? Are you stupid? No weapons. And what are those, your jammies? He took a step forward. I should just kill you now. You won't. You're sure confident. I've got you intrigued. The man grinned. Overconfident. The blonde paused and looked as if she spaced out for a moment. She then muttered, arrogant fuzzball. What was that? Nothing. It's just, you're not the first to call me that tonight. The three shared looks, then to the surprise of them all, laughed. Soon they were sitting around a fire in a small cave. Haku had wrapped a blanket around the shivering girl and made tea to drink. They talked about their current jobs, debating their sides, which ended in a little screaming match between Zabuza and Naruto. Haku could only sit there in amazement at them. Darn it! Would you just let go of your pride and listen to me? When I start something, I finish it. You just want the money. Do you even care what is going on here? The man flinched and she took that as a cue to move on to a bigger topic. I heard you lead a rebellion in water. The Mizukage went off the deep end and now Mist is stuck in a big bloody mess. Don't speak of what you don't know, the man snarled lowly, showing his shark-like teeth. Naruto countered him with a feral grin of her own. I know that you and I have a common enemy. The flickering light of the fire lit her eyes along with her bared fangs. There was someone else pulling the strings, manipulating the Mizukage. He's the same person responsible for countless tragedies throughout the elemental nations. I need help taking him down. And you, Zabuza, will be a great help. So I can't just let you die in this fight. Zabuza stared at her for a time. The look in her eyes was dead serious. It all seemed surreal to him. This little girl, who dresses as a boy who took him down just days before. And now she was asking for a partnership of sort? Where did you get this information? It's classified, she stated shortly. They glared at each other for a time before Naruto sighed and took a sip of her cold tea. Listen, this man is bad news. If he gets his way, the elemental nations will be destroyed. And those unlucky enough to survive will be put under a massive genjutsu and live their lives as he dictates. He's been planning this for years, biding his time. And he will pull it off too if we don't stop him. The man sat down and he ran a hand through his hair as he absorbed the information. I'll think about what you said. When I've got my answer you'll know. Now get out of here, brat. Naruto nodded her head and stood to leave. The dark sky was beginning to lighten and the rain had ended some time before. She didn't realize how long she had been gone. Wait! Haku ran up to her before she leaped into a tree. Here are your clothes. He lifted up a bag of wet clothes and she remembered that she was wearing his extra kimono. The olive-colored fabric was decorated with fall leaves. Thanks, I'll wash this and return it next time we meet. The teen nodded his head and turned away only to turn back again. Would you? She was gone. The only sign that she had been there was the slight shifting of wind and a lone footprint. Sasuke was not happy. But because the dobe had gone missing. Not that he cared. His current mood was because he was given the task of finding the idiot. Not directly ordered to, but no one else seemed to be bothered by the blonde's disappearance. When he had left Tazuna's house, Sakura was helping the bridge builder's daughter, Tsunami, with breakfast, and Kakashi was sitting lazily with his book. Why did he have to be the errand boy? He checked their temporary training ground hoping that Naruto was there. Unfortunately, he was wrong. He grumbled as he felt his stomach ache with hunger. In his depths of brooding, he nearly missed the person passing him as he set out on the path toward the village. Ah, Sasuke, what are you doing out so early? The raven-haired boy stopped and turned to see a blonde dressed in an earth-toned kimono. Only when he saw the whiskered cheeks did he realize that it was Naruto. Just like on their first day as a team, the blonde spun his world upside down with a simple change of clothes. He didn't notice the first time how it had affected him until days later. Now, he had to say something to cover the shock he felt. You look like crap. Naruto suppressed a frown. This was the first time she allowed herself to actually look like a girl, and what does she hear? You look like crap. Thank you. Thank you so much, team. She pushed down the rising need to knock his lights out. Really? And here I thought you'd call me a girl again. I mean, you passed me by like you would a girl. She grinned as he stiffened slightly. So that's how it is. Did you not realize it was me? She teased. The boy sputtered. You shouldn't have left. He was losing his cool. Why did the dobe have to look at him like that, looking like that? Where were you anyway? Couldn't sleep. Went for a walk. She turned to head back to their client's home. Sasuke followed closely behind. Without your shoes? So your perception's not entirely lacking. When the two finally entered the house, they both sported a few new bruises, muddy clothes, and tousled hair. Upon seeing them, Tsunami exclaimed, My goodness, what happened? Sasuke huffed and quickly disappeared upstairs to change while Naruto responded. Don't mind him. He's just bummed that he lost in a fight. Does that have anything to do with the muddy footprint on his face? Kakashi placed his book down in front of him. Where did you go? He asked more seriously. Naruto sighed at having to repeat herself. For a walk. And before you grill me, yes, in the rain. I couldn't sleep. And a new friend lent me the clothes. She then turned to the woman of the house. Tsunami Onizen, would you mind helping me? I haven't cleaned anything this fancy before. The woman nodded, yes. I would be happy to, Naruto. Why don't you go clean up and I'll set your breakfast out? Sakura snorted in the most unladylike way. Yeah, Naruto. She laughed. Tsunami tilted her head in confusion and Kakashi's single eye widened slightly in realization of something big. He stared at the blonde puzzle and something clicked. Naruto Uzumaki, child of his sensei, his student for nearly 4 months, and admittedly his most promising student is a girl. How did he not see this? At all? The girl was right. He needed to train more. Meanwhile, Naruto simply rolled her eyes and left the room to wash, not realizing her sensei's revelation. Later that evening, Team 7 and their host family were all outside. After the rain, the weather became warmer and was perfect for practicing water walking. The training started with Kakashi demonstrating and then telling Sakura and Sasuke to go for it. Naruto watched from her place beside Tsunami as she hung the newly cleaned kimono to dry. When she moved on to the next garment to pin up, she heard a yelp and a splash. She turned her head to see Sasuke coming up out of the water and laughed at his misfortune. "You think that's funny?" The soaked boy yelled at her. "Let's see you try." "Sure you want me out there? I'll just make it tougher for you." Naruto replied as she took off her apron and handed it to Tsunami. As she turned to the seashore, she saw Inari sitting on the porch. She winked at the young boy and smirked when he turned away with a huff. The boy looked back when he heard the blonde join the others on the water. Why were they doing this? Didn't they know that they would die if they went up against Gato? Naruto was now helping the raven-haired boy to stand atop the water. When the boy was steady, the blonde started to instruct him on better control of something or another. Inari decided to tune them out. He didn't want to care about anyone else who went up against Gato. He had a hard enough time worrying about losing his grandfather. Back on the water, Sakura had joined the others and was listening to Naruto's words. Think of it like chakra stilts, but instead of staying the same, they move up and down as the water rises and falls. Falling into a basic kata stance, Naruto began to slowly perform the moves. "Follow me. Feel the flow of the water beneath you. Do not think. Just do." "Must be easy for you," Sasuke muttered as he fell into his own katas. Suddenly a whip of water snapped at his feet and he lost balance, falling into the water again. "What was that?" he gasped as he came up. Naruto laughed as she maneuvered a floating stream of water around her body. "Practice. You're not the only one training, you know." Sasuke huffed, then smirked before disappearing under the water's surface. He came up again before wrapping his arms around Naruto's legs and dragging his victim down with him. The area was filled with screeches, laughter, and splashing. Kakashi watched on in amusement. The fun was cut short, though, when Inari yelled at them to shut up. "You're all going to die. No one can stand up to Gato. Even father couldn't. What makes you think you can? You come here, laughing in our faces? You don't know the pain we've suffered. So just get out of here." Silence fell upon the group and the small boy grasped at the fabric of his trousers as he bowed his head. It was obvious that he was trying hard to not cry. The sound of moving water filled the silence as Naruto waded up onto the shore. She had wondered when the boy was going to pop. "So you'd rather sit back and let that man have his way?" The boy clenched his teeth. "At least no one will die." "Coward," she hissed. "You think your pain is an excuse to sit back and do nothing. So, you lost the man you idealized. He died to save you, your mother and grandfather, and the people of this island. You think you know pain? That no one else could understand? You're not the only one who has lost family. You're not the only one to feel betrayed by the one you looked up to. Nor will you be the last." By now, Naruto was standing in front of the stunned boy. She knelt down and bumped his forehead with the back of her fist. "I'm no stranger to such things either. I've been through things that will make anyone want to curl up and die just to be rid of the memories." She began again softly. "But I fight. For myself, for my precious people, and now, for you. And I have no intention of going down to a greedy tub of lard and his cheap henchmen." She stood again and began to walk away before turning back. "Do you?" Naruto closed her eyes as she forced chakra from her hand into the inked rune, activating the protection seal she had just placed in the bridge builder's home. She smiled at her handiwork and was putting her supplies away when she heard a scream from outside. She quickly strapped on her weapon and supply pouches, then moved silently to the window. Peering outside, she saw two familiar mercenaries. Tsunami was being held captive by one of the men and the other man was taunting Inari. The boy was shaking, his mother screaming for him to run. Naruto was waiting to see the boy change from a coward to someone willing to fight, and she was not disappointed. The boy pulled out the knife he used for whittling and charged for the man holding his mother. Naruto took that moment to act. Jumping out the window, she quickly knocked out the thugs and tied them up, all before Inari reached his target. She stopped his charge by grabbing his shoulders and pulling him into a quick hug as she deflected the blade easily. The boy blinked up at her. "Good job." She patted his head. "Now, remember one more thing. Don't go it alone. It's not cowardly to call for help." She stood, then nodded to Tsunami. The mother and son were left watching the blonde run to the building site. When they could no longer see Naruto, Inari ran into the house. He came back with his crossbow. "Come on, Mom, we gotta fight. All of us." Her heart was pounding. What will I find? What did Zabuza-san decide? She stopped her run a distance away from the bridge. They were fighting just as before. Sasuke trapped in an ice dome, Sakura guarding their charge, and Kakashi facing off against the demon of the bloody mist. Naruto took a deep breath and yelled, "Zabuza, you baka! What the heck do you think you're doing?" This apparently startled everyone on the impromptu battlefield. The apparent baka turned to see a disappointed Uzumaki. He grinned behind the wrappings around his lower face. "I was wondering when you'd show up, brat." His stance was now relaxed and he slung his great sword over his shoulder. Naruto felt a wave of relief. He had accepted her offer. But something was not right. "Okay, so what's with all of this?" She gestured to indicate the fighting. This is when Zabuza grunted and turned to face her completely. "There's one thing you kept saying that bothered me, kid. You kept saying I'd lose and die. It rubbed me the wrong way and I just had to fight." "Well, stop. I may be teaming up with you, but you're not the boss, Gaki. You won a bet." There was the sound of someone clearing his throat and the two stopped their verbal battle. Kakashi didn't know what to say. He stood there with a flabbergasted look on his face. One moment he was in a life and death fight and then the next his opponent was in a screaming match with his unpredictable student. He could only manage one word at the moment. "Explain." The ice dome was dropped, revealing a Sasuke pincushion kneeling in exhaustion. His breathing was heavy and his eyes were bright red. Her breath hitched. Ignoring Kakashi, Naruto ran to the Uchiha. Her hand immediately covered his eyes. She could hear Kurama growling deep within her mind. He shared her dislike of the dojutsu, but his was more hatred compared to her unwanted fear. As she forced down the shiver rising up her spine, she spoke to the boy next to her. "You've awakened it, Sasuke. Now shut it off." She nearly hissed the words in her discomfort. "Dobe." He breathed heavily, "Get off me." She could see him smiling. Not a smirk but a real smile. Good. By now, Sakura had joined them. Naruto told her how to remove the sunban and after making sure Sasuke's eyes were normal again, she followed Haku to where the older men were. "Zabuza tells me you paid them a visit," Kakashi said as she came closer. Naruto scratched the back of her head with a guilty grin on her face. Before she could answer they all heard a rustling at the end of the unfinished bridge. They turned to see a horde of men climbing up from a docked boat. Gato was just as grubby as she remembered. It took 3 men to help him up to the bridge's timbered pathway and after he was stable on his feet he hit the men away with his fashionable walking cane. He wheezed as he pushed through to the head of the group. As he pulled out an off-white cloth from his pocket, the man bellowed, "Should have known better than to hire ninja like you. Too expensive." He wiped his damp forehead. "It's much cheaper to hire this lot." He let out a cringe-inducing laugh. "What do you say, boys? How about we take Momochi-san and his little whelp off the payroll?" The men cheered in agreement while taking out their swords and axes. "Take out the others as well." Gato waved his handkerchief forward and the men charged. Now anyone normal would feel a sliver of fear at seeing 100 men rushing at you with the intent to kill. But the small group of ninja standing at the other end of the incomplete bridge could not be considered normal. Kakashi looked over to the apparently fired man and asked, "Do you want help with these small fries?" Zabuza grunted. "Do what you want. Just don't get in my way." The former enemies made quick work of the oncoming force. Blood stained the unsealed wood as over 30 bodies dropped. Those who were wise quickly began to run to the large boat to escape, including Gato. Though the money-loving man didn't get too far, his path was blocked by a golden-haired child. His face scrunched up in disgust and he raised his cane to knock the annoyance out of the way. Naruto caught his hand easily, squeezing it tightly to make the taller man fall down in pain. "Why are you leaving now, Gato? When the whole village has come, just to see you?" Confused, the man looked up to the blonde. The face that gazed down upon him was deceptively kind-looking, but even he could see the cold fire burning behind the azure eyes. Then he caught sight of his boat sailing away. Anger welled up inside and he shouted for them to come back. Naruto didn't like being ignored. She growled deep in her throat, catching the attention of Zabuza and Kakashi, who were cleaning blood off their weapons. The small girl twisted the man around to face the rocky ridge that towered over the lumber yard. She brought her face close to his ear, nearly gagging on his sour scent. Your men seem to value life more than money, and I don't believe that you'll find any supporters here. She lifted her free hand past his left shoulder and his eyes followed where she pointed. Lining the top of the ridge were dozens of men wielding pitchforks, shovels, and anything else that could be used to fight. They stood defiantly as they stared down at him. The dirty businessman never felt so small till now. I have lots of money, he began to plead. Anything. I'll give you anything you want. Just don't let them kill me. You have nothing I want, she voiced as she wrapped a rope around his chest, a little tighter than necessary. You could be rich. He gasped as another ring of the rope circled him. A little laugh left his captor. Already am. She whispered. Before he could respond, she wrapped the third ring around his neck and pulled up slightly. Now, them on the other hand, she motioned to the men above. Now, I think they'll take blood. She slid a hand down along his noose. Whose will it be, I wonder? Gato cried out in terror. Those who heard it were reminded of a pig before the slaughter. Please. He cried desperately. Have mercy. Naruto spun him around again to face her. Then give back what you stole from them. She spoke loudly. Gato's eyes lit with hope. He could do that. Why, yes, anything. Rebuild their homes. I'll give them mansions. He would say anything to get out of the little devil's grasp. The girl's eyes darkened and her friendly look fell. Will you replenish their food stores? With the finest dash. And they're dead? She interrupted. The children who starved. She knocked him down to his butt. The sick who could not get the medicine they needed. Her foot met his flabby chest, pushing him to his back. The men who stood up against you. The men you had killed. Her fist gripped the rope and she pulled it like a leash, making the man look up at the ridge again. When she spoke again, her voice was like steel. Can you bring them back? Uzumaki Naruto was scary. The onlookers of ninja and civilian alike watched as the Uzumaki confronted Gato. They were all entranced by her movements, pulled in by her voice. And at the end of her little conversation, when Gato fainted in fear after peeing his pants, the watchers felt a shiver themselves. Though for different reasons entirely. For some, it was for joy over Gato's defeat. For others, it was the sheer power they felt from the small blonde child, even though no such force was shown. Yet there were a few who felt a strange excitement from what they saw. Gato and his living henchmen were imprisoned. Their fates lift in the hand of the village they had wronged. The dead were burned. Work on the bridge continued after things settle a bit. The villagers worked with eagerness, no longer fearing for their lives. The ninja helped as well, and Naruto's modified fortification seal was placed on the many massive support beams. To everyone's surprise, Zabuza and Haku decided to lend a hand as well. The old bridge builder was reluctant to have his would-be assassins around, but each morning that passed by, the pair would appear and help until the workdays and then disappear again. When asked why, the Momochi simply grunted and Haku replied that this is what Naruto was doing, so they would as well. The blonde wondered at their sudden eagerness to help. Sure, they had agreed to work together to take down the man she had told them about, but she couldn't imagine Zabuza willingly doing chores. Especially if he was not getting paid. It also weirded her out that the man kept looking at her as if he wanted to dissect her to figure out what made her tick. It didn't help that her own sensei kept trying to corner her to get some answers. All in all, it was a slightly stressful week and a half, building, sealing, and avoiding Kakashi when necessary. At last, it was time for her team to return to the Leaf. They packed up their few things, said their goodbyes, and crossed the bridge that had brought them to the small island nation. Naruto was happy that she was able to make this small difference. Haku was alive and they had formed a precious bond. And she had gained a valuable ally with Zabuza, despite his strange looks. She could not tell what he really thought of her now, but, even so, he seemed willing to follow her. The two missing Nin had decided to leave the island the day before her team. something about some business they needed to handle. To Zabuza's dismay, she had given them both a goodbye hug and then asked if they could come to the Leaf at the time of the Chunin exams. When asked why, she simply said she needed their support at that time and that they won't have to worry about a place to stay or the whole being a missing ninja thing, she'd have it covered. She even told them that she would take them to her favorite restaurant as they began to walk away. Haku departed with, "Then it's a date, Nerjin." This made the disguised girl blush lightly and her eavesdropping raven-haired teammate to scowl. The sound of ripping water filled the small tiled room as wisps of steam curled up from the heated water. Naruto was in heaven, well, not as close as she had been before coming to the past, but this was certainly how it must feel. She sank deeper into the warmth and closed her eyes, letting out a satisfied sigh. Team 7 had finally returned to the Hidden Leaf only hours before. The moment she passed through the gate, the disguised girl created a clone and sent it home to cook dinner and run a hot bath. Her teammates had given her a strange look but moved on to the Hokage's tower to report the completion of their mission to the Land of Waves. Naruto let out a groan as she thought back on the stressful return trip. She dipped her head into the water, golden hair floated above the surface before being pulled beneath. There had been no enemy to fight, no need to travel at a civilian's pace, and her fellow genin seemed to treat her with a little more respect than before. All of which were good things and were a great help in keeping her mind clear, but the constant stares from her sensei were starting to wear on her. Oh, he was subtle. The copy ninja wouldn't be able to call himself a ninja if he couldn't be. The girl let out a laugh at the thought, bubbles rising from her mouth to the water's surface. What was the thinking? She, who had often been called one of the least subtle ninja ever. Her eyes opened and she stared at the distorted lights above. But still, Kakashi was starting to freak her out. He had tried to confront her on their first night of the return trip. The others were asleep and he had woken her for her turn at night watch. She knew it was coming the moment he told them the night schedule. She was prepared. Before the man could even state his question, she cut him off. "I know that you're my captain, Kakashi-sensei. But there are things that should remain private. Even if you order me to, I will not speak. Especially here." She glanced to their two sleeping teammates and the topic was not brought up again, but his eyes never strayed long from her. Naruto rose from the water when she felt the slight burning in her lungs. The air chilled her warmed face as she breathed in deeply. She had no doubt that Kakashi would try again, and most likely in a way that she could not escape until his curiosity is satisfied. Even though he didn't act it, the man could be very persistent. She sighed again. There was no use fighting it, but she didn't want to deal with it either. So she pushed the silver-haired man from her head and proceeded to fill it with more pleasant things. Like ripping a curtain snack's arms off or gouging out an unnaturally red pair of eyes. Yeah, she really needed to redefine her definition of the word pleasant. The light sound pierced through her thoughts and brought her out of the semi-meditative state she had entered. She rose slightly out of the water and listened. Nothing. The girl glared at the bathroom door before closing her eyes again and sinking back into the water. Kakashi, if that's you. I'm neutering you. The declaration was met with silence, and she sighed before climbing out of the water. She grabbed her light orange robe and wrapped the fluffy cloth around herself before leaving the bathroom. The tapping led her down the short hall and into the kitchen, drawing her narrowed eyes to the window above the sink. There was a rustling of feathers and another tap. The girl's shoulders slanted as they relaxed, and she padded over to the window. She opened the glass plan and a little messenger bird hopped in. Leaning over to stare the bird in the eyes, she said, "You wouldn't happen to be named Kakashi, would you? If so, you might want to run." The little birdie ruffled its feathers and pushed its leg forward, obviously wanting to leave. Her fingers unlaced the small strap around the offered leg. When the rolled paper was free, the bird flew swiftly into the night sky. She decided to make a cup of tea, then sat at her worn table. The small slip of paper was penned with neat letters, telling her to be in the Hokage's office in an hour. She sighed heavily and ran a hand through her damp hair. She hadn't talked to the old man in her haste to be away from her teacher, and her specific point of view of the mission was needed. Couldn't very well write it down, so a personal visit was in order. She looked at the clock on the wall, then finished her tea before going back to the bathroom to finish what she had started. The room was dim, only lit by a small number of flickering candles. Though that is how his master liked it. The young man shifted in place, his feet complaining from the long day of standing guard. Normally he would be training or running errands for Lord Danzo, but for the last week he had been kept close to the old man's side. Footsteps could be heard from outside before a knock resounded from the office door. The light scratching from his master's pen stopped as he bid the newcomer entrance. A woman entered, just as stone-faced as any other soldier within the Foundation. She bowed, then gave her message. It seemed that Team 7 had returned and were successful on their mission. The young man had to suppress the smile that wanted to grow at this news, for it meant that that child was back. The one person that he felt free around. Despite the fact that Naruto had captured him, somehow changed the seal placed by Lord Danzo, and in essence forced him to become a double agent. Such things should have been impossible for the child. He knew this. He knew he was being used to spy on the man who trained him. The man who had his complete loyalty. And despite all this, he found himself willingly following the child's words. If only just to see that smile. The Hokage has called the Uzumaki boy into a private meeting. They should be meeting in about 40 minutes. If you wish, I will watch over the meeting, Lord Danzo. This brought the young man out of his musings and away from the bright memories. Danzo hummed in thought before answering the stone-faced woman. No, I will go myself. That will be all for today. You may leave. The order was directed to both messenger and guard. The two bowed and left the room. He had to warn Naruto. For Danzo to personally listen in on the meeting. Naruto would not like it one bit. He rushed to his personal quarters and sat on the bed after locking the door. He pulled off his shoe and rested his right foot on his other knee. He licked his lips before pushing a small amount of chakra into the seal placed there by the blonde child. His only way of communication before their next meeting. Silver-white hair peeked from the other side of the burgundy couch. Naruto's eyes caught sight of the tuft the moment she walked into the Hokage's office, but what confirmed her suspicions was the little man giggle. Her gaze swept from the couch to the old man writing at the large desk in the center of the office. The Hokage hat was tilted down so she could not see his face. Her brow twitched and a low growl rumbled in her chest as the two men had yet to acknowledge her presence. Oh, they knew she was there. She glanced from the white tuft to the Hokage hat. The giggling had stopped and the aged hand had slowed in its work. A part of her wanted to run and hide, not wanting to deal with whatever crap the two had in store for her. She realized that that was also the side of her that wouldn't care if the village burned. That same anger formed by the neglect and pain that she had endured and numbed by the future she was determined to prevent. She had accepted this part of herself but would never let it rule her. Instead, she used it. Directed it to focus on higher goals. Like rooting out the rot that infected the mighty tree's roots. The message her little spy sent her proved just how troublesome Danzo might be. She didn't know much about the man. Just that he would do anything to obtain power and that he had a twisted way of protecting the village. Naruto took a deep breath in and released it slowly as she turned to close the door. Her fingers slid down the wood surface as she pushed chakra into the hidden privacy seal, activating a chain of seals. Throughout the room. Simple, unseen, and powerful enough to keep unwanted eyes from peeping. The Uzumaki then turned to face the room. Her shoulders held back, spine straight, feet firmly placed. She then let an easygoing smile take place on her face and closed her eyes in a way that resembled Kakashi's creepy eye smile. Hokage Gigi, she started in a warning tone, why is Kakashi-sensei here? The two men looked up upon hearing her voice and both had to suppress a shiver. She looked just like her mother with the way she held her hands at her hips, the slight steel in her voice, and the little twitch of her brow. The two men also remembered that the few times they had seen the fire-haired Uzumaki like that, her husband was soon heard screaming behind closed doors. Kakashi gulped and put his book away. He didn't want to take any chances with a woman in that mood, even if she was still small. Well, no, the Hokage began but was stopped by a choked cough from the girl. She looked to Kakashi and back to him with wide eyes. He knows, Naruto. The older man tried to ensure her, but the girl cut him off with a quick gesture of her hand. What does he mean by he knows? She released another sigh and scratched the back of her head, then stepped away from the door and sat in one of the seats in front of the Hokage's desk. She took in a calming breath as she locked eyes with the older man. After all, Kakashi couldn't know all of her secrets. Even though he was being very annoying as of late. Kakashi-san, she voiced firmly. She heard another gulp and the man came to sit in the chair beside her. What exactly do you know? The girl had repeated the question she had asked him in Wave. He sat there studying her. The moment she entered the room, she took charge. It was nothing like how she had acted around him before, and he found himself being pulled by her energy. It was like a whirlpool. He wondered if all the Uzumaki had been the same. The girl hadn't even looked at him when he sat either, as she was in some sort of a staring contest with the Hokage. The room fell into silence, and the Hatake realized that he had yet to answer. How could he say it? So, you're lacking what it takes to be a man, or you'd look good in a dress. That one would get him beaten to a pulp. Darn it, now he wanted to see her in a dress. Why do you hide your true gender? He found himself saying. That's a question, not an answer. She countered, finally facing him with a mischievous grin. He couldn't tell who won the contest. The three sat for about an hour in the office, talking about the reasons for Naruto's deception, the knowledge she had of the Wave mission, and her parents. Of course, Kakashi didn't get all of the information. The whole time travel, future knowledge thing was not something she wanted to be spread around. Even though she trusted Kakashi as a teammate and friend, he did not need to know. So she painted a story of a girl who was in contact with her godfather. A godfather who had an extensive spy network. And this girl helped to compile most of the information gathered before it was given to the Hokage. Who would suspect her of doing such a job? Especially with her stupid little boy persona. The moment the door shut behind Kakashi, Naruto fell onto the burgundy couch. That was exhausting. The girl let herself sink further into the cushions as she rolled her eyes over to the Hokage. The man had left his place behind the large desk and seated himself in one of the comfy armchairs opposite the couch. The night is not over just yet, Naruto-chan. I believe you wanted to speak to me about something else. Yes, there were many things to talk about, but where to start? She took a deep breath, then sat up straight. How about we start with the info that I've already given you? What have you done with it? The old Sarutobi leaned back in his chair and set his pipe to his lips, lighting the fragrant tobacco. The names you've provided have proven useful. He paused to take a puff from his pipe. Saburo is now in Tandai. I would never have thought of him as a spy for Orochimaru. Such promise that one had. Promise or not, I still want a chance to punch him in the face. She had just realized that she had missed her opportunity this time around. Anyway, what about Kasuke-san? The paper seal was found 2 nights ago and his soul has been returned to his body. He is recovering as we speak. And his wife? Naruto interrupted. She's okay, right? The hope she felt dropped as the Hokage's expression changed. We were unable to save Muko-san. Did you know her well? The girl shook her head as she felt guilt well up. I only knew Kasuke-san and only after he had become a ghost. I just know that she loved tulips. I had promised him that whenever I remembered them that I would put a tulip on their graves. She wiped a tear away. I guess it will just be hers now. I hope Kasuke-san will be all right. The room fell into silence for a time before Naruto shook her head to clear her thought. Though the woman's death was sad, she could not dwell on it now. I understand that Saburo had a great knowledge of the village's defenses. You use Fuinjutsu, right? Indeed we do. The Hokage exhaled another puff of smoke. I assume you want to look at the barriers placed? The girl nodded her head. I want to see if I can improve it any. I've been working on a few seals. You know, the one I use in Wave. The girl sat up and braced her elbows on her knees. But I want to see what you got first. I'll see to it that you'll have access to the system. Perhaps you could utilize that original jutsu of yours. The old man watched as the girl stilled, then let out a long sigh, mumbling under her breath about pervs. Hiruzen chuckled at her reaction. I could give you a promotion if that helps. Naruto's eyes widened as what he meant sunk in and a grin grew. That. She paused, thinking about her friend and for one not feeling a wave of sadness. Would be awesome. She nodded in satisfaction then continued. Have you looked into the evacuation strategies? Anyway, we can improve them too. The Hokage leaned forward looking the girl straight in the eyes, returning to a more serious mood. Naruto, it is good to be prepared but doing so without knowing what is to come can be a hindrance. Naruto frowned at this. Even with all of the information she had given, it was still very little compared to all she knew. Her head turned to the side and her brows furrowed. From what she had given, the Hokage knew that something bad was going to happen. He had gleaned as much from the time she had curled up in his lap, crying, telling him that she had failed. Much of the information the time traveler had given him were names and places, all with a short phrase such as traitor, lab, stupid crime group, or idiotic homicidal maniac. The old man began again when she did not respond. You have experienced a lot but you still only have your own perspective on these things. Perhaps there is something that you had not learned in your past that could still lead you to the ending you knew. The girl's eyes widened at his words. No. She shot up to her feet. If that's the case, then all that I've done so far means nothing. Don't say that. Then do not try to do this all on your own. Even if it is not me, let someone else know the extent of your knowledge. Someone you trust. Someone trusted. Her mind filled with the faces of her friends. The ones that she had grown with and the ones that had died beside her. Then she saw their current selves. Her legs felt weak and she fell back to the couch. They're not ready for this. She fisted her hands in her hair as she leaned forward on her knees. It would be cruel to pull them into this now. I mean, Shika's still lazy and unmotivated, Sakura-chan has improved but still has a long way to go, and Sasuke? Well, I don't think beating it into his head is going to work, you know? Sarutobi watched as the blonde worked through her thoughts. She then froze before looking up at him quickly. It's not that I don't trust you, Hokage Gigi. It's just Dash. I wasn't there. The two were both quiet for a time, knowing exactly what he meant. That's not going to happen this time. She whispered. I won't let it. If it is for the safety of this village, Naruto, I will gladly give my life. Naruto bowed her head and she leaned back, her hair covering her eyes. She knew he'd say that. And she had no counter against it, for she felt the exact same way. Even so, she had to try. The exams. She started, there will be an attack orchestrated by Orochimaru during the next Chunin exams. She looked up to see a slight tilt of a frown on the old leader's lips, yet he said nothing, so she continued. He was your student, wasn't he? The frown deepened and she had the feeling that he was deeply hurt by his student's actions. As much as she hated the white snake, she couldn't help but see him through Hiruzen's eyes. If only for a moment. He has to be killed, you know. If he dies during this conflict, a lot of bad things will be stopped. She watched carefully as he heaved a sigh and set his pipe down on the table between them. If anyone is to kill Orochimaru, it will be me. Naruto's eyes widened at his statement. She saw the sorrow behind his eyes. Then there are a few things you must know. She told him what she knew. Of Orochimaru's appearance in training grown, the attack during the last portion of the exams. San's involvement. The barrier that trapped him. Gaara's losing control. And Kabuto. After she finished, the Hokage leaned back. His pipe once again resting between his lips. Smoke filling the air as he breathed out. I assume this is only a small part of what is to come. He looked over to Naruto as she poured a cup of tea for the both of them. The girl's movements slowed and her head bobbed in confirmation. I have a few idea of what we can do, but I admit that I'm not a big planner. I can do small things, but I'm lost on what to do about the big picture. I could think of it all like Fuinjutsu, but there are way too many things that I can't predict. Even with what I know. She told him of her thoughts on Shikamaru's dad and asked for his opinion. He told her that the Nara head would be invaluable and trustworthy. She shared her concern of letting others know the extent of her position. He understood. There was a lull in the conversation as Naruto emptied her cup. What about Kabuto? She asked as she set the cup down. At this, The Sarutobi's expression changed. If the boy is as intelligent and talented as you say, then we may be in for a hard time. I'd like to leave him be for a time but also keep security on him without his knowledge. Naruto nodded in understanding. The security part will be hard. There's something I would like to try. If it works on Kabuto without him knowing, we could have quite an advantage. It was midnight by the time Naruto left the Hokage's office, pretending to have fallen asleep as the village leader worked. Watching from the darkness, a pair of mismatched eyes followed the blonde as she walked the empty streets. The room was oddly silent for the number of blondes that occupied it. The shifting of parchment. The little pats of pacing feet. One Naruto leaned over the kitchen table, eyes squinted as she studied the seal before her. Who was the baka that messed with the third circle? The blonde on the couch lamented, shaking the others from their concentration. She looked to the blonde who was going through all the personal records concerning the Leaf's Fuinjutsu defenses. Must have been the same git that made the hole in the east quarter we found last night. The one from the table spoke as she pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm getting a headache. A fourth blonde emerged from the hall, carrying a basket of laundry. When was the last time you ate, boss? Maybe you should take a break. I don't have time for that. Of course you do. The one on the floor bit out. She tossed a file into the pile in front of her. This is the third time we've gone through all of this. She waved her arms around at all the scrolls and files spread across the room. Naruto sighed and sat heavily on the chair behind her. We've only got so much time with it. It's all gotta to go back the vaults by the end of today, and Gigi said I can't copy any of it. The girl rubbed her shoulder before picking up her brush to dip into a pot of ink. Suddenly, her apartment door shook as someone's fist pounded into it. The small pot of ink tipped, spilling its black contents over the worn kitchen table. The girl squeaked in surprise before rushing to move the scroll she had been working on. The blonde from the couch grabbed a cloth to help with the mess as the one on the floor got up to answer the door. When the door opened, Sakura was not expecting 4 pairs of blue eyes to be staring at her from inside. The blonde at the door smiled happily at her. What brings you here, Sakuran? I was hoping you'd help me with something. The girl moved her green eyes from the boy in front of her to the others, noting the state of the room. Oh, that's perfect. Boss really needs to get out. There was a squawk from inside and Sakura looked back inside to see 2 Narutos pushing a third towards the door. Don't forget to eat while you're out. One said as the other stuffed a jacket and a ramen coupon into the arms of the Naruto who was just flung out the door. We'll take care of everything here, boss. Have fun. The door slammed shut and the 2 outside could hear the click of the lock. After a moment of stunned silence, Naruto whirled around and shouted. This is mutiny, I tell ya. She pounded her palm against the door and puffed her cheeks out in protest. Naruto-kun, did you just kick yourself out? The blonde turned to her teammate and saw the confusion in her eyes. She breathed in deeply and let it out slowly, feeling her body relax. A smile lifted the corner of her lips. Yes, she laughed. It's all right, Sakura-chan. They're right. I do need a break. What were you doing? The pink-haired girl looked to the door, wondering what all the paper she saw was for. She'd never known Naruto to be one who studied much. I'm just helping Gigi out with something. Naruto waved dismissively as she put her burnt orange jacket on and made sure that the coupon was safe inside its pocket. Now, whatcha need help with? The marketplace was bustling. The air filled with the various aromas, from the baked goods and meat from the more established shops to the exotic skis and produce sold by traveling merchants. Bold voices calling out their prices, children's laughter, and haggling conversations. The 2 members of Team 7 walked from the main gate where many merchants from across the great 5 elemental nations sold their wares in designated. But there were more shinobi in this part of the market, both disguised as regular civilians and in the standard uniforms, all there to ensure the safety of their home. Sakura stopped for a moment to gaze longingly at a silk scarf hanging in the window of one of the shops as her blonde companion continued forward with a look of contemplation in blue eyes. Sakura rolled her eyes and followed after. Yes, the marketplace was a grand feast for all of the senses. A feast which was completely lost on Naruto. The disguised girl had followed her teammate through the market with a bag of flour over her shoulder and other bags of various goods in her opposite hand, but the look on the blonde's face showed that her mind was miles away. Sakura stopped their walk to pay for the last item on her list and turned to the blonde. That should be everything. Let's head back. Naruto.
What?
Yeah, okay. Naruto began to walk again, away from the market as Sakura frowned. The pink-haired girl followed her teammate with her own bags in hand. You've been pretty distracted lately, Sakura spoke as they turned to a quiet street. All she got was an absent-minded hum. You're doing it now. Naruto. Blue eyes widened and seemed to clear as whatever had been in the forefront of the blonde's mind left. Sorry. What were you saying? You've been distracted, Sakura said firmly. Not to mention, you've been late for team training and missions. It's been like this since Wave. Naruto stopped and looked back as her pink-haired teammate stopped beside her. I've been busy. What else could she say? Oh, that? I'm just going about my unofficial duties as the Hokage's personal umbu. Preparing for an attack that no one should really know about and a war that has not started yet. Yeah, that works. With what? Sakura pivoted her hip to the side as she shifted her feet. That stuff you said the Hokage is having you do? What is it anyway? Naruto stepped back and started walking again, knowing that Sakura would follow. Paperwork. Old files. Nothing really. She couldn't deny what Sakura had seen, but she could downplay it. They walked in silence for a little bit as the girl thought. And you're doing it at home? Is this an official mission? Why aren't Sasuke-kun and I helping too? Sakura. The whirling turmoil of thoughts in Naruto's mind broke as a scream for help filled the empty side street. The boyish cry was followed by the irritated voice of a woman. Kankuro, let the kid go. We're supposed to keep a low profile here. Naruto's heart leaped to her throat. It's them. Grateful for the distraction, her steps quickened down the street, toward the rising voices. She slowed as she rounded the corner and stopped at the sight of them. Memories tried to push to the forefront of her mind and red splotches danced at the edges of her vision, but she was able to hold back the visions. Even though a part of the feelings still seeped through, like drops of blood in a pool of still water. Konohamaru was being lifted by his ever-present blue scarf, his two friends cowering behind him. The large teen lifting him was clad in black. His painted face set in a scowl as he looked to the newcomers. Sakura was quick to respond to the situation, doing what she does best. Yell. Hey, put him down. Naruto hadn't realized that she had frozen as she battled with the onslaught of memories, and she clenched her fists in frustration. Something like this could be fatal in a different situation. She wanted to berate herself at that moment, but she had to focus on what was happening now. Kankuro lifted the struggling boy higher. Not my fault the kid's a klutz. If you ask me, he needs to be taught a lesson. Not by you. The painted-faced teen was surprised to feel a small hand grip his wrist firmly. When did the kid even move? The fingers weren't even able to fully encircle his wrist. He watched as the owner of the hand looked to the boy in his grip and spoke. Konohamaru-kun, we've talked about this. Your stealth is crap. How are you going to be a great ninja if you don't train? But boss, I am training. The dangling boy relaxed a bit. Apparently at ease now that the blonde was there. The blonde then released a sigh. And running into complete strangers really shows it. The boy pouted at the chiding. Did they just forget he was there? Kankuro's scowl deepened as he moved to pull away. Oi, blondie. I'm a little ugh. The hand around his wrist had tightened and his fingers unwillingly released the fabric in his grasp. He heard the child skitter away as he locked a glare on a pair of blue eyes. Kankuro, was it? You should really listen to the pretty young lady behind you. Naruto smiled brightly up at him, doing well to hide the irritation she felt toward herself. You're here for the Chunin exams, right? It would be a shame for you to be imprisoned for harming the Hokage's beloved grandson. The teen's scowl faltered a moment before he jerked his hand away. He felt his temper spark again as he reached for the large bundle on his back. Like I care, you little dash. You're not using that, are you? The girl with him looked around warily and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Kankuro, you need to stop now. He'll be here soon. It was then that a kunai pierced the ground between the arrogant teen and the small blonde. The group looked up to one of the trees that lined the street. A dark-haired boy leaned against the trunk as he stood on an extended branch. "Why are sand shinobi here?" He spoke coolly. Sakura suppressed a squeal of delight and faced the outsiders. "Yeah, you're not supposed to be here without permission." The sandy blonde reluctantly pulled her eyes from the newcomer and held out her passport, informing the two genin that, in fact, they had permission for the Chunin exams no less, and that they should have known this if their teammate knew of it. Both Sasuke and Sakura were silenced and looked to their blonde. The Uzumaki was standing to the side silently chiding the three children, good-naturedly. "That's enough. Tamari." The sweet sound of his voice. Naruto turned away from the three academy students and looked up to the red-haired boy who hung upside down on a branch near a slightly startled Sasuke. She smiled brightly. Her best friend and the only one who truly understood her. Okay, maybe that was a little dramatic, but they were kindred spirits. Even though she still had to wake the boy up from his psychotic tendencies. The two boys in the tree stared at each other before Sasuke jumped down to stand in front of her. Naruto blinked. He was either trying to protect her, which was weird, or trying to stand out and look cool like the team he was. Either way, it annoyed her to no end. Gaara also came down from his perch. He disappeared in a swirl of sand and reappeared to the left of his siblings, Kankuro. "Tamari, let's go." The redhead was about to turn away when he felt a warmth touch his hand. The foreign chakra seeped past his sandy layers and into his skin. It was startling enough to have something so easily pass his defenses, but the feeling was, he didn't know. He never recalled such warmth. He looked back to the leaf genin, suppressing the tremors that wanted to shake his body. "Who are you?" He spoke lowly. The black-haired boy must have thought the question was for him because he stepped forward and spoke, saying it was rude to ask for a name without giving your own first. Gaara narrowed his eyes and looked to the blonde who had confronted his foolish brother. Their eyes met and he saw something strange. Or the lack of something. There was no fear. No matter where he went or who he met, there was always fear. Maybe if he killed this strange boy he would see the fear. The name's Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara was startled out of his thoughts at the sound of the blonde's voice. He focused his gaze as he watched this step around the black-haired boy. The strange-looking boy lifted his hand to him in a gesture of greeting as he stepped closer. Gaara stared at the offered hand for a moment before he felt that same warmth from before nudge his hand towards the Uzumaki's. Soft lips lifted at the corners. Eyes bright with recognition of something he didn't understand. He was being drawn to this mystery's person. "Gaara of the sand," he spoke softly. Then he felt his hand around the soft skin of the others. He blinked and pulled away at the strange contact. That was when the voice in his head began to whisper again. The words were rushed and harsh. A sense of hatred was laced in its spoken desires. It was more than just blood that his mother called for. It was all so strange. He didn't know if he wanted to cling to the Uzumaki or run away. His inner thoughts were interrupted by the slightly rough voice of the one in front of him. He had the impression that the roughness was the result of overuse, screaming, much like his own. "Well, I hope you like your stay here. There's a festival coming up you might find interesting." Naruto stepped back and grabbed the grocery bags she had dropped. "Never been myself, but it sounds fun." Gaara heard the touch of bitterness in the last statement. Apparently, the blonde's friends heard it as well and gave the blonde a strange look. Naruto handed Sasuke a few bags before glancing again at the redhead. "Till we meet again, Gaara-san." Gaara narrowed his dark-rimmed eyes but nodded in understanding. The Uzumaki wanted to meet again, alone. His sand shifted and a small tendril slid along the ground to wrap around Naruto's foot. "Did he just mark me or something?" She looked around to see if anyone noticed. Fortunately, no one did. "I had no idea he could do such a thing." "Well," she grinned, "if he's going to play that game." She extended a tendril of chakra. This was a technique she had been working on since she put on the suppuration seal and her control strengthened. She was inspired by her mother's chakra chains. Of course, what she could do now was nothing compared to her mother. She could not lock down or capture things, but she was able to leave bits of her chakra on things without touching them. To be more precise, she could put seals on things within a few feet of her, using only chakra. The red-haired sand shinobi felt the warmth on his hand again. It heated up a bit then was gone. His fingers twitched and he eyed the blonde. With a wink, the Uzumaki ushered his team and the children away. A young girl stood on a simple, red-railed bridge. She looked down at the water below. A few early fall leaves followed the water's path. The water was clear enough to see the pebbles on the riverbed and little fish darting back and forth. It was vastly different from the waters she had stared into the weeks previous. It brought to mind her first C-rank mission. She smiled at the thought of her crush. Sasuke was so cool and brave. He didn't even hesitate in what was needed. He was as perfect as always. And then there was Naruto. He was, well, amazing and frightening. Everything she had thought of him was wrong. He still acted the same in normal circumstances. But when it came to a fight, it was like a switch was turned and the normally cheery, goofy blonde was gone. She couldn't tell yet who or what took his place. And since their return, Naruto seemed to have changed again. Sakura was unable to get the answers she wanted the other day. The girl sighed and hung her head over the railing. Compared to her teammates, she was useless. The words Naruto spoke before they left to wave were mocking her. Great potential? All she did was stand there. She could do nothing to help. She was nothing compared to Sasuke and she was nothing compared to Sakura-chan. Hey, doing looking so depressed. Come on now, smile. I gotcha something. The pink-haired girl turned to see bright blue eyes staring at her. You know, if you keep pulling that face, it'll get stuck that way. That seemed to bring the girl's spirits back up a little. Naruto, you baka. Just shut up. She finished lamely, turning away to look back at the water. How could she treat him like she did before? Suddenly, the water was replaced by a green-bound book. Haven't seen that one before. Her hand gripped the book before her mind caught up with her. Basic medical ninjutsu? It fits, don't ya think? Naruto scratched the back of her head. I mean, you're not a heavy hitter right now like me and team. You could be. The blonde shivered for some reason. But I think this fits with your amazing chakra control. And with your book smarts, you could really excel in the field. Naruto leaned back against the railing, hands loosely hanging from her pants pockets. I don't know much of the stuff myself. Never really needed it. But I know someone who could teach you. Just need to get her here first. Sakura was stunned. Even after the way she treated him, Naruto put so much thought into helping her. Thank you. She whispered as she held the book to her chest. Isn't that what friends are for? The pink-haired girl smiled. Yes, they are friends. Not just classmates or teammate. They are friends. The two stood in comfortable silence, waiting for the rest of their team. After a few minutes, Sakura asked, So, what all did you do on your time off? I mean, I saw you yesterday. Thanks for the help, by the way. But you can't have been doing paperwork all weekend. What else did you do? Naruto was kind of shocked by the inquiry. The Sakura from her past never cared to ask her such a thing. Sure, she expected Sakura to ask about what she saw, but... Well, she started but stopped. The last 4 days consisted of running about the village, studying and training, all in preparation for the exams. Not to mention her little test on Kabuto, which was a success. Not much. Some personal training. I've been helping Mom in the kitchen. Dad wants to run a booth at the festival tomorrow, so... That's why you had so much to carry yesterday? Yeah, well, we had to redo a few batches of candy. Naruto smiled softly, remembering the special brown ball her past Sakura made for her as she was training to master wind chakra. Naruto lifted her hand and subtly manipulated the wind around it as the memory filled her. Of course, Sakura's medicine ball tasted horrible, but she ate them anyway. When she was pulled from her memories, she found that Sasuke had also arrived at the meeting place. The Uchiha glared at her when she looked at him, and she returned the action with a knowing smile which irritated the boy farther. Sasuke had yet to approach her about her sudden increase of strength and knowledge during the wave mission. And when he had tried on their way back, she simply told him that if he had not noticed her abilities before then, he did not know her at all. It had shut the boy up and he settled for watching his blonde teammate closely. Waited in silence for the last member of their team. Naruto knew where their sensei was this time but didn't see a reason to inform the others. She didn't want to ruin the surprise, so she sat on the planked surface of the bridge and closed her eyes. In the Hokage's office sat one of Naruto's clones. This one was hinged into her older self, shoulder-length golden hair framed a white porcelain mask. She wore the standard ANBU armor, not showing much difference to the other two guards in the room. However, while they remained hidden in the dark corners of the room, she sat quietly behind the Hokage. The Jonin had gathered, standing at attention before their village leader. As they waited for the Hokage to address them, a few, including Kakashi, noticed the unpainted mask that the third ANBU wore. The mask itself was in the shape of a wild canine of sort, a wolf, perhaps even a fox. Kakashi studied the woman from behind his book, and for a brief moment, the stranger met his gaze with her own. He swore he saw a flash of blue within the shadowed eye holes. He had no time to think about it though, for the Hokage stood to address the room and the Chunin exams were announced. Naruto watched the meeting through the eyes of her clone. She was able to do this with a well-placed seal and the fact that it was her shadow clone. It would work with nothing else. She watched as all of her former classmates were recommended by their sensei. She never knew that there were objections to their taking the test. And she watched on as she saw Irika agree to pre-test the children. Well, her team specifically. Her lips thinned in announce as memories of having to rescue Konohamaru's little friend resurfaced. So it was Irika. She'd let her surrogate brother test her again, but the man would go home with a considerable amount of bruises this time around. After the meeting had ended and the Jonin were dismissed, Naruto opened her eyes to see that nothing had changed where she sat. Her teammates were being their normal selves. She stood and stretched, electing the gaze of the others. Moments later, Kakashi arrived. A golden brow arched at this. The man must be quite excited to give his students the news. Not that it showed. The silver-haired man lazily walked up to the group and gave his usual greeting of "to," then his random excuse for being late. Today's was something to do about the road of life, which Naruto did not pay much attention to. She could feel the buzz of nerves excitement filling her and had to hold onto the railing she was leaning on to keep still. Eventually, the man got to the point of their meeting after Sakura listed all of his past excuses. 3 papers were held up and he announced that they could take the Chunin exams. Naruto couldn't help repeating the actions of her past. Her fingers slid from the rough surface of the railing as she lunged towards the man and grappled him in a tight hug. Yes, she already knew it was going to happen and she did not hold the naivete that shielded the others from the inevitable dangers of the exam. But she was still Naruto, and whether it was for appearance or not, she literally jumped for the opportunity for a hug. Kakashi, on the other hand, was slightly perplexed as he tried to push the disguised girl off. How could she act so childish in one moment while in the next she shows a maturity beyond her years? The girl's grip held on to him like a vice and the man gave up, not really minding the embrace. It was Sasuke that grabbed the blonde by the ear and pulled her off their sensei, telling the dope that he was an embarrassment. Kakashi gave his team the next 4 days off to decide whether or not to take the exams. They were told that it was their individual decision, but Naruto knew that if one did not show up, the others could not participate. The next evening, Naruto sat atop the Hokage monument. She watched the brightly lit streets below. A variety of booths selling foods and games were surrounded by civilians and ninja alike. She had been down there earlier, of course, in a simple disguise. She visited the booth that Sakura's family was running, played a few games, and stirred clear of the many groups of drunken men. She decided that she didn't really like festivals, at least not this one, but she did like fireworks. So here she was, sitting above her father's spiky hair waiting for the show to begin. Soon the short-lived lights began to rise into the sky, brightening the world for just a moment before fading away. She was so absorbed into the display that she didn't hear the footsteps of 2 men approaching until they were right behind her. Her body tensed and she quickly fell into a defensive position after swiping a kunai at the object that neared her head. The sound of shattering glass was drowned out by the pops and bangs of the lights behind her. The 2 men had backed away, one looking rather disappointed. Naruto blinked as she realized who they were. She looked down to the object that she attacked. Broken flowers made from ice. She kneeled down and picked up one of the fractured pieces. "Oh Haku, you must have put a lot of work into these. I'm sorry." The teen stepped closer and placed his hand over hers. "I should have known better than to sneak up on a shinobi as skilled as you." He smiled gently at her and she felt her hand grow cold before he pulled away. "It is good to see you again, Naruto." She opened her hand to find the broken piece restored to a delicate blossom. She smiled brightly, then took his hand and pulled him down to sit beside her. "Let's watch the fireworks together. Then you too can tell me how you got here without me known sooner. And Zabu-san, sit down. Your looming over us is kinda creepy." The large swordsman grunted out, "Don't tell me what to do, brat," before sinking his sword into the ground and using it to lean against as he sat. Naruto giggled and replied, "I missed you to Zabu-kun." The rest of the night was full of energy. They ate dinner in Naruto's lower apartment office, then sat in the living area as they caught up on each other's activities. The conversation turned when Zabuza asked for the real reason she asked for them to come. Naruto chewed on the side of her finger. "We'll speak with the Hokage tomorrow morning. We've already planned out your parts in the upcoming advents." She paused for a minute, then spoke lowly. "This won't be directly caused by the man I spoke of before. But it could affect our advantage over him." She spoke vaguely for a reason. Though she was sure about the security of her home, she was not sure of the sand anklet that Gaara put on her. It had hardened like steel and she couldn't get it off. And she wasn't sure what else it did other than allowing the boy to find her whenever he wanted. She had placed several seals on it as she made her plans with the Hokage and sent a clone in her place for many of the more sensitive places she had been since the anklet was placed. She led her guests to the extra apartments and allowed them to choose which ones they wanted. They settled for the 2-bedroom nearest her office space. After getting them settled in, they parted for the night. Before Naruto laid down to sleep, she placed the ice blossom on her bedside table. It sparkled in the moonlight that gently filled her room. She felt at peace but knew that it would not last. So she decided to enjoy the feeling as much as possible. That night she slept with a smile on her lips. A few weeks before the exams, there was a small shop on the outskirts of the village. It catered mostly to those who worked in the surrounding farmlands, ensuring the hard laborers a place to rest a time before continuing their work. This shop was nestled into the edge of a bright forest that bordered the fields. A dirt road stretching between the two diverse plots of land. It was in this shop that Team 7 took refuge from their morning's work, helping the farmers gather the last of the year's summer crops. It was also in this shop that an old man with golden eyes waited for the youngest member of the team to slip away. "Go on ahead. I'll catch up when I'm done in the toilet." "Can't you wait?" The rest of the conversation was unheard by the old man as he left the shop and walked slowly into the forest. Stopping a distance away and waiting by a small rocky ledge. The man looked up as he heard a small crunch of earth and saw the blonde approaching. "Did Cha have any trouble getting away?" the child asked, and the man shook his head, also seeming to shake away the years as his wispy gray locks changed to thick auburn and his skin smooth. "No. What about your team?" "Sent a clone after them." The Uzumaki sat on the ground. "Our time is limited. Kakashi-sensei wanted to do some training after this and the clone just won't last that." "So I heard," the now teen root member said as he leaned on a nearby tree. He pulled out a small scroll and tossed it over. "That's all I could find without exposing myself." Naruto opened the rolled paper and skimmed through the information. "What do you need this for anyway?" "To right some wrongs." The blonde mumbled as she tucked the scroll into her shirt and looked up to the older teen. "I'm sorry. I've put you in such a dangerous position, Fusan. I'd understand if you hate me for this." The boy was taken aback by the sincere words. "Why would he think that? I know that you've been loyal to Danzo for a long time. But the methods he's been using are unforgivable." That's right, he was loyal to Lord Danzo. That was until he could feel again. The moment the young Uzumaki messed with the cursed seal hidden on his tongue, he felt a clarity of thought that had not been there for years. Since before the time Danzo had taken him from the Yamanaka clan to train under him. And as he continued his duties as a root member, he saw the wrongness of it. No, I don't think I could ever be mad at you, Sen. You've given me myself back. The teen found himself being pulled into a hug and awkwardly patted the child's back. Right then, he heard the child's voice muffled into his chest. He was released, and a sunny smile greeted him. Can you help me find someone? As the two parted, the root Nin thought over the new task asked of him. I don't remember much, but I know he loved to draw. With whatever Danzo did to him, I hope that hasn't changed. The boy his little savior described had pale skin and dark eye. A boy she once knew as Sai. The three genin of Team 7 stood in front of the main entrance of the Leafs Shinobi Academy. It had not been long since they last stepped foot into the building, but it seemed a lifetime ago. Sakura fidgeted between her two teammates. The girl felt unsure of herself despite Naruto's encouragements. Her self-doubt pressed down on her, wanting her to run. Naruto saw her friend's muscles tense and took her hand, squeezing it softly. She let her chakra touch the pink-haired girl's in a comforting manner, doing everything she could think of to reassure her. The moment Sakura felt Naruto's hand around hers, her mind wanted to recoil. What would Sasuke-kun think? Holding the hand of another boy. But she couldn't deny that she felt much better with the contact. Green eyes glanced towards her crush. He wasn't looking. His focused gaze remained on the building before him. Don't worry, Sakura, Naruto spoke, and she looked toward her other side. As long as we stick together as a team, we'll make it through. Right, Sasuke team? Blue eyes looked past her, and she followed the gaze back to the boy. Sasuke snorted and stepped toward the glass doors. Sensei's rubbing off on you. You've become a freak as well, Dobe. You're not denying it though, the blonde shot back with a triumphant grin as Sasuke gripped the handles. Sakura felt another light squeeze to her hand before the fingers loosened and Naruto ran after the Uchiha. Come on, Sakura-chan. We can't do this without you. The girl watched as the two waited for her at the door. Naruto holding it open and Sasuke standing behind the cheery blonde. Her heart felt warm. Yes, she could do this. They can do this. Together. The three turned to the right as they entered the school and started up the large staircase. There were no regular classes being held at the moment, so the building seemed oddly empty. Their steps echoing lightly. Naruto could feel a buzz of anticipation fill her chest. She worked on keeping her breaths even and her mask of naivete in place. The last few weeks were spent in preparation for this. And by the end of the day, she would come face to face with two major players in the war she had vowed to stop. Voices were heard from the top of the staircase. Complaints and shouts of young genin trying to get through a blocked classroom door. The disguised girl stopped mid-step as she looked ahead. The memory of being fooled by the two chunin in Henge pushed back any apprehensive feelings that wanted to grow. I wonder what that's all about. Naruto looked back to Sakura and smiled. Let's find out, shall we? She then stepped past Sasuke as she continued upward. Come on. As they reached the top, she glanced at her teammates. Sasuke had this is so stupid, get me out of here look, and Sakura was on her tiptoes trying to get a better look through the crowd. That's when she saw the flash of green and heard the familiar tone of speech of the self-proclaimed handsome devil of the hidden leaf. The crowded hallway was sent into chaos as the boldly dressed boy tried to remove the bullies from their place in front of door 301. The boy was fast. Punches and kicks flew between the three, but the teen was no match for the two disguised chunin. Naruto watched with slight amusement at the scene. There was a considerably painful-sounding crack, and he was sent flying through the crowd. The green spandex-clad teen was heading straight for her. She braced herself by shifting her stance and placing her hands up to catch him. He was a lot more solid than she remembered. Her feet slid back a few inches as she took the force of the impacted. A low hiss spilled from the blonde's lips. Izumo-san, did you really have to hit that hard? She scolded as she helped the boy to stand. Her hand stinging slightly. The job's to trick, not to hit. The two chunin in disguise looked at her with wide eyes and she gave them a smirk. It wasn't hard to tell who they were, having just changed their appearances to resemble their younger selves. And yes, she hadn't made the connection that the two gate guards were now guarding the fake room 301 in her first time at this hellish exam. But now she saw it so clearly that she felt stupid for not seeing it before. Holding back a sigh, she winked at the two longtime friends before she turned to check the red lump forming on Lee's cheek. Her brows furrowed in concern. I thought he could take it. Hit better than this. At least that's what she remembered. She realized that she didn't pay too much attention to the boy when they had first met. It was only after she saw him fight Sasuke that she actually looked at him. You do realize, she spoke as her fingers brushed against the reddened flesh, that we're on the second floor, right? She almost laughed at the stunned look on his face. Ah, come on, bushy brows. Stuck it up. A lot of people were fooled by Tweedledee and Tweedledum, you know. A few of the onlookers glared in their direction. That's when the Green Teen's teammates emerged from the crowd of Genin and chided him for being so hasty. Something to do with not wanting to show off their skill levels before the exam started. Naruto's brow arched as she heard that. Sorry guys, I already know what you're capable of. The gathering of Genin began to disperse as the brunette turned to Naruto. I apologize for Lee's recklessness and thank you for catching him. She bowed in appreciation. My name is Tenten and these are my teammates. Hyuga Niji and Rock Lee. Tenten, the girl was interrupted. This is needless. Let's go. Oh, Niji-kun, you need me to slap you upside the head again, don't you? Naruto looked to her left when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Sasuke stepped in front of her just like the other day when they had met Gaara. What in the world is wrong with him? She could have protested it, pushed him aside again and kept talking with Tenten. But he was willingly interacting with others in a way that almost seemed social. So, the blonde stood back beside Sakura as the boy introduced their team. Sasuke's posture had straightened, his chest puffed out a bit. Naruto was genuinely surprised. She glanced at Sakura to see the girl watch their teammate closely. Did she see it too? The girl let out a little sigh. No. It couldn't be that. It must be because of Niji. The two clans had never seen eye to eye. She couldn't help but giggle at the little pun, earning a wary glance from her friend beside her. Yes, that must be it. She could almost see the sparks flying between the two boys as they sized each other up. Because it couldn't be that the boy felt a sense of pride as he introduced his team, as it first seemed. That would be weird. Sweet sticky sauce dripped down the stick as the little white dumplings were waved in the air. What do you mean, you have to go now? Can't you see I'm busy here? The Chunin messenger stepped back as the sharp point of the skewer came a little too close to his nose for comfort. But the Hokage H has requested I immediately. I got it. Go now. The terrifying woman threw the now empty skewer down with the others and yelled to the staff in her favorite little shop. Put my order on hold, will ya? Gotta to go do stuff. She then picked up the remainder of her treat and diapered from the shop. The Chunin's posture visibly slumped and he took in a deep breath. He normally didn't have a problem with his job. He had met many different shinobi, but the snake mistress was certainly one of the scariest of the bunch. The woman reappeared in front of the Hokage's tower and slipped another dango into her mouth. She wondered what the old village leader needed from her. Was there something about the exams that he had forgotten to tell her? An evil smirk lifted the corner of her lips as she walked to the Hokage's office, terrifying more than one office worker as she passed. Yes, 2 hours. 3 at most. She could almost hear the delightful screams. Upon entering the room, she noticed a few things. First was the grim look on the Hokage's face. This was important. The woman quickly finished the last of her treat and stood in front of her leader's desk beside the Nara's clan head. Hokage-sama, Shikaku-san. She greeted, then turned her head to the side to the other two in the room. 2 women. Oh wait. The shorter one was a boy. Her jaw dropped slightly despite her years of training and carefully crafted expressions. No fair. How can a brat like that look so freaking pretty? Anko looked the boy over again, noticing the telltale signs of a trained shinobi. Interesting. She then looked to the other woman in the room. Vibrant blonde hair spiked out around a blank canine-shaped ANBU mask. The uniform she wore was the standard ANBU. Her posture, however, did not match that of other ANBU. This girl was different. She knew that the Hokage's personal guards were meant to remain anonymous. using masks and codename as their identities while on duty. Who is she? Anko. The Hokage's voice tore her away from the two strangers as she faced him again. We have reason to believe that Orochimaru is in the village. The woman felt her stomach drop as her eyes widened. She was about to voice her opinions when the old leader raised his hand and continued. As of this moment, there are very few who know of this. The majority being in this room right now. Why? She yelled. Why the hell aren't we out there searching for him now? Why keep this We have a plan. An apathetic voice came from beside her. Nara Shikaku leveled his calculating eyes on her. The less that know the better. You wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for her. The man gestured to the blonde. Oh, come on Shikaji, you'll make her feel unwelcome if you say it that way. The masked blonde turned her full body to face them. Her stance was very open. One arm hung loosely to the side while the other sat easily on her hip. Anko could practically feel the Nara family head bristle behind her. She's not the one unwelcomed. The man muttered and Anko could almost see the pout on the masked girl's face. Arms crossed below her armored chest as she leaned closer. Just 'cause I know things you don't mean you have to get all bent out of shape over it. Shikaku puffed out a stream of air from his nose and turned to the Hokage. Are you sure we can trust her, Hokage-sama? This woman is troublesome? Anko could hear the grin in the blonde Enbyu's voice. She might just like this person. I've already heard your complaints, Shikaku. The old Sarutobi rubbed his temples. Arashi-chan, please stop teasing the man. He started it. The woman stood up again as she spoke to the Hokage. Anko was caught between wanting to cackle at the banter or scream at the two to shut up and tell her what was going on. And you're an irritating little dash. That's enough. The Hokage's voice boomed and the others turned and straightened. He began again, voice firm as he spoke. We have little time to work in. Anko, go with Arisher. She will explain. When you are finished, report back to me and then head to the academy. Shikaku, you know what you are supposed to do. All four bowed to the leader and the two men left. When Anko lifted her head, she looked toward the blonde Enbyu who was looking back at her. I need to look at that. The woman pointed at her neck. It only took a moment for the snake mistress to understand. Her hand immediately clasped over the spot and she looked towards the Hokage. The man had saved her. He had protected her from those who hated her for the things that her sensei had done. And now he was allowing the stranger to view the one thing, the only thing Orochimaru had left her. I ain't gonna mess with it. Anko turned to see the blonde opening a side door to the office. I just need to study it. I've never had the chance before. And since we're dealing with him, Anko sent one last glance to her leader before gathering herself and stepping forward. You just want to get my shirt off, she smirked. Why don't we make this even? You take something off too. From within the side room, they heard a crash and a string of muttered curses follow. Anko stood at the door and saw the blonde picking herself up off the floor. Crap, she hissed as she righted the table. Oh, this will be fun. The snake mistress said as she shut the door behind her. Shall we go then? Naruto said as she waved goodbye to the other team. And the three began their walk up the second set of stairs. They soon entered a long hallway. Glass windows lined either side of the hall. One side looked over the side yard of the school and the other side was a viewing point for the indoor training gym. Echoed footsteps could be heard before a loud voice called after them. Wait! Team 7 turned to see Lee coming back to them. Naruto stepped back as the boy approached Sakura, knowing exactly what was going to be said. Will you do me the honor of going on a date with me? And just as before, the girl refused wholeheartedly. Though Lee was never one to give up, the conversation changed, and the overly enthusiastic teen issued a challenge to Sasuke, his aspirant rival in love. Though Sasuke didn't seem interested in being his rival, he did agree to the match. The boys fought in the indoor training room and Naruto supported it fully. With the Uchiha acting a little less obsessed, she hoped that he could make more friends. More connections to the village. When they finally reach the third floor, they meet Kakashi at the door to the real room. The man stated his pride in them for making it this far and his disappointment at how close they were to not making it in time. Says the man who is chronically late. Naruto, that's mean. You should respect your elders. He pouted, then stepped to the side. Good luck, he said as they entered. The room felt tense. Low whispers filled the air. Wow, this place needs some life. So, to keep with her own lively image and to ease the tension she felt coming from her friends, the disguised girl hopped onto a table and drew in a deep breath before proclaiming to the room. All right, I'm gonna say this once, so listen up. The name's Uzumaki Naruto and I'm gonna be Hokage. So, any of you low-lifes want to hurt my village, you gotta go through me first. The speech had two results. First, she saw her friends and comrades relax a bit. Second, everyone else glared at the group of fresh genin. She ignored the onlookers but couldn't help but look to the far corner where the sand genin stood. Her eyes connected with Gaara's and she waved to him before being literally pulled back into the conversation that had started around her. Yo, Naruto. She turned to see Kiba reaching for the top of her head. You forget to cut the rat's nest back, or are you expanding to add more? His fingers laced through her hair in a motion to tug on it. She felt him pause for a second before pulling away and looking at his hand. This wasn't the first time this has happened either. It seemed that people could not get over the fact that she was growing her hair out and that her hair was surprisingly soft despite the mess it always seemed to be in. Right now, the length was just a bit longer than how her father kept his. It was growing fast, and she attributes it to the changes her body was experiencing. Even Sasuke, though he tried to hide it, attempted a feel. They were sparing at the time and he missed, making his hand pass through her hair. She knew better. Well, at least I don't have fleas, dog breath. Before the wild boy could respond, the little pup on his head jumped into Naruto's arms. Hey there, Akamaru. She spoke in surprise only to chuckle when the pup started sniffing at her side. Did you smell something you wanted? She pulled out a dog treat that was hidden in her pocket. The little dog snatched the treat and leaped back to Kiba. What you got that on you for? The boy motioned to the chewed-on treat. Kakashi-sensei's got a pack of nin-kin. She shrugged. What, you want one too? She flicked a new treat into the boy's mouth. He spat and hacked until the flavor hit his taste buds. The wild teen stopped and chewed. Not bad. The group burst into laughter but was interrupted by a nervous voice. Hey, why you should keep it down. They turned to see a white-haired teen just a few years older than them. He pushed his round-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose. Naruto watched as he introduced himself and began to warn the newbies. She knew who he was. He was her little guinea pig. The blonde had to hide the smirk that threatened to take over, pretending to sneeze to take back control of her expression. She had followed him for 3 days, utilizing her shadow clones and hinge to remain undetected. Her little experiment was a success. Blue eyes scanned the seal she had placed over him. It still held firm, undetected. The corner of her lip lifted in pride. Yes, there is no escape for this little white snake. Her attention returned to the group as they listened to the older teen. He was perfect in his manner and form. Even knowing what she knew about the bespectacled teen, she could see no crack in his ruse. She couldn't help but admire the skills he possessed. He will be worthy prey. She blinked. What was she thinking? The disguised girl ignored the deep chuckle in the back of her mind as the white-haired teen pulled out his special chakra info cards. He made his demonstration, pushing his chakra into a card and showing off a map and stats of the different villages along with their sizes. And just as before, after hearing that the cards had information on individual people, Sasuke made his inquiries. Gaara's stats along with Rock Lee's and her own were read out to the group. She was surprised that Sasuke bothered to ask for her info, and for a tense minute she waited to hear what the teen had on her. She was happy to see that not much was there. Yeah, it mentioned her increased speed and that she used the shadow clone technique constantly. Good. Very good. But he had also read out her growing interest in Fuinjutsu. She didn't like it. He had glanced at her after reading that. He looked as if he knew everything about her. Her breath hitched and her eyes narrowed. It was time to put him in his place. She stepped up to Kabuto and took her card from his hand as she took a few from the deck on the table. She pretended to study her own states but was actually studying the seal that allowed the info to be hidden and retrieved with chakra. She smirked after a minute. "You're obviously keeping all the good stuff to yourself, Kabuto-san." It was true. There were hidden layers in the cards, one of which mentioned her status of Jinchuriki and her real gender. Even so, she held the cards like a fan and waved them slightly. "Is this really all you could get on me? Kinda disappointing. Kind of annoying. How the heck does he know that I'm a girl?" She shifted to the other cards and gave them a look over. "What luck?" She picked one from the little bunch. "It shows some self-conceit making your own card as well." The cards were snatched away and Kabuto stashed them away with the others. He adjusted his glasses before speaking again, but the words caught in his throat as he felt an intense pressure surrounding him. His eye darted back to the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. The child was smiling innocently, but her azure eyes held an intensity that matched the Ki pressing down on him. He felt as if he were drowning in a tempest, and nothing he could do would allow him to draw breath. The destabilized teen then felt another presence, an incoming attack. He couldn't move to defend himself. Heck, he doubted he could even heal himself with the state he was in. It was comparable to the way Lord Orochimaru made him feel. A shiver ran up his spine, excitement. Before the blade aimed for his neck hit, the golden-haired Jinchuriki blocked the attack. Sparks of metal against metal reflected in her eyes. She didn't even spare a glance at the attacking sound shinobi as she flung him to the side with the wave of her hand. She kept her gaze locked on him. "Best not to let Cha guard down, Kabuto-san." Her voice seemed too cheery to his ears. She lifted her hand slightly, brushing the back of her fingers against his clean-cut jaw, the kunai blade in her grip coming dangerously close to his jugular. She felt his jaw clench as he gulped before she pulled away completely. To the rest of the group and the onlookers, their little talk held no suspicion nor malice. Such was the extent of their skills. No one else had even felt the Ki coming from the Uzumaki. The seal she had placed on him had helped her pinpoint it. All they saw was a sunny little blonde stating an observation and deflecting a blade in defense of a fellow leaf shinobi. But to Kabuto, it was a clear and unmistakable warning. "Do not cross Uzumaki, Naruto." The participants of the exam were all seated in the great lecture hall that they had gathered in, each sitting where their drawn lot indicated. Naruto again sat beside Hyuga Hinata. She gave the shy girl a smile before sitting down. Lavender Eye stared down at the table and a soft, "Hello-kun" was spoken. It was then that Naruto remembered how upset the girl was to find out that she was not a he. It took some time, but the two eventually became friends. Naruto didn't want to hurt the girl like that again, but it might be unavoidable. Perhaps, if she started now, it would be less of a shock. "Oh, hey, Hinata-chan. It's been a while. How've you been?" The timid girl's cheeks grew hot as she stammered out a reply. Naruto smiled, knowing that it would take some time for the girl to come out of her shell. But she also knew the strength that her dear friend held. "Good luck, Hinata-chan." The written test was passed around and Marino Ibiki gave the instructions. This time Naruto watched the others, to see how they managed the "don't get caught cheating" rule. It was impressive. She almost laughed out loud at how well the Leaf Village had taught its youth to cheat on tests. She finally looked down to the questions before her. She understood them this time but didn't feel like answering them. She flipped the page over to scribbled until the time was up. Little pictures of foxes eating. Snakes were littered across the page. "Keep calm, Nair," the QB spoke firmly from within her mind, that Nara made a good plan despite not knowing everything. The pen in the blonde's hand stopped in the mild of its gruesome illustration. She glanced over to Shikamaru at the mention of his father. "Who said I wasn't calm?" she continued her doodle. "You're bouncing your knee so much that the Hyuga girl seems more apprehensive than normal." Naruto stopped her knee and glanced at the girl beside her. Yup, she was definitely fretting over the fact that Naruto had not even attempted to answer one question. The blonde gave the girl a guilty smile and turned the page over and started jotting down a few answers. As she reached the third question, she felt the little tingle of chakra that she knew meant one of her clones had dispelled. She closed her eyes as the memories came to her. It was her ANBU clone. The one that was supposed to be with the Hokage. Why did awe? The disguised girl visibly paled as she saw the interactions her clone had with Anko. Yes, the clone was able to study the seal and gather the necessary info on it, but a shiver ran down Naruto's spine. The woman's crazy. Take it back. She again caught the eye of the girl beside her. Hinata bit her lip, wondering what was wrong. Naruto-kun? She whispered quietly. The blonde looked up and the color seemed to return as her eye cleared from whatever thoughts worried her. I'm okay. Don't worry. Naruto finished another 2 questions before Ibiki interrupted the exam and told the participants about the last question. He gave the youth the choice to leave with their teams or remain and chance never being able to take the test again. Several left within the first few minutes after the announcement. Naruto focused on the energies of her friends. Some were wavering, especially Sakura. Blue eyes narrowed. Sakura didn't raise her hand last time. Why is she? That's when she remembered her own actions. Her determination had spilled out into a verbal rant last time. It must have stopped and encouraged the others before. Her fist slammed down on the table before her and the room was silenced. I don't give a crap about being stuck as a genin. That's not gonna keep me from getting stronger, nor will it keep me from reaching my goals. I'm not backing down. The Merino watched the blonde closely after the little outburst. He could feel a difference in the room immediately. The tension he had so easily crafted was gone. The tanned eye specialist felt like pouting but held his stern look as he looked at the remaining participants. He could tell that the rest wouldn't leave now. His fun was over. Was it weird that the forest of death held a humidity that did not exist outside the walls of Training Ground 44? Naruto wiped the sweat from her brow as she and her team raced from the gate that allowed them entrance into the next stage of the Chunin exams. They had kept a steady pace as they maneuvered through the changing forest. The deeper they got, the larger and more ominous their surroundings became. Sasuke had taken the lead as the others flanked either side of him. Merely an hour before, Ibiki, the first proctor to the Chunin exams, had informed the lecture hall that the remaining participants had passed. The room filled with shouts of disbelief and anger. Naruto had simply sat back and breathed in deeply as her eyes landed on the paper before her. She flipped it over to again view the doodles she had spent the majority of the test on. Her fingers splayed out on the paper before balling into a fist, crumpling the paper. The blonde's seatmate looked over as she heard the crinkling paper. Hinata was taken aback by the glint she saw in the stormy eyes. The timid girl's voice sounded on its own, almost lost in the torrent of complaints around them. Naruto. The blonde turned when she heard the worried voice. She smiled at her quiet friend but couldn't say a thing before the room had erupted with shattered glass, signaling the transition to the next part of the exams. The group was led out of the academy building, through some backway paths, to an area of the village that most of the Leaf Genin had never been. They heard the ominous noises before the giant chained walls came into view. Paper seals were plastered along its framework. Naruto's attention immediately set on checking the ruin's stability. She was impressed with how well they were done. Gigi had chosen well. The small group of scribes that he had put together to implement her suggested changes to the Leaf's security seemed to be halfway done. After the second part was over and she had a bit of a rest, she should inspect their progress. And after you sign the waivers, your team will get a scroll. Naruto's attention was brought back to the crazy proctor as she gave the needed instruction, easily making the participants quake with unease. Naruto stepped back next to Sasuke as Anko threw a kunai at one of the visiting shinobi when the teen had made a snide remark. Naruto was ecstatic it wasn't her this time. The blood draining from the boy's face as the snake mistress suddenly appeared behind him and liked the fresh scratch on his cheek. Naruto never had the opportunity or possibly misfortune to work with the Jonin and knew little about her. She was crazy, Okibaka's old student, and worked mainly in Tanned Eye, and she had gone missing near the beginning of the war. Her clone's conversation with the woman had been enlightening, albeit disturbing. She watched closely as the woman accepted her kunai from a grassnin and went back to the front of the group. There was no indication that Naruto could see that the woman knew anything about the coming events. even when she spoke to the disguised form of her former sensei. Not that she knew it was him. Naruto was only half listened to Enko now. Her focus now on the disguised Sannin. Stormy eyes locked onto the supposed woman. Searching for the dark chakra she knew would be there. Though she had not been aware of how corrupt the chakra was till then. It was nearing demonic. What had the man done to become like that? Naruto had felt a shiver ran down her spine as she watched the disguised snake Sannin. She had to be very careful with their upcoming encounter. Her body was not strong enough to go against him and win just yet. But she had the plan and had already started to weave the necessary seals. A subtle crack emanated among the sounds of the forest. The insignificant sound caught the attention of the small blonde as she scaled the large root in her path. Her senses had been on full alert from the moment her team entered the wild forest. She quickened her pace till she was next to Sasuke and then signaled to her team to stop. The boy looked slightly miffed but agreed, and the three slowed. Sasuke and Sakura both examined the forest around them, looking for what made their blonde teammate call for the halt. The trees were huge, towering over the three children. The roots of the immense pillars of wood were interweaved in a way that the three couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. This also created a network of caves beneath their feet. Smaller plant life also took root within the abundant wood. Creeks and dens surrounded them, evidence of the creatures that hid just outside of their vision. The place was creepy for sure. Naruto's shoulders relaxed as she turned to the others. Just the local wildlife. She pointed above them to a leafy canopy, though we should be careful. Even if Mr. Megasloth there is vegetarian, it will still attack if it wants. There was another crack of wood as the large beast reached out to a leafy branch. Holy crap! That thing's huge. Sakura stepped closer to Sasuke but kept herself from clinging to him, which the dark-haired boy was grateful for. Sasuke then glared at Naruto. How could you tell that that thing was up there, Dobe? I didn't sense a thing. Naruto scratched the back of her head. I've actually been in here before. She confessed. It was true if you counted her past. She had spent a lot of time in the wildland, hunting for food to feed the villagers after Pain's attack and destruction of the leaf. I kinda know my way around. The two looked completely taken aback. And when were you going to tell us this? Sakura stepped toward the blonde. Her expression caught between confusion and curiosity. I believe I just did. The disguised girl looked around, ignoring her friend's dubious expressions. Over there should be a good place to rest and make a plan. She started walking in the direction she indicated. The others looked at each other before following the blonde. She led them a short distance away and stopped at a small patch of dirt between the roots. She reached into her pouch and pulled out her canteen, drinking deeply from it. Sakura immediately pushed her confusion away after seeing this. We need to save water, Naruto. We need to stay hydrated. The blonde countered, besides, we can fill up here. The dirt clearing showed no sign of water and the two teammates were beginning to doubt Naruto's sanity. That was until the blonde seemed to push the canteen through the rough bark of the tree they stood under. And suddenly a small rocky spring appeared. The illusion keeping it hidden now broken. You really have been here before, Sasuke spoke in an even tone, even though his mind was reeling. The disguised girl stretched a bit before sitting and nodded. Silence settled between the three as they drank their fill and refilled their canteens. After their thirst was satisfied, Naruto found herself being stared at again. She could see the torrent of questions in their eyes. Naruto liked her lips, then knelt with kunai in hand. She scored the earth as she made a simple map. We came in through here. Her finger touched a point of the large border, hoping this will distract them. We should be about here. The finger dragged along the path they took. She continued to point out the positions of the tower and versus landmarks that she remembered. After her demonstration, she looked to the others. This place is big and disorienting. Do you understand this? She pointed to the map. When they nodded in affirmation, she stood and started to kick at the markings, distorting them into nothing. Hey, Naruto? Sakura began as the small group sat to eat a light meal, again provided by the blonde. The pink-haired girl seemed reluctant but continued. How is it? Well, how do you know? Naruto sighed. You mean to say, why would I come in here to begin with, right? Sakura nodded as Naruto leaned back on her hands. She looked up to the thick bark of one of the towering trees. For a time, it was the only place I could find food. Her tone of voice made it clear that that was all she would say for now, and the topic was left alone. Sasuke broke the silence that settled between them. We should make a code of some sort. A way to identify each other if we get separated. That's a great idea, Sasuke-kun. Sakura smiled happily at him. Maybe something we could say something or an item we could all wear. I could make a seal on our hands. The blonde was waiting for this, having already made the identification seal. We could put a portion of our chakra in each one. That way we would know instantly if there is an imposter or not. Can you really do that? The blonde nodded. Here, give me your hand, Sakura. Ink and brush were pulled out and soon the pale skin of Sakura's palm was painted with small runes. Sasuke, put your finger here. Yes, like that. You to Sakura. She then placed her own finger on the seal. Now all we have to do is push a little chakra into the seal. Concentrate on the ink. The others did as they were told, and the process was repeated twice more. In the end, they all had what looked like a swirl on their left palms. They decided to head toward the tower. The team was bound to bump into others along the way. 2 hours passed as they traveled at a steady pace, taking short breaks to keep their strength and rest their legs. In one of their breaks, they were confronted by another team. An imposter disguised as Naruto approached after the blonde left to answer the call of nurture. Sasuke and Sakura were amazed at how well the seal had worked. The warmth they felt from Naruto's chakra faded away as the Uzumaki walked away and didn't return as what looked like the blonde stepped back into the small clearing they had stopped. Needless to say, the imposter didn't have time to speak a word before Sasuke shot forward and knocked him out. The real Naruto returned a short time later with 2 large teens slung over her shoulders. Stinking peepers! Am I cursed to be surrounded by perverts? The smaller one had attacked her mid-pee and she would have finished it on him had she not felt the presence of the other one. By the time she had knocked them both out, she had regained her senses and decided not to demoralize them like an animal would. It was troublesome that her thoughts and basic instincts had become a little more animalistic. Sasuke snorted as he lifted one of the boys from her shoulder. You sound like a girl. He muttered with a smirk. Naruto quirked a brow. You know, one day you'll look back and realize how stupid you are. The failed team was tied up and relieved of their heaven scroll. Unfortunately, it was the same one they had but they kept it anyway. Sasuke held one and Naruto took the other. A short time later, Naruto felt a shifting in the wind. The great fox growled in her mind. He was ready to aid her in the upcoming fight. It's coming, Kit. I know. You ready? The QB answered by opening the flow of chakra between them. She felt the warmth and quickly molded it into long tendrils. She called them her tails, though they were more like her mother's chakra chains. A mix of hers and the QB's chakra made this possible. With these, she could actually hold on to things. The wind whipped around them and she quickly used her tails to grab hold of her teammates and a nearby tree. The oncoming torrent of wind hit the team's 7 members with tremendous force, flinging them from their path. Naruto used her final tail to reach out and pull them out of the jet stream. What the heck was that? Sasuke grunted as he stood to his feet. Sakura sat up a short distance away rubbing her head. Her eyes widened, and she screamed for the boy to move. Sasuke turned to see the creepy grass ninja with the long tongue lunging at him. His muscles tensed but he knew he was not able to move in time. There was a tug. It pulled at his waist, sending him out of the reach of the grass ninja. His footing settled again, and he found himself beside a crouching Naruto. The Uzumaki's whole demeanor had changed, making the boy wonder what made his teammates so angry. A low growl rumbled from the blonde's chest as their enemy chuckled from her perch in the tree above them. Well, what do we have here? The woman began silkily. Before she could utter another word, Naruto crossed her fingers, forming the sign to make hundreds of shadow clones. They popped into existence, 2/3 of them already hinged into her teammates. The myriad of doppelgangers immediately set out to their tasks. The greater portion headed straight for the disguised Sannin. In the confusion, Naruto grabbed her teammates and fled. Sasuke found himself being pulled again by the strange invisible tether around his waist. After the shock from what had just happened faded, he was able to focus. The Uchiha and his pink-haired teammate were being pulled about through the trees behind the dobe. How? He wondered as he activated his Sharingan. Black eyes turned red and the boy was able to see the word more clearly. He could also see 4 whips of golden chakra coming out of Naruto's lower back. What the heck? 2 of the chakra lines were attached to Sakura and himself while the other 2 whipped around touching random things as they passed. Naruto! Naruto, stop. Let me down. The blonde looked back only to speed up faster in their flight through the trees. It was another 10 minutes before the blonde slowed to a stop and placed the others down. The Uzumaki panted slightly as she turned to face her team, but Sasuke grabbed her by the shirt before she could speak. She suddenly found swirling crimson eyes inches away from her own. Explain. Now. The boy barked out. Naruto brought her hands up between them to form some sort of barrier. Forcing back the rising, uncontrollable fear, she met his glare with her own determined gaze before pushing him away. I'll explain on the way, but first, her voice was a bit rough from the tightening in her throat. You gotta rub this all over your visible skin. She pulled out a bottle of some sort of grainy mixture. Get as much under your clothes as you can, and careful with the eyes. She stepped away from the boy, hating herself for not being able to look him in the eye any longer. What is this? Sakura asked as a glob of the stuff was scooped into her hands. Leech repellent. You too, team. After giving the boy his share, she started to rub the minty scrub onto her skin. We're talking a shortcut, and this will keep us from being SCKED dry. The stuff was a gift from the Hokage, made especially for this exam. It was weird that with all the knowledge she had, it was this stuff that made her feel like she was cheating. Sakura paled. SCKED dry? How big can they be? The girl paused in her application of the stuff. Naruto sighed and rubbed a glob into the back of the other girl's neck. She had made a clone to see to herself as she made sure her teammates were covered. 2? 3 feet? I don't know. They weren't good for eating, so I didn't pay much attention. The way she had said that seemed like she was comparing produce at the market. Needless to say, her teammates shivered in disgust and a little bit of fear at the size of the bloodsuckers. And where are we going? Sasuke voiced as he finished and crossed his arms, waiting. Naruto looked the 2 over and stopped behind the boy. She quickly lifted his shirt and slapped a glob onto his lower back. The boy turned with a grunt only to be slapped in the back of the head and told to stay still. He couldn't help but think of his mother on days that she fussed over him with sunscreen in her hand. It was a bittersweet memory. Naruto was finished in seconds and with a nod, she leaped into the trees, fully expecting the others to follow. HN. The Uchiha was about to demand answers before he moved, but just then there was an explosion from the direction they had just come, causing the boy to spin around ready to fight. Move it, Sasuke. He looked back to see that Sakura had also taken to the trees. He huffed before jumping up and following the other 2. Well, we're on the way. Now spill. The 3 were leaping from branch to branch, nearing the river. It was slightly out of the way to the tower, but it was the ideal place for their battle. Naruto grit her teeth as the last of her clones were dispelled. Drat, he's coming. Sasuke quickened his pace so that he was running beside his blonde teammate. Who? He demanded, noticing the slight wobble in the Uzumaki's step as she hissed out her reply. The freak show aiming to steal your body. What? He wants your eyes, Sasuke, and to get them, he'll take your whole body. How do you know this? His voice did not crack as he glanced again into Naruto's determined eyes. The Uzumaki remained silent as she grit her teeth, her fingers twitching at her side. She could smell the water ahead, but something wasn't right. It smelt like, oh crud. How could she forget that thing? Being swallowed whole and covered head to toe by rank snake guts was sure to leave a lasting impression in one's memory. Sasuke, to the right. Sakura behind me now. Just as she spoke, a giant gray snake sprang out of the ancient roots, its maw gaping wide in an attempt to swallow her whole. Not again. Never again. She grabbed Sakura's arm and pulled the shocked girl with her as she leaped high above the crushing jaws. Her foot landed hard atop the scaly head before she jetted down the length of its back. The moment the two girls' feet touched earth, the temperature rose as a ball of fire enveloped the snake. The screams of the beast were frighteningly human, and it sent shivers down the three genins' backs. The snake withered in pain before disappearing, obviously returning to wherever the summons called home. Naruto saw Sasuke a small distance away, his hands still forming the sign for his family's jutsu. Their eyes meet, and she quickly looked away from his red swirling gaze. Come on. We need to get the river. They followed without hesitation this time, glad to be away from the smell of cooked flesh that enveloped the small battleground. The riverside seemed to fall silent after the tremendous crack of splintering wood filled the surroundings. She knew she was in pain, however, all she felt was a muddled haze. The seconds seemed to tick on forever in a disoriented hum until everything seemed to snap back into the present as her senses cleared. She heard the voice of Sakura screaming her name and what sounded like the battle continuing on without her. Naruto swore under her breath as she reached for the edge of the mini crater she was in. A flash of pain erupted in her side and her grip loosened, causing her to fall back again. Footsteps neared, and the sound of branches being pushed aside obscured the sounds of battle. The blonde tensed until she saw the familiar green eyes of her friend. Naruto, the girl reached for her. Are you all right? Naruto took the offered hand and grunted as she was pulled up. Nothing that won't be a bruise in the morning. She joked, even as the demon fox rebuked her for allowing the Sannin close enough to break 3 of her ribs. It was supposed to be simple. Separate the brats, test the Uchiha, offer him power, mark him, and leave. The rest would fall into place as his seal took hold of the child's mind and he would willingly come to him. He even had a plan for the Jinchuriki if the child tried to get in the way. But Orochimaru never expected this. There were hundreds of them. Little, annoying brats. All over the place. Their pathetic attempts of tricking him were futile, though. It was obvious to him which were the fakes and where his real target was. That was until he sank his fangs into the unsuspecting Uchiha and his prey burst into a cloud of vapor. Oops, wrong one. Better luck next time. A blonde to his right laughed. Don't wish him luck, dope. He's the enemy. An ebony-haired clone scolded the other. Would you two stop flapping your jaws and do what we're here for? A pink one said as it dodged an attack. You mean makin' the little snaky-wakey split his skin? Another blonde from behind said as it came at him with a punch. 'Cause I think it's workin'. The man went through 50 clones before he noticed their change in tactics, but it was too late. He was already covered in a sticky thick liquid. He stopped pulling his punches then and soon the numbers dipped to only those who had run from the scene. It was only 40 minutes from the time he first engaged the children. 40 minutes chasing doppelgangers and being pummeled by childish tricks. He felt his irritation growing by the second. He just wanted to leave his mark and be on his way. And now, he had finally caught up to them. They were standing at the edge of a rushing river arguing with one another. There were more clones of the blonde but only one each of the others. This was his real target. They stopped arguing when they heard the crunch of gravel as he leaped from the tree. Ready stance, pulling out his weapon. Though, the Jinchuriki stopped the boy from charging, placing a hand on his should and speaking lowly. And then the blonde spoke to him. Yo, Okibaka. You got a little something? He made a gesture to his clothes. Orochimaru normally considered himself to be an exceptionally calm and calculated fighter. But as he looked down to his state of dress and the neon paint and honey that was splattered all over him, he felt a blood vessel pop somewhere in his head. The Hokage watched from his office as the plan played out. Everything seemed to be going well so far. And it seemed that the clones succeeded in their job to delay and thoroughly peeve his wayward student. He should never have doubt Naruchan's ability. He leaned forward, gazing closer into his crystal ball as they began to speak. You are quite the pest, Uzumaki-sen. Though, far more interesting than I previously thought. Orochimaru had hissed this as he glared at the child. Perhaps, I should add you to my collection as well. I know a few experiments that will be sure to make you scream. Hiruzen could see the disgust all over the girl's face as she replied. Yeah, that'll happen when pigs fly, rat's breath. The two other clones, with the group, flanked her on either side. Sasuke, Sakura, don't let him get near you. Especially you, Sasuke. He bits. The old village leader leaned back in his chair, bringing his pipe to his lips as he watched. It was all up to Nair now. Danzo was very pleased to have the Chunin exams held within the hidden leaf. The wild lands used for the second test was also the perfect place for him to gather intel on the Chunin potentials. For the training ground also held an entrance to his underground complex. Today, as he had done during previous exams, he walked the halls that lay hidden beneath the forest, setting an easy pace as he utilized his stolen eyes to watch the events above. The only remarkable thing he had seen yet were the Sand Genin. In particular, the youngest one. As he contemplated the idea that the child was, in fact, a Jinchuriki, his attention was pulled by a familiar power. The little tapping of his cane stopped as he halted his walk, and Danzo turned to his right. Now, what are you doing here? His voice rumbled into the empty passage before he continued walking. Taking the next right, he quickened his steps until he could hear the rushing of water above. Orochimaru, his occasional ally, was fighting with the Team 7 Genin. It was obvious to him what the man wanted, and Danzo frowned at the thought. He was unable to take the boy under his wing. All attempted to do so were thwarted by the boy's older brother. And now the snake was bidding for his unattainable weapon. He watched carefully, finding that two others had joined the fight. Strangely, disguised as the Jinchuriki and hiding among the numerous clones produced by the living vessel. He saw a pattern in the battle or battles. For there were two objectives in this fight. First was Orochimaru's intent to test and mark the Uchiha boy. The second was harder for him to understand, but it intrigued him to no end. At first, the Jinchuriki seemed only intent on defending his teammate. But his movements, along with the two in disguise, were coordinated. For a purpose he could not understand. And then the Jinchuriki's chakra changed. Mixing with what he could only imagine was the demon's. The man's body twitched in an uncontrollable reaction to the thought of the monster that nearly destroyed his home. But there was something different. It felt nothing like what he felt from the monster nearly 12 years ago. His eyes widened as he saw four tails extended from the vessel's back. The formed chakra whipped about, hitting the Sannin. Danzo expected the man to notice, but he did not react to what was happening to him. Eyes narrowing as he studied the Jinchuriki. This was nothing compared to the regular reports he'd been given on the vessel. This was a force to be feared. A force he now desperately wanted under his control. Fear clutched around the girl's heart as she pulled back the fallen tree limbs that covered Naruto. What is going on? She reached forward and grasped the boy's hand, not letting go even after he was on his feet. Is this really part of the exam? I can't believe that the Hokage would agree to such a thing. Sakura held her friend's hand tighter, wanting that comfort she had felt from him earlier that morning. She looked up from their joined hands as he gave her an answer to a question she must have asked without thinking. He was staring across the water at the others, and she followed his unwavering gaze. One of Naruto's clones was coming towards them. Will you be all right, Naruto-chan? Can you continue? This wasn't the first time Sakura had heard a clone speak, but this clone's voice was too soft to be Naruto's. Not stoppin' here, Haku. The original blonde spoke as he surveyed the damage in the temporary respite of the battle. Haku. Green eyes followed her friends and saw that their attacker had been encased in a growing structure of ice. I apologize. I know you did not want to rely on my Keiki Ginki. The blonde patted the other on the shoulder as he stepped forward, releasing Sakura's hand. The girl immediately wrapped her arms around her waist for some sort of support. It's okay. The weaving's done. I just need to dash. Naruto was cut short by a loud crack and an ear-splitting scream. It took only a moment for the scene to register in Sakura's mind before she fell to her knees and screamed in horror. No, no, no. The snake Sannin had freed himself enough to do the freaky neck-stretching thing and got his fangs into Sasuke's neck. Naruto stumbled to the edge of the flowing water, arm wrapped around her side to support her aching ribs. Sasuke. Her tails appeared again, fully visible to all. They ripped the back of her shirt with the force that they come out. Them across the water to the injured boy and his attacker. 3 of the tails pierced through the man's stretched neck, ripping flesh and pouring chakra into the seal she had painstakingly weave over his body. From the moment the Sannin appeared before her outside the forest of death, she had set to work, extending her chakra to needle-thin tendrils, weaving a net over his body. In her flight to the river, she set traps that would seek out her net, strengthening and tightening it. And in their fight, with the help of the 2 disguised missing nin, she was able to place the portions of the seal that needed direct and precise contact. The last tail delved into the forming curse mark on Sasuke's shoulder. This perhaps pained the boy far more than the curse mark itself. Naruto wasn't in the right mind to be gentle at the moment. It took all her will to make it so that the chakra tail passed through his body without damaging the flesh. Orochimaru screamed in pain, releasing his grip on the Uchiha's shoulder. His neck shrank back, but she held fast, pulling and ripping. The white snake's yellow eyes widened in a moment of panic before his mouth opened unnaturally wide. He then began the sickening process of shedding his severely injured body like the snake he was. Body slick with slim, he fell to the ground, refreshed, as if he had never been hurt. Blue eyes glinted with satisfaction. The man did exactly what she wanted. Albeit, a lot sooner than she thought. She simply had to push him far enough. At the moment he shed his body, his guard was down, and that is when the seal took root. The process was long and complicated, but the Sannin would never know he had been marked. The path to his destruction was set. A menacing laugh pierced through the moment of silence. The man was now free from his icy prison, only his discarded husk remained in its grip. He slid his eyes from the now melting ice to the blonde Jinchuriki. I must say, I underestimated you, Naruto-kun. You are far more formidable than I was led to believe. He watched as the golden appendages detached from his discarded skin and wrapped around his prey. The boy was quickly moved to a safe distance behind the blonde as she stepped onto the water. He laughed again. Your efforts are still futile. Sasuke will come to me of his own free will. A feral grin took hold of the Uzumaki's features, and her burning slitted eyes locked with his. You will not succeed, Orochimaru. For now, you're my prey and shall not live long. Now, the snake Sannin was not a man easily intimidated. So, when he felt that sinking feeling in his stomach, he was left speechless. His body urging him to run. He snarled at the Uzumaki as he melted into the ground to make his escape. Water splashed against her ankles as her fist clutched at the fabric of her ruined shirt. She wanted to chase him down that very moment. To hunt him down and rip him to shreds. The need to kill her prey tore at her mind and ripped a scream of rage from her throat. Calm down, Kit. We will get him in time. But now you need to attend to your Uchiha. Uchiha? Sasuke. That's right. The anger began to fade as she looked at the boy. Sakura was at his side, checking his injuries and staring warily at the dark mark on his skin. Naruto slowly walked over the water, allowing her tails to fade, except the one that was still connected to Sasuke. She suddenly felt very tired. Sakura watched as Naruto collapsed beside them, not even caring that his legs were still in the murky water of the riverside. The boy was breathing hard and battle-worn. It seemed to take everything he could to simply turn his head to look at her and smile. A second clone came to stand by the one that had approached earlier, and Sakura tensed, pulling out a kunai and ready to defend her weakened teammates. It's okay, Sakura, they're with us. Naruto would have placed her hand on the other girls for reinsurance but found that she couldn't move. Instead, she looked to doppelgangers. Help Sakura to find a good place to rest tonight, then go and report to the Hokage. And what about you? One of the doppelgangers spoke in the soft voice Sakura had heard earlier, the one Naruto had called Haku. And then it clicked. That voice. If this was Haku, then the other one must be. Sakura can watch over us. I know she is able. Naruto's eyes closed. Besides, this is still a test, despite the little interruption. You call that little? The other one grunted out. Yup, that is definitely Zabuza. When Naruto's words finally reached her, the girl stuttered. And Naruto, I need to do something about that mark. No one questioned what mark the blonde meant. Can't leave his side. I'm rallying on. It seemed that Naruto had succumbed to exhaustion, but the chain of chakra that linked the two teammates still pulsed steadily with golden light. Sakura looked up to the two missing nin in disguise, then back down to her unconscious team. She gulped down the uncertainty that tried to fill her and shook her head. Can you help me carry them? She looked up again, and the two men saw a change in her. A determination. I want to get closer to the tower before nightfall. I recall a spot on the map Naruto-kun drew out for us. Let's go there. Soon the small group disappeared into the woods, leaving behind little evidence of the battle that had just occurred. Darkness. It was all-encompassing. The boy was unsure if his eyes were open or not. He blinked several times, absolutely sure that his body was responding the way it should. But the shadows around him did not change. He heard it before he felt it, a slight shifting around him. As he tried to move, he realized that whatever had made the sound was now wrapped firmly around his body, completely binding him. When he began to struggle against the unseen bindings, the pressure slipped. He breathed in a breath of relief until the silky pressure began to wrap tighter around him. The boy began his struggle with vigor. There was no way he was going out like this. His hands grasped at the darkness around him, seeking for anything that could help. Nothing. Nothing but the sounds of his own shortening gasps as the weight pressed tighter on his chest. His lungs began to burn, and he could feel the hot tears running down his cheeks as he could no longer draw breath. No, not like this. He could not die like this. He had yet to take his revenge, to restore his clan, to bring honor again to the Uchiha. His mind had become hazy and his strength was fading. So, when he saw a glimmer of light, he passed it off as a hallucination. It flickered like a star in the night sky. But unlike the cold lights that were billions of miles away, this light was warm. He found that he couldn't look away. Not that there was anything else to see in the darkness, but there was a sense of hope that filled him, as if the light would provide a way out, away from the pain, from the hopelessness, the loneliness. The last thing he saw before slipping into unconsciousness was a pair of sapphire eyes surrounded by a halo of gold. When he woke again, he saw a red sky overhead. It's strange how the mind works. The boy sat quickly, looking for the owner of the voice. His head ached and his body felt heavy. Despite this, he turned to see a figure sitting a few feet behind him. A young woman was gazing upon the red-tinted landscape, a slight frown on her thin lips. My mindscape was a network of sewers while yours is, she gestured around them, a barren wasteland. The boy narrowed his eyes, unsure what the young woman meant. Who are you? Who? A look of confusion crossed her pretty face as she turned to face him. Her long messy hair brushing the rocky ground she sat. Oh, I look a bit different here, don't I? She looked down at herself as she scratched her whiskered cheek, grinning at him. Well, if you can't figure that out, then you're not as smart as I thought you were. Team. The boy's eyes widened. Naruto. In the flesh. Well, we're in your head, actually. She stood up and took a step away, looking at something in the distance. Her lips pulled down in a grimace. The Uchiha could care less about what had drawn this Naruto's attention away. He was gawking at the girl herself. Past the simple white dress, the obviously feminine curves, and the sudden growth spurt. He saw Naruto. The way she moved and held herself. The way she had spoken to him. The way she looked at him. It was all Naruto. You're a girl. She turned to face him, and the frown remained. He didn't like it there. Again, I thought you were the genius. She sighed. Then again, you did figure it out sooner than anticipated. The girl made a little face and he wondered what she was really going to say. When the female Naruto looked away from him again, he huffed and stood. Where are we? He demanded. And why are you? He found himself unable to continue and just waved his arms at her. Person. The girl turned again, her golden hair swirling around like fire in the ruby light. Your mindscape it's like a place in your head. For you to do stuff. She trailed off, looking to the side. Sasuke growled as he stepped forward, grabbing the blonde's shoulder and pulling her back to look at him. So, if this is my head, why are you in it? The girl rolled her eyes as she answered. Gee, I don't know. It's your head. A smirk lifted the frown as she looked down at herself. Why'd you make me a girl? I mean, look at this dress. Is that why you're always making wisecracks about my clothes? The boy thought he had lost the use of his jaw. It hung open as he fought to understand what this Naruto was implying. It made no sense, taking his mind down paths he didn't want to go. And that made him angry. Gra. I'm sick of this, he threw his hands up in the air. You won't tell us anything. You won't tell me anything. Naruto stepped back, surprised by his outburst. I'll tell you later, he mocked. Now's not the time. He grabbed the front of her dress. When will that be, huh? You haven't even told me how you've gotten so strong. How you just passed me like nothing, right out of the academy. The blonde stared down at the furious boy. Her lips moved in the desire to tell him everything. About his family, his future. About her past. And then his face flashed in her mind. The face of the man she had held as he took his last breaths. Sasuke watched the myriad of emotions flash across the girl's face. All of which ended in a hardened sadness. No. She spoke lowly as she grabbed his hand, making him release her. I'll tell you later. Now's not the time. Why? He exploded again. Why do you keep pushing this aside? Why do you keep pushing me aside? 'Cause you're the baka who didn't listen and got himself bit. Naruto spat out as she stepped closer, poking his chest for emphasis. Now I have to clean up the mess. You do realize that my chakra is not endless, don't you? Sasuke grew even more irritated with each press to his chest and swatted her hand away. Fists clenched and ready to strike. And what mess would that be? I don't. Naruto grabbed his head with both hands and directed his gaze to the side. The fight was forgotten when he saw the slithering mass surrounding them. How could he miss something like that? The huge white snake, with the distorted face of the man who had bitten him, slowly moved around the area they stood. But every attempt it made to come closer was met with a crackle of light and a hiss of displeasure. I know we need to talk. The girl sighed, about a lot of things. And I'll tell you now that I can't tell you everything. And you'll just have to deal with it. She let go of his face and took his hand into hers as she stared down the monster. What matters now is getting rid of that. What is that thing? The boy felt the terror he had felt before beginning to take grip. A parasite. I can't kill that thing. Without hurting you. It's connected to your brain and I don't think you want any more brain damage than you already have. So, what do we do? He whispered, unable to respond to the obvious insult. You have got to kill it. This is your mind, Sasuke. Your body. Do not let it overtake your will. She looked him straight in the eyes, conveying the urgency of the situation before she stepped behind him and placed her hands on his shoulders. I can only support you and burn away its influence, so you're not overwhelmed. You have to kill it. Only then can I deal with the stupid curse mark. Early fall leaves crunched underfoot as the group of shinobi stopped in the small clearing found between the massive trees. With the shrubs and a small ledge, the area would be easily defendable. Within one of the ancient trees was a hollow, and there the two unconscious members of Team 7 were placed. Sakura watched as the two missing nin in disguise placed them carefully down, wary about the tendril of chakra that connected the two. When Sasuke and Naruto looked comfortable enough, the two clones turned to look at her. She shifted her feet under their weighty gaze. What was she going to do now? Hadn't Naruto told them to go to the Hokage? She didn't want to be left alone even if her company were two shinobi who, at one point, had tried to kill her and her team. Naruto-kun trusts in you, Haruno-san. The soft-spoken clone said. He was the one that had carried Naruto. If Naruto trusts you, so do I. Why? She spoke without thinking but was unable to stop once the words had started. Why do you believe in him so much? That, the Naruto you know, he isn't the one I know. Knew. She held her hands tightly to her chest as she tried to express her jumbled thoughts. I've known him for years. He was nothing like what we saw back there. She pointed in the direction they had come. Do you not trust Naruto-kun? The one she believed to be Haku spoke again. Did she? She believed in his words about teamwork and sought after the comfort he provided her before entering this little slice of hell they were in. Keeps so much from us. I don't know what to think. Who do you think you are? The other clone grunted out. Sakura stared at him in confusion. You think you can call yourself a kunoichi, thinking like that? When the girl didn't answer, he continued. It's a part of the job, Pinky. You have missions you can't tell others about. Even family. Shinobi survive on secrecy. Just as much as they die for it. And as for trusting the brat, he glanced to the blonde, it's a two-way street. And the way I see it, Naruto's put all his trust in you right now. The two turned and jumped into the nearby tree. Good luck, Haruno-san. They were gone before she could respond. She looked to her unconscious team, shifting slightly as she contemplated the men's words. After a time, she tore her eyes from the blonde in the covered hollow. She had work to do. Team to protect. He had fought well. Naruto sat beside the mental representation of her friend as she finished the last runes of the seals she needed to maintain the balance in his chakra. When she felt her own chakra take root and the disturbing winds settle around them, she relaxed, unfolding her legs and falling back onto the red-tinted terrain, her head settling near her friend's. How did he survive this on his own? Her blue eyes took in the rare, peaceful look on his sleeping face. He would have been swallowed if I hadn't come. This gave the girl an uneasy feeling. Was the Sasuke of her past even Sasuke at all? Had she lost her friend the moment he was consumed by that monster? Who was the man she had chased for years? The man she had fought with as enemies? The man she had fought with as allies? The man who had died in her arms? She took in a shaky breath and sat up enough to rest on her elbows to get a better look of him. Who will this Uchiha Sasuke be now? Now that Orochi Bakazu's chakra is gone. Who will he be now that it was her chakra that filled the curse mark? She had done everything she could to remove the thing. She just didn't know enough about how it was made. And the few options she knew would work would leave the boy dead or his mind fractured. In the end, she placed her own seals to support the structure that was the curse mark without its creator's chakra and filled it with a portion of her own. She fell back again and gazed up at the red sky, and her thoughts turned to the battle within the boy's mindscape. All that was left of the parasite were the scorch marks on the ground, and even then, her seals were working to cleanse them away. The white snake had tried to use Sasuke's greed for power to entrap him, using pretty words of victory and destruction. At what cost? She had spoken fervently behind him. You may gain the power you desire. You may be able to defeat your brother. But you will be corrupted, Sasuke. That snake will take over your body and use it for its own desires. There will be no restoration of the Uchiha. Your clan will fizzle away like a dying ember. But forgotten in history. With no honor. You'll merely be a part of the legion of bodies that this monster has stolen in its vain attempts to live forever. Naruto turned to her side and looked at the boy as she brushed the hair from his eyes. He really did put his all into the fight. I got my second chance, Ani. Now this is yours. She allowed herself to completely relax and her hand fell into his. Her eyes closed, and she felt the pull as Kurama brought her back into her own body and lulled her into a healing sleep. I can't believe that didn't work, the platinum blonde beside him shrieked. He was supposed to fall for my girlish charms. Well, it goes to show that the Hyuga have no taste. His teammate whimpered as she fell back against the trunk of the tree his team had settled in. I told you it wouldn't work, Ino. Why was he even here? He wanted to do was lean back and watch the clouds or even get Asuma-sensei to play another game of shogi. But no. His mother had to drag him out of his bed at an ungodly hour the day before. His team was now stuck in some crazy forest. And to top it off, he slept in a tree last night. What gets me is that Niji wouldn't even try to take a scroll from weaklings like us. Unless we attacked first. His head fell back, hitting the rough bark. This whole thing is such a drag. Well, Choji paused as he munched on a chip. We just need to find someone weaker than us. Yay, and who would that be? He hated to admit it, but his team was the least motivated among two recent graduates. Well, Ino huffed, I'd say we should go after Naruto. But he was placed on Sasuke's team. Poor Sasuke-kun. Shikamaru could almost see hearts in the hopeless girl's eyes. He's the only one keeping that team going. To think he'd be placed with billboard brow and a worthless loudmouth. She mourned. Don't underestimate Naruto, he said to Ino in defense of the blonde. Ino looked at him oddly. Her thin brows scrunched over pale blue eyes. Why'd you say that? The baka was dead last the whole time in the academy. Almost beat me in a game of shogi. Okay, so he exaggerated a little as he remembered one of the few days he, Choji, and Naruto had had time to hang out. It was hot, and he didn't have the energy to train like the girl had wanted. Instead, he convinced her to play his favorite game. It took some time to explain the rules, and the girl kept trying to find ways around them when they didn't fit her needs as they played. It was a frustrating but enjoyable game. Helped him think up a few new strategies of his own. Ino's eyes became wide as she continued to stare at him. Was this all it took to shut her up? Shikamaru was about to elaborate on the game when Choji spoke from above. Hey, Shikamaru, look over there. The boy followed his larger friend's command and stood to get a better look through the brush. A flash of pink among the multitude of green. Let's get closer, he said as they all hopped down from the tree. There was only one person he knew with that color of hair. And the lack of black and gold around her was concerning. They silently made their way to the spot they had seen the color, hiding in the bushes as they heard the sounds of fighting. There were 3 genins surrounding the pink-haired girl. From their headbands, he could tell they were from the Sound Village. One of which he recognized as the one who had attacked that Kabuto guy before the exam started. Did they attack Team 7 because Naruto had flung him into a wall? Where was Naruto anyway? Shikamaru scanned the area as Sakura set off another volley of traps to keep the 3 attackers at a distance. There, hidden within the roots of the trees, he saw the golden sunshine that was Naru's hair. He silently moved to get a better view of the blonde and found that she and the Uchiha were both out cold. By this time the female Sound Genin had a grip of Sakura's long hair. What are you going to do? He asked Ino as the pink-haired girl let out a cry of pain. What do you mean? The Ino hesitated. We should just get out of here. I don't see Sasuke, so. He's over there with Naruto. He almost spat at her. Now, what are you going to do? Her eyes moved over to the area Shikamaru had pointed out and back to the captured girl. She was your friend, right? It was then that Sakura swung her kunai blade recklessly above her head, making the Sound Genin back away a little and cutting the long pink locks from her head. Strands of pink drifted within the space between the 2 kunoichi before Sakura spun around and punched the black-haired girl squarely in the face, sending the girl a few feet away. Team 10 stared in surprise as their fellow Leaf Genin stumbled back and fell to her knee, obviously hurting from the beating she had just gotten. But it was the look in her eyes that had the members of Team 10 in awe. This was not a Sakura they had seen before. Shikamaru glanced at his female teammate. She was shaking slightly as she watched her rival. A rustling of the leaves to their right had just registered in their minds when a green-clad figure appeared between the kneeling Sakura and her assailants. Niji's team must be close by. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed as he watched Lee start spouting off valiant words of rescue and reminding Sakura of a promise he had made to always protect her. The green-clad teen was eager to begin his battle with the bandaged-faced Genin, unwrapping the bandage from his forearms. What will you do, Ino? He asked again as Lee sent the bandaged-faced teen spiraling into the ground. You're not going to let a friend die over some boy, are you? No, she hissed. She's got help now anyway. Let's just. Another cry of pain filled the area and they turned to see Lee on the ground, blood leaking from his ears. It was supposed to have worked. The combination move developed by their fathers had gone without a hitch. Bandage Face was caught in Shikamaru's shadow, the supersonic guy had been knocked back by Choji's human bowling ball, and Ino was now in control of the black-haired chick's body. What kind of monsters were they, to not care for the life of their teammate? They didn't just call the bluff, they flat-out didn't care. To the point of threatening the girl's life themselves. The advantage that Team 10 had fought for held no weight with this enemy. And now they found themselves at the disadvantage. Even the arrival of the rest of Lee's team did not give the Sound Ninja pause in their goal, which they had just revealed was to kill Uchiha Sasuke. It was in that moment of helplessness that they felt the sudden change in the atmosphere. Heavy and angry. All eyes locked onto the source of the feeling, hidden within the small hollow. Dark golden wisps of chakra burst from the space between the roots, whipping about. Like liquid streams of molten fury. From within the center of the terrifying Ki, stepped out the intended target of the sound team. Blood-red, swirling eyes taking in the area and its battling occupants. Sakura, he spoke, voice still rough from the agonizing screams that had torn from his throat before he had passed out. Who did this to you? The chakra darkened even more as angry fire-like marks spread from his neck and down his arm. The sound ninja seemed taken aback by the sight but held fast to their positions. This was why they were here after all, right? To kill the Uchiha. Though, now that the sound team leader had seen the power of the mark that his lord had apparently given the boy, the bandaged-faced teen hesitated to go against him. He studied the boy as he walked confidently to the pink-haired nuisance and helped her to her feet. He was alive, which the majority bestowed the gift, could not say the same. The mark had taken hold. And it was clear to him now that Lord Orochimaru was only using his team to see if the boy had survived the marking. He grit his teeth in irritation. Yes, he knew that this was the nature of working under the rule of Orochimaru. But why did he have to waste time and energy on this child? You already have me, my lord. And the others? He was in the midst of lifting his hand to signal a retreat to his team when his stupid teammate shot forward to attack the Uchiha. The foolish teen gasped in pain as his attack was easily intercepted and he found himself at the mercy of an Uchiha, who obviously was not a morning person. Are you the one who hurt Sakura? The fists around the teen's arms tightened. What if I was? The smaller sound male seethed as he tried to free himself. The aura surrounding the Uchiha thickened and soon a sickening crunch filled the area, followed by a howl of agony. The teen crumpled to the ground, dangling from the broken arms still in Sasuke's grip. He was then thrown to the side as red eyes landed on the black-haired girl. Was it you? The voice was colder and promised pain. Ino had never seen Sasuke like this. This was not her cool, aloft prince. The boy had hatred in his eyes as he reached out for her. But, please, don't look at me like that, Sasuke-kun. There were shouts of protest around them as fingers wrapped around her throat. Ino, get out now. Sasuke, stop. Ino released her hold on the sound girl's mind and sprung back into her own body, coughing and wheezing as she struggled for breath. When she opened her pale blue eyes, she saw Sakura clinging to Sasuke from behind, pleading for him to stop. The black-haired girl dropped to the ground, gasping for breath when the boy released her. I can see it's no longer advantages for us to remain. The lone standing sound genin spoke as he lifted an earth scroll. What do you say to a trade? I give you this for the safe retreat of my team. Sasuke caught the scroll as the three sound nins skittered away into the dark brush. Stared at the rolled parchment in his hand as his mind cleared and the power that had engulfed him retreated back to where it came from. A pair of arms tightened around him, and he remembered that Sakura still held him from behind. She shifted slightly before speaking, her voice muffled by the cloth of his shirt. Sasuke, are you okay now? Yes. Thank you, Sakura, for stopping me. She nodded and let go. The boy looked around them. A few of his old classmate and the team he had met before the exam started were there in the clearing with them. What happened while I was out? His eyes then landed on Naruto. The smaller, less appealing one. Is he really a... It was just a dream, it had to be. He was surprised to see Choji approach the blonde and lift the girl up into his arms. He patted her cheek lightly in an attempt to wake her. Do they know? He glared at Shikamaru as he joined his friend in his attempts to wake her. Naruto ummed in protest form being woken and snuggled closer into the warmth that held her, which happened to be Choji's chest. A crinkling was heard as her head smushed the hidden bag of chips in his shirt. That you, Cho? She yawned as she pulled away a little. You have any solder pills to spare? You won't believe the amount of chakra I used up. The boy helped her sit up and then dug through his pockets. She graciously took the brown pill he held out and swallowed it whole. Are you all going to be okay here? Ten questioned as she helped her green-clad teammate up. Sakura answered for the group and the 3 older genin left to finish the exam. Ino had pulled Sakura away and sat her down to fix her hair, so Sasuke settled to just watch Naruto. By now she had swallowed another pill and was sitting on her own, talking quietly with the 2 male members of Team 10. She must have felt his gaze because she turned to look up at him. "Hey," she smiled up at him. "How you feeling, Leech?" The boy grunted. "Leech? Well yeah, what else should I call you?" Naruto stretched her arms behind her back, earning a few pops from the stretch. "You took half my chakra." She smiled weakly. It was obvious that she was still very tired. "Or are you finally admitting that you're a team?" The boy moved to spit out a biting comment like he usually did but stopped. He let his body relax as he looked away from her. Flashes of memory from the day and night before ran through his mind. The effort she had put in, the determination in her eyes. The power. Was it all just for him? He could feel a warmth fill his chest and touch his cheeks. "Thank you," was all he could manage before walking away. The quiet side passage was light dimly. Just as the majority of the root's many hidden places within the great ninja village. Seated against the wall was a boy, just a bit older than the academy's most recent graduates. A hand-bound book sat in his lap as he dipped a sturdy brush into a small pot of ink. From within the shadows a distance away, amber eyes watched the child as he worked quietly. That must be him. The one his little sunshine had called, Sai. The boy wore the same emotionless expression that one would find on any root member. But Fu had spent many years in the organization, and he could see the remnants of a broken heart behind the many walls the boy had put upon himself. Should he approach the boy now or wait until he reports his find to Naruto? He was only told to find, not what to do afterward. The auburn-haired man narrowed his brows as the boy's hand twitched and what seemed to be a tear fell onto the bound paper. The boy was not completely brainwashed. Perhaps he could help the child before he was completely lost to the darkness. Fu was about to step forward when he heard the all-too-familiar tapping and shuffled steps of Danzo approaching. He gave one last look to the boy, committing his pale face to memory, before turning and rounding the corner to greet his leader. The old man was not alone. Behind him was a masked teen with spiky dull black hair. The customary tinted glasses of the Aburame clan built into the fabric that covered most of his face. The Yamanaka spared but a glance to the younger male before bowing to the elder. "Lord Danzo." How the words felt heavy on his tongue. Giving his respect to one who no longer held it. He waited for the man's acknowledgement before lifting his head again. Danzo had walked past, apparently deep in thought before stopping. He turned his calculating one-eyed gaze upon the young man. "Fu-san." The voice was deep and gravelly. "There is something I wish to discuss." She felt like crap. Plain and simple. Her muscles felt as if they had been lined with lead, or was it that her weight seals had been set to their maximum setting without her knowing? The very act of putting the first solder pill into her mouth, after Choji had handed it to her, left her panting. She didn't even have the strength to chew the small brown energy pill. The blonde closed her eyes again as she waited for the medicine to take effect. While she drew in calming breaths, she felt Choji pull her up to lean against the large trunk of the tree she had been sleeping under. And then a heat filled her, warming the cold, hollow space that had left her drained. The warmth was nothing compared to the boundless blaze that normally filled her, but it was comforting nonetheless. It seemed that Choji understood the extreme drain her body had gone through, because the moment she had opened her eyes again, he had pressed another pill into the palm of her hand. Perhaps his understanding was because he had already started his training in his clan's strongest technique. She smiled gratefully up at him as Shikamaru voiced his concerns. "It's not good to eat too many of those at one time, you know." Naruto grinned as she bit down on the second pill, allowing it to enter her system faster after swallowing it. "Didn't know you cared so much." "Shikakuin." The boy looked away. "Anyway," she continued on as she shakily leaned forward. "Gotta get the chakra pipes primed, you know." The 2 boys shared a questioning look as the disguised girl began to check her pouches for something to eat. She was starving. It took another 2 solder pills and a large bento that she had unsealed from her supply pouch for Naruto to even feel capable of standing. When she was ready, both Shikamaru and Choji helped her to her feet. What exactly happened, Naru? Shikamaru asked again. What drained your chakra so much? Naruto glanced over to her friend, his hands still on the back of her shoulder. A crapload of trouble. That's what's happened. The two boys looked at her warily as she stepped away from them. She approached the Uchiha, who was sitting a short distance away, stuffing the earth scroll into his side pouch. Without a word she pulled at his collar, causing the boy to yelp and swat her away. And to the surprise of everyone in the clearing, the blonde thumped him on the head and pulled at the collar again. Naruto's face scrunched slightly as she checked her work. It looks like you'll have to join me in meditation each morning, team. You've already clouded up my beautifully clean chakra, she said mournfully. The boy grunted but nodded in agreement. Her shoulder burned. Heat radiated up her neck as her fingernails bit into the skin around the cursed mark in a failed attempt to lessen the pain. The man had already turned away, leaping into the dense forest. He was gone in seconds and she could do nothing. She knew. She knew he was there. That he had entered the village that he had long before abandoned. The Hokage had told her only hours before. The knowledge didn't lessen the pain though. She thought she would be prepared, but when she looked upon the face of the man she had once called sensei, he had changed. There was not even a glimmer of the man she had known. And that hurt. It hurt more than the curse he had placed on her as a child. Her sensei was dead and in his place was the monster of his own creation. The woman took in ragged breaths as she forced herself to stand. Swaying slightly as she gripped the wooden surface of the tree she stood in. She had to get to the Hokage. Ino found that using a kunai was not the easiest way to cut hair and make it look nice. She worked quietly as she evened out the hastily cut strands of pink hair. The two girls had already given their customary insults that years of rivalry had fashioned. And now silence had settled between them. The silence allowed the blonde to think about the girl in front of her and the reason why her hair was in its current state. How the girl fought with a bravery and determination that Ino thought her to never be capable of. Pale blue eyes strayed to the line of her neck, down to the toned shoulders. This wasn't the scared little girl she had met in the park years ago. And then she thought about her own actions and the shame she felt about wanting to leave. Sakura had changed. And for the better too. While Ino felt that she was still in the academy compared to the pink-haired girl. It was so annoying. Detrained. She graduated from the academy too. She wasn't a little girl anymore either. Just you watch, Sakura. I'll win for sure. Movement caught her eye and the pale blonde glanced up from her work to see Sasuke walk away from the other boys and sit alone. Just as cool as always. Her fingers laxed from her work as she stole another glance. How she wished she could sit with him. That was until he looked up for a moment and she saw his eyes. Her chest clenched involuntarily, and the girl had to pull her hand away from Sakura's neck. His eye had been so cold when he first woke. Not the normal coldness but a sort of detachment that was ready to kill. And they had been set on her, even if it had been a brief moment as she inhabited another's body. Is it done? The voice of her rival brought her back and Ino checked the girl's hair. Yeah. She placed the kunai back in its pouch and stood. She was acting silly. Sasuke would never look at her like that. It was the girl whose body she had taken over. Not her. It's the best I can do for now. At least it's not uneven. Thanks. Sakura was interrupted by the sound of a loud smack and the two girls looked up to see Sasuke rubbing his head and Naruto pulling at the wide collar of his shirt. What are they doing? When Sakura didn't answer, she turned to see a worried look on the girl's face. And Ino wondered what had happened to the team before help had arrived. When she turned again, she saw Naruto pocking the sitting Uchiha on the forehead. Cute little brother. Sasuke moved so fast that it was only after Naruto was splayed out on the ground that the others realized that the fuming boy had punched his blonde teammate. The Hokage leaned back in his seat, releasing the jutsu on the crystal ball. He pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a sigh of exasperation. That girl never ceases to surprise me. The Gak's got guts but no sense of preservation. Zabuza, though, back to the time he found the small girl standing in the rain with no shoes or weapons to speak of. The old Hokage turned to the shark-fanged man. Thank you for your part in this, Momochi-san. Yuki-san. As gutsy as she is, Naruchan would not have been able to do this alone. A knock sounded at the door and the 3 occupants of the tower office turned to see a scowling woman walk in. Orochimaru was in the forest. She bit out quickly, it seems he wants the Uchiha brat and has already marked him. When her leader showed no reaction to the news, her scowl deepened. You knew, why didn't you tell me? I could have protected the brat. Hiruzen drew in a breath, steeling himself against the woman's anger. We didn't want him to have any indication that we knew anything of his plans. This statement had the women standing straighter, her eyes darkening in her fight to hold in the pain. So, you didn't trust me. Is that it? No, Anko. The Hokage spoke resolutely. I do trust you. That is why I told you before of his presence. But the boy. Hiruzen lifted his hand. He has been cared for. It is unfortunate that we were unable to stop the curse mark from being placed, but countermeasures were put in place to ensure the boy's safety. The tension in Anko's chest dissipated. That Ambu chick from before. He thought out loud, she was a part of these countermeasures? Yes. What do we do now? We wait. Naruto sat on the bank of the river that ran through Training Ground 44. It wasn't the same spot that her team had encountered Orochimaru, being further upriver. The water was clearer here and looked very inviting. She dipped a rag into the cold water and wrung it out before placing it on her blackened eye. I can't believe you won't heal a simple black eye. She internally yelled at the fox demons sealed within her. Not like it'll take that much to do it. She watched Sasuke and Chiji as they worked together to catch a few of the fish that lived in the water they had stopped. A low rumble sounded in her mind and she realized that the fox was laughing at her. Her own expression soured, making the Nara sitting beside her think that she was sneering at her only male teammate. You did kind of ask for it. The boy told her as he leaned back to watch the fluffy clouds above. What man wants to be called little brother by someone younger than him? He was smiling now. The rumbling in her mind fell into full-out laughter and the girl threw the wet rag into her friend's face. Why don't you go be annoying someplace else? She stood and toed her shoes off. We all agreed to stick together until we get close enough to the tower. The boy lifted the rag to settle a brown eye on her. Besides, someone's got to make sure you don't get yourself almost killed again. He spoke lazily. To the boy's surprise, she laughed. He had expected her to grumble and storm off like any other female he had experience with. But she had laughed and stretched before jumping into the water to join Choji as he chased the fish into Sasuke's trap. Shikamaru let the rag fall back onto his face, hoping to hide the blush that formed from seeing a little more of Naruto's back than expected. The fabric was ripped to shreds but still allowed her some modesty with the way it lay. But as she stretched he got a clear view of her tan skin and he realized that the color was natural and not the result of staying in the sun for hours at a time, training, as he had originally thought. Unaware of her friend's thoughts, Naruto swam a little deeper into the water. Fingers grazing the rocky bottom as she allowed her mind to clear. She hadn't had time to meditate and she was starting to feel the mental strain of it. She slowed and allowed her body to rest on the riverbed, staring up into the distorted sky through the water's surface. If only she could stay here for a little longer. To not think. To only feel the cool water. To only hear her own heartbeat. Too bad she couldn't breathe. She reluctantly tucked her legs beneath her, ready to push up. Then suddenly the surface above became blurred by a mass of bubbles, accompanied by the reverberating noises of something falling in. A heartbeat later she saw the livid face of Sasuke jetting straight towards her. Naruto was so taken aback by the look that she didn't even protest when he grabbed her around the waist and kicked off against the riverbed, sending them both up to the surface. The boy began berating her the moment he could draw breath. What do you think you're doing, letting yourself drown? I wasn't he wasn't finished, cutting her protest short. Do you have a death wish or something? Sasuke? At the hard look he gave her, she narrowed her own eye. Death was the last thing she wanted. She'd already been there. You know what, never mind. She swam till she could touch bottom and trudged the rest of the way out of the water. Everyone was watching her as she shook the water out of her hair. What? Sakura stepped forward with concern on her face. Naruto, you were under there for over 15 minutes. The blonde blinked once, then twice. Oh. Oh. Ino shot back. That's not normal, Baka. At least not for shinobi at our level. But I'm not at your level. She wanted to protest. By this time, Sasuke had walked up beside the disguised girl and smacked the back of her head as he passed. Let's eat. The group gathered around the small fire to begin their meal of fire-roasted fish and mushrooms. They were mostly quiet as they ate, enjoying the filling meal. Naruto enjoyed the bit of peace this brought. The safety they all felt in the larger number of comrades. She looked from one to the next. They were all weary and tattered in appearance. Though this wasn't the worst state she had seen them in, it was most likely the worst they had felt up to this point. Well, maybe not for Sasuke, but this was entirely different from what he had gone through. Her gaze stopped on Ino and her thoughts were pulled away from her meal as she recalled the shock she had when she learned that her little root spy was the pale blonde's older cousin. They were both Yamanaka. Hey, what are you gawking for? Oops, she'd been caught. Don't tell me you dash. Ino-san, your clan dos mind things, right? She interrupted the girl, unable to slow her train of thoughts now. Getting in and taking information and stuff? Pale blue eyes blinked in confusion before she nodded. That's the least sophisticated way you could put it, but, yes. The Yamanaka clan has many jutsu that involve entering another's mind. Her eyes narrowed. What about it? Naruto had stood up and was pacing by this point. Could you? She glanced at the other girl for a second, like, changed something that has control over someone's mind or even their body. Seal. Huh. Naruto huffed at the inadequate answer and stopped to sit back in her spot. The idea that hit her hinged on Ino's answer. Can you change the effects of a seal from within the mind? By this time, the rest of the group was staring at the two with interest, wondering where Naruto was going with this. What are you planning, Naruto? Shikamaru asked when his teammate didn't speak. He saw no connection this question had with their current situation. Naruto ran a hand through her hair as she looked down at the food she had dropped. She picked the fish up and started dusting the bits of dirt off. I've got a friend who's in a bit of a spot. And the thought came to me. She looked to Ino again. Maybe I could help him. And a few others as well. Ino had finally gathered herself and answered seriously. I've only just started learning my clan's jutsu. You might have better luck asking Dad about it. Naruto sighed but nodded in thanks, and the group fell silent as they continued to eat. What seal were you talking about? Blue eyes turned to black as Naruto regarded Sasuke's unspoken question. It's a different one. She saw the tension in his shoulders lessened as he finished his meal and stood to walk away. Sakura watched him with a worried look and turned to see Naruto gazing reassuringly at her. The group was finishing up their meal and was beginning to ready themselves to start towards the tower again. What's all this talk about seals? Choji asked as he grabbed the last fish that sat by the fire. You've never talked about them before. Shikamaru looked up from his pack and remembered something from the day before. That Kabuto guy said something about a growing interest in Fuinjutsu. Naruto was putting her shoes back on when she finally answered as offhandedly as possible. Oh, Fuinjutsu. Yeah, that. She paused as she tightened the strap of her sandal. I've got kind of a knack for it. She then turned and pointed in a random direction. The tower's that way. Let's get going. What do you mean by a knack for it? You know what? Naruto ignored the girl and continued as if no one was interested in anything but leaving the impromptu rest area. If I remember correctly, there's no leeches that way, but we should look out for the mega centipedes. It's more than a knack. She heard Sakura say to the others. I've seen him do some incredible things. Nothing like the paper booms they taught us in the academy. Are you ready? Naruto continued again, bouncing on the ball of her feet. 'Cause I'm ready? Let's go. Naruto, Shikamaru said, worried about the odd behavior the disguised girl was showing. We're not leaving till you spill. Of course, Sasuke would say something like that. They all watched as the blonde stilled, head falling back to face the sky, and then turned to face them. They were all surprised by the expression she held. It was nothing like what Team 10 had seen on the blonde before. but Naruto's team recognized it as the look she held when she confronted Gato in Wave and Orochimaru just yesterday. They all remained silent even after the look was quickly replaced with something a little less scary. You're all my friends. I know I can trust you. But this is neither the time or the place. She lifted her hand and shook her head when Sasuke stepped forward. We've already been through this, team. She breathed in deeply, closing her eyes and grumbling under her breath about someplace quiet. Let's go. The group watched the blonde walk off toward the direction she had pointed earlier and then followed, doing all they could to not leave a trace and keep their eyes out for other teams as they neared their destination. The shadows in the wild forest had grown deeper when the two teams finally stopped to rest. They huddled together against the chilly fall air as they ate a simple meal of gathered vegetations and berries. Naruto rubbed at her arms in an attempt to keep warm. Why is it so cold? The disguised girl regretted not packing her old orange jacket. As thin as it was, it had apparently kept her warm in her first run through the dangerous training ground. It wouldn't be that bad if it wasn't so humid, Sakura stated as she packed away the last of her rations. Why can't we light a fire again? Because we're close enough to the tower that we'll be easily spotted, Shikamaru said lazily even as a shiver ran through his body. The boy was sitting back to back with Ino, who was having the hardest time with the chill. Not only because of the summer outfit she wore but because of the lack of fat on her body. Naruto rubbed at her nose, fighting back the itch that had started. Her eyes widened slightly. No. A light growl rumbled in her chest as she pulled out one of her storage scrolls. She could not afford to get sick. There was too much to do. Too much at stake. Sasuke had heard the blonde from his spot nearby and watched as Naruto unsealed a sturdy leather-bound book. It was the same one he had seen the blonde working from in Wave. The girl, he still questioned his sanity at the thought, began to mutter to herself as she leafed through the yellowed pages in the dimming light. Ha! The shout startled the whole group as Naruto leaped to her feet and started gathering dry twigs and branches from the bushes around them. What are you doing, Dobe? Sasuke picked up the book that the blonde had left on the ground and turned it over in his hands. The swirled symbol, often seen on the backs of the leaf shinobi, was prominently placed on the front of the book's cover. Can't afford to get sick, the blonde said over her shoulder as she pulled hard on a larger branch. I assume y'all feel the same. She strode back to the boy as she dropped the gathered wood in the middle of the small clearing. Grabbing the book, she flipped back to the required page. Besides, she looked to the others in the group, weren't you interested in my growing interest in Fuinjutsu? Moved first, quickly gathering more wood for the fire. Team 10 looked on in confusion for a moment as the blonde knelt near a patch of dirt and started carving a rigid design into the ground. Ino and Choji began to look for more wood as Shikamaru moved closer to watch as Naruto coped the design from the book in her hand. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed as he watched her work, analyzing the well-practiced movements of her script. It was odd seeing this from the girl. He knew she was smart and had guessed that she must have been holding back for some reason, but he had also watched her in the academy. He remembered that the girl had struggled with writing simple notes, hands shaky and unsure. Where had she learned this? The way she scored the earth told of years of work and absolute confidence in her ability. Yet, it hadn't even been a year since they graduated. The brown-eyed boy glanced at the disguised girl's face. She was almost serene in her concentration. Well, Naruto is always one to turn logic on its head when it doesn't suit her. The boy began to wonder how much the girl was actually holding back. Who exactly is the real Uzumaki Naruto? It only took a few minutes for the design to be completed and the blonde straightened from her bent position. She breathed in deeply before channeling chakra into the scored earth. The moment the Fuinjutsu completed, the two teams felt a dome of energy curve over them. Ino gasped in astonishment as she gripped Choji's arm. What was that just now? Is this like the one you make in Wave? Sakura asked as she reached out to touch the wall of energy. The unseen barrier felt sort of buzzy as she pushed her fingers through it. Naruto scratched her cheek as she thought for a moment. I guess you could say that the base structure is the same. She started slowly, leaning back as the watched Ino and Choji stack the wood. But the main components are reversed. Not to mention, The other one was focused on eliminating physical entities from outside. While this 1 inch she pointed lazily to her work is focused on absorbing light. She ticked off with her fingers, retaining heat, and safely dealing with the smoke produced by a fire. The group stared at her oddly. What? Is it that hard to think that I could say something smart now? Naruto rolled her eyes as she put her mother's book away. It should be safe to light a fire now. She sat with a grin. Smoke and light won't be seen past the barrier. Though, it doesn't do much for sound. So be careful with that. Unless you'd rather die of smoke inhalation, I can make the adjustments. After the group of young teens recovered from their shock, a fire was lit, and they all basked in the warmth of it. Sasuke watched the smoke rise from the fire, fluctuating until it reached the dome of energy above them. The captured particles swirled like ink in water and followed the curve of the barrier down to the forest floor where it remained with the rest of the dirt. "Hey, Naruto," it said lazily despite the desperate need for answers from his teammate. "Where'd you get that book?" This made Shikamaru sit up as well. "I was wondering the same thing. It looked handmade and old." Naruto remained laying by the fire, watching the smoke touch the seal's barrier. What should she say? She had never had the chance to tell any of her friends about her family before. It had never come up in conversation in the few peaceful times they had. And the rest of the time, well, there were far more important things to think about. "It was my mother's," she found herself saying. "Hokage Gigi. He gave it to me after graduation." "She must have been amazing at Fuinjutsu to have written a whole book on it," Sakura stated. This drew a light chuckle from the disguised girl. If only they knew who her dad was. Mom didn't make the book, though she's added to it. As did her father. I believe this particular one, she inclined her head towards the carved earth, was created by a great uncle of mine. So, it was passed down in your family or something? Naruto looked over to her fellow blonde and hummed in confirmation. Her eyes drifting slowly closed. The Uzumaki were well known for 2 things, their mastery of the art of Fuinjutsu and their fiery red hair. She yawned. "At least that's what I was told. I've also been told I look more like my dad." She finished as she allowed herself to drift off to sleep. The light rhythmic sound of metal against stone mingled with the soft breathing of sleeping genin. Sasuke had volunteered to take first watch alongside Team 10's largest member. The Uchiha couldn't sleep anyway with the way his mind was running. So, he occupied himself by sharpening his small supply of kunai as he followed the follow his thoughts led. Thoughts that revolved around a certain dobe. He searched his memories, looking for anything that might have hinted that the boy he thought he knew was, in fact, a girl he knew nothing about. He tried remembering everything the blonde had said to him, looking for the hidden meanings behind the worlds. He found there wasn't much. Not because Naruto said little. That was quite the opposite. The blonde never shut up in his opinion. He found that there was so little because, at the time, he just didn't care. At all. Could he have seen past the mask that his classmate, now teammate, held if he had just carried enough to pay attention? What else had he missed with his mind focused fully on reaching his brother? The boy's hand slowed its work till the blade hung loosely in its grip. "What have I missed?" "You're not the only one, you know." The blonde's statement from their first day as a team came to the forefront of his mind. Everyone has different experiences, Sasuke. Everyone has different pains. So, what are her pains? Are they similar to the boy she portrayed? Or is the real Uzumaki Naruto a completely different person? The boy sighed as he passed a hand through his slightly greasy hair. But he would give for a bath right now. Maybe if he was clean and well-rested, he could think more properly on the subject. His mind began to run again, and his hands began to work the edge of the blade again. Naruto spoke as if they were a clan. Fuinjutsu and red hair. The boy's eyes widened slightly as he remembered a question the girl had asked earlier that day. A question she had directed toward a red-headed genin. Was it fate that they had come across the struggling grass team? Sasuke had stepped back alongside his teammates as the others in their group fought and captured the opposing team, allowing them the glory of capturing their own second scroll. After the 3 unfortunate genin were securely tied up, he and his team joined the others to celebrate a bit. Sasuke had stayed close to Naruto as he had done since he pulled her out of the river. Not that it was obvious that he was doing it. He just didn't want the dope to die before he could get his answers. The look in the disguised girl's blue eyes as she saw the hanging redhead had captured his interest, and he listened closely as she spoke lowly. Could you be an Uzumaki? It had surprised him then, but now he understood why. Naruto wasn't just an orphan with an unknown past. Naruto was an orphan from a clan that was supposedly dying out. Or even in hiding. A clan that had a connection to the leaf, but no one seems to know about. A clan important enough that every leaf shinobi wore a symbol that appeared to be connected to that clan. If the familiar swirl within a circle on the Uzumaki family tome was any indication. Who are you, Naruto? Kit, I think you should wake. The blonde continued to sleep soundly. Reassured, not only by the presence of her friends with her but also because the great fox demon sealed within her was also able to keep watch as she slept. Brat, wake up. Naruto did not stir as she woke. Her mind immediately turning to her tenant. What is it, Ku? She asked sleepily, knowing that if they were in any danger the old fox would have woken her in an entirely different manner. Kurama growled at the butchering of his name but let it slide. Do you smell that? He questioned instead. The girl turned her focus outside of her mind, breathing in the world around her. Past the soot from the fire and numerous plants that surrounded them, she caught the scent that had alerted the old fox. It was a scent she knew well. A scent she had followed in secret for a full week as she tested and experimented, her new fuinjutsu. A low rumble in her mind echoed with amusement. It's your little genie pig. She shifted the hand that rested on her belly to her side, resting it near the pouch secured to her thigh. Wonder what he's here for. She listened to the light snores of her friends and turned her head to see Sasuke quietly sharpening a kunai. His back faced her, so she couldn't see if he had noticed their visitor. She turned her attention back to the white-haired teen. He sat in a tree a respectable distance away, hidden well. Naruto turned to her other side and saw Choji sitting by the fire. The larger boy glanced at her when she moved and saw the meaningful look in her eyes. The blonde glanced to her hand and back to the boy's eyes. He, in turn, looked to her hand laying in the dirt and saw it moving. His eyes narrowed, wondering. Oh, that's the sign language they taught in the academy. The movements repeated again and Choji's eyes widened. He settled back and pulled out a snack from the inner pocket of his shirt. Anyone watching would just think that he was eating, as was to be expected, but an outsider wouldn't know that Choji had run out of his favorite chips yesterday. The crinkling of the bag woke his two teammates. They remained still, listening for any signal from the larger boy. Choji looked back to the slumbering blonde. Her lips twitched into a faint grin just before a yelp of surprise erupted in the trees around them. A thump of something hitting the ground hard sent the whole group to their feet. Team 10 already had their weapons ready. What's going on? Sakura had stepped closer to Naruto. The blonde was the only one still sitting on the ground but was staring intently into the brush. Who's there? Sasuke asked in a low warning. The next moment the unknown voice sounded again in alarm and panic. The underbrush began to rustle, coming closer to the group. Sasuke rose his freshly sharpened kunai, his eyes swirling red. No one expected to see the invader burst through the bushes foot first, and then proceed to dangle upside down in the air with nothing visible holding him. 6 Genin blinked in surprise, unable to process what had just happened. Ha! The silence broke with the pearls of laughter that fell from a certain blonde's lips. You should see your faces. The white-haired teen began to struggle to free himself, flailing enough for his glasses to fall to the ground beneath him. Hey, it's that guy with the cards. Ino stepped closer, you know? Without the specs, you're kind of cute. Shikamaru sent Ino an annoyed look. What I want to know is why someone is hanging in the air to begin with. By this point, Sasuke had already stepped up to the captive and began to bind his hands and feet. Not even questioning how it happened. He knew, and so did Sakura. They had first-hand experience with, well, whatever it was Naruto was doing. They both looked to the giggling blonde as Sakura kicked Naruto lightly in the side. Care to explain? Did you have to kick that rib? The disguised girl had leaped to her feet, rubbing her sore side. Explain what? I can see it coming out of your back, Naruto. Wah, she looked over to the boy, his eyes swirling red as he watched her. She repressed the urge to flinch away. You can. She sighed, lowering her head in defeat, at least in this topic. Everyone was staring at her, including the tied-up genie pig. Her eyes narrowed. Nope. No defeat. Not now. Well, I'll tell you about it later. She didn't like the way Kabuto was looking at her with unveiled interest. The group wanted to protest. The sunny blonde they once thought they knew was now diapering in a cloud cover of unanswered questions and promises of later. Naruto began to fidget as she sensed the beginnings of distrust rolling off her peers. The realization that her secrecy was starting to push them away hit her hard. Naruto looked to her captive again, face contorted in frustration. Why'd he have to show up anyway? Fine. The girl furiously passed her fingers through her hair, tugging knots and bits of debris out as they passed through the golden strands. She released her hold on the white-haired teen, purposely lifting him a bit higher before letting him fall, head first. I get it from my mom. She spoke lowly, chakra chains. It's an Uzumaki thing. She hoped that Kabuto wouldn't catch her rushed worlds. What? Like a Keki-Eigenkai? Sakura almost shouted this in surprise, electing curious glances from Team 10. And a visible cringe from Naruto. You didn't know? You know what? By this time Kabuto had managed to sit up, despite his bindings, and was letting his discomfort be known. Naruto knew it was an act. The same way she knew he could heal almost instantly. We'll talk about this later. Everyone turned to look at Sasuke as he continued. It's just like Naruto said before. Besides, it's late. We need to rest. And we still have to deal with him. The Uchiha had seen the tension and utter discomfort in the blonde and surprised himself when he repeated the words he hated hearing from her the most. But the grateful look she sent him before she crouched in front of the white-haired teen was enough to lift the counters of his lips as a warmth settled in his chest. He had never been anywhere near the little Jinchuriki until the opening day of the Chunin exams. He had seen the blonde head on passing but only showed interested in the child once he figured out his status within the village. It was not hard to figure it out. With all the whispers that followed the child, he was surprised the Hokage's edict did not send more men to the gallows for speaking of what should not be spoken. His interest grew when he saw the child running from a team of ANBU that seemed to be covered in paint. But it was around that time that his first order from Orochimaru arrived and he began his work, gathering information and passing it along like the good little spy he was trained to be. It was in this search that he came across a tidbit of information that interested him greatly. An obscure and buried medical record of a civilian orphan. And with it, his interest in the blonde grew beyond the use that she could be to his master. It was information he kept to himself. So, when he finally met her for the first time, he was thrilled by the fact that he knew more about her than the group of friends that surrounded her. And then she looked into his. There was a calculating intelligence he saw behind that boyish exterior she kept. The ki that radiated off her. The fluid movements as she deflected his attacker. The touch of her hand across his jaw. The bite of her blade at his neck. He could not forget her sweetly spoken words that hid threats of unspeakable pain. Nor did he want to. A tremor ran up his spine again as the bespectacled teen heard the very voice that hadn't left his mind from the moment of their first meeting. The girl spoke lightly to her female teammate, who sat on the early morning watch with the Nara boy. The quiet exchange ended, and Kabuto listened intently to the rustling of fabric, the shuffle of dirt. And then nothing. He cracked an eye open from his bound sleeping position. The little Jinchuriki sat near the dwindling fire, eyes closed and legs crossed. It surprised him to see the blonde meditating, but this only added another facet to the intriguing gem that she was. A treasure that he suddenly realized he wanted. The Leaf Group, +1, woke at twilight and a small cold meal was eaten from the last of their gathered supply. It had been decided, upon hearing Kabuto's explanation, that they would release the older boy. Apparently, he was separated from his team and had no interest in their scrolls as his other two teammates held their own and would meet him at the tower. When the teen finally stood from the position he had slept the night before, he stumbled forward and fell to his knee. Naruto looked up from her work deactivating and distorting her seal. Her gaze narrowed. What's his game? In her past, Kabuto didn't show up until the 5th day of the exam when he had helped them out with an attacking team. But this time she found him watching from a distance. A shiver ran down her spine as she realized the possible reasons for him following her team. He was sent to watch and help if needed. By Orochimaru. She was so deep in her thoughts that she hadn't realized what the others were saying before it was too late. So, the disguised girl found herself volunteered as the teen's support as they walked. Because she was the one who apparently hurt his leg the night before. The boy pressed himself to her side as he loosely hung his arm over her shoulder. I appreciate the help, Naruto-san. The blonde held back a cringe in response. In her past, she had supported him like this with no problem. Happily helping the older boy who had saved her skin. He was just fellow Leaf Shinobi taking the same test as she was. But now, she knew he would betray them all. She felt uncomfortable. Though she would not show it. He was marked. He was her prey. But the sidelong looks he kept giving her spoke otherwise. She had never seen such a look from him before. From anyone for that matter. And it unnerved her. Conversation was kept to a minimum as they continued. By Naruto's estimate, they had about an hour left at the pace they were going. No one asked why she knew it. But to their goal, they stopped for a short break and the blonde gladly stepped away from the white-haired boy. Naruto-san, he called as she walked away. I didn't notice before, but the back of your shirt leaves little for the imagination. The boy lightly pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose when the disguised girl whirled around to stare at him in shock. And here I thought you valued your secrets. How she wanted to rip him apart. Why hasn't she done it yet? Why was he still alive? The growl that emitted from her chest was loud enough to capture the attention of the whole group. The words that followed felt rough and dangerous. And what do you mean by that, Yakushi-san? She saw the visible shiver that ran through his body as she questioned him. Only that you spent so many years keeping it hidden. And now your very body is betraying you. She saw red. And had Shikamaru not stepped between the two, she might have added another death to the long list of regrets she was working so hard to amend. I think that's enough. The lazy boy said to the sitting teen before he pulled his open overshirt off to hand it to his enraged friend. This caught the blonde off guard enough to calm her slightly as she saw the boy now only had his mesh undershirt covering his torso. He deposited the fabric in her hands before turning again to Kabuto. The teen had his hand up in surrender. It was only an observation. I meant no harm. He pled innocently. Yet, there was nothing innocent about the type of comment he made. What is this all about? Ino interjected. It was then that Naruto realized what a spectacle the whole situation was turning out to be. What are you talking about? The blonde groaned in displeased as she buried her face in her hands as a means to remove herself from the problem, if only for a minute. She breathed in a calming breath, only to be surrounded by her friend's scent. She pulled her face away from the fabric a moment later, slightly embarrassed. We should get going, Choji put it quickly. I'm starving and I want to get to some real food. I don't get what's going on. Sakura stepped up beside Naruto, placing her hand on her friend's shoulder. Naruto, are you okay? And that was it. The young Uzumaki knew what she had to do. The tension that had taken over her body was suddenly gone, and she dropped her hand to her side. I suppose it's only fair that I should tell you now. She directed this to her pink-haired friend. I was planning on telling you after this exam, but... The blonde stopped and turned to the still-sitting teen. I don't know how you figured it out or who you've told, but if you mention a word of this to anybody... She stepped closer for emphasis as she leaked a bit of Ki. I will rip your ball off and stuff them down your throat. She finished with a radiant smile. Okay? The boy gulped in fear as he nodded his compliance. There was no healing from something like that. The other boys in the group stepping back. Unconsciously, looks of horror on their faces from the very mention of such an act. Now, Naruto turned back the others, feeling a bit satisfied. They were all staring at her again. Am I really going to do this? She bit her lip in thought as to how to word it. So, she looked up to the sky. I had my reasons, which I can't tell you right now. She looked down to the groan. but Hokage Gigi has been supporting me in it. For reasons I can't explain. Dobe, you're delaying. Up to this point, the brunette boy had remained quiet. Don't get him wrong, he was angry. At the Four Eyes' words. At Naruto's reaction. At the fact that the laziest member of the group stepped in before he himself could. And at the fact that it annoyed him so much. But the blonde was about to give some answers, and she was delaying. Hey, okay. Naruto pouted. So. She turned to the side and crossed her arms over her chest. You know how people all think I'm a boy. She chanced a glance toward the others and saw a mix of confusion and eagerness. It's not true. She rushed out. Can we go now? I've spent enough time in this forest already. What do you mean it's not true? Ino spat. How can that not be true? Ino, Shikamaru put his hand on her shoulder as Choji stepped between his teammate and Naruto. Quiet down. You don't want to attract another team, do you? Sakura stood quietly as Ino reacted in her normal way. Loudly. She looked to Naruto. The blonde was not looking at anyone. Instead of looking into the trees, most likely toward the tower. Naruto, the pink-haired girl paused as guarded blue eyes turned to her. A girl? The blonde's head tipped forward in a single nod. She should be yelling like Ino. Threatening Naruto with her fist. Angry? Why wasn't she angry? Sakura looked to Sasuke, who was also studying the girl. What does he think of this? Did he know just like it seemed that the other boys did? A scream in the distance reminded the group that this was no time to argue about gender. All right, let's get moving, Sakura spoke first. Naruto, we'll talk about this later. Yeah, okay. The girl said, obviously relieved. Sakura, you can't be serious. Ino stepped towards her. Sakura held up her hand in a motion to stop the verbal tirade coming to her. I trusted you, she corrected, this far. And I'll trust her now. The girl found herself being pulled into a tight hug. Thank you, Sakura. The group continued on toward the tower. This time Choji took on the task of helping the injured Kabuto along. Sasuke had grabbed the sheet from Naruto's hand and tossed it back to its owner, stating that the shirt was too short to cover the damage anyway and it was a bother to see Shikamaru as he was. That elected a little laughter from the group as they walked. The genins separated when they reached the enormous building and went to their assigned entrances, leaving their tagalong to wait for his team outside. And so, Team 7 entered the tower. 79 hours after the second exam began. The observation office was located near the top of the forest tower. There the participants of the second stage of the Chunin exam were watched. Monitors were situated in the center of the large room, showing footage of strategic spots around the massive building. While the walls of the room were lined with reinforced windows, perfect for viewing the surrounding forest. Within this room, a man leaned back with a sigh as he sat down on a wooden chair. He had been pacing for the last hour as he observed the land from his viewpoint, waited for the summoning tag he wore to activate. It was one of his duties as a Chunin during the exams and he had been on shift since that morning. He sighed again before leaning forward to grab his cup of tea, but his hand veered to the side instead to pick up the list of genin teams that had entered the dangerous grounds a few days before. He flipped through the pages, seeing many names he did not recognize, a few he had heard of from the older teachers at the academy, and then there were his names. His students. The man huffed and leaned back, remembering what Hataki-san had said when the exams were announced. They are no longer your students. It stung. The plainly spoken words left the young teacher feeling a little hollow. He lifted the list again to note which teams had succeeded, failed, or had yet to finish. His dark eyes stalled on one name and the man dropped his hand as his head fell back. She wasn't back yet. He smiled, remembering the last time he saw his golden-haired Imuto. It was embarrassing. He had insisted on testing her team, unsure about how well the three children would work together. He had legitimate reasons to worry. The three were like oil and water. His backside still ached from the three's teamwork. So, disguising himself and kidnapping one of Naru's fan club wasn't one of his finest moments. But the smile she gave him afterwards when he offered to treat the team and children to Ichiraku ramen was worth having to eat standing up. He didn't know how long he sat there, staring up at the ceiling before he felt the seal activate. A tingling enveloped him before pulling the man into one of the 44 entry rooms for the exam. The chakra mist cleared, and the man stood atop 2 open scrolls. Before him stood Team 7, wide-eyed and battle-worn. And just like the night he went into the blonde's home for the first time, the young teacher was surprised to feel a set of thin arms wrap around him. Irika Nissan. And there he felt it. That hollow feeling that had been plaguing him for days, filling with warmth. The life of a shinobi was not meant to be a pleasant one. They were tools, sharpened specifically for the defense and farther growth of their village's strength and power. This fact was commonly acknowledged throughout the elemental nations. So much so, that it was often forgotten that the ones risking their lives and staining their hands in the protection of their home countries were human. Many of the shinobi themselves had forgotten this. And for this reason, the Leaf had many things set in place to see to the mental and physical health of its forces. From its hospital, which was revolutionized by the first Hokage's granddaughter, to the psychiatric division run mainly by members of the Yamanaka clan. But these things were in place for those who had damage already done. And this is why the Leaf provided amenities such as low-rent apartments, laundry, bathhouses, and mess halls specifically for the shinobi if they so choose to use the resources. These things provided the basic needs: shelter, food, and just feeling clean. Things that helped one return to that feeling of being human. This is why, after days of running around in a wild forest, Naruto found herself soaking in a large bath across from her teammate. The tiled room echoed slightly as she leaned back, dipping her hair into the heated water. Oh, how she needed this! In her first time taking the Chunin exams, Naruto and her team did not get to the tower until just before the cutoff time. The 3 exhausted genin barely had enough time to eat and even less to make use of any plumbing before being pulled into the large hall where the prelims were held. This time, they had a full day to rest before the successful teams would be gathered together and the second stage of the exams officially ended. How will this affect the prelims? She wondered to herself as she barely registered the sigh of contentment from across the water. To think only an hour ago the 3 battle-worn teens were standing on the steps of their designated tower door. Naruto stretched her arms back, earning a satisfying pop as the small group left the entrance hall where Team 7 had completed their test. They had spent the last 15-minute listening to their old academy teacher lecture about the meanings of the scrolls they had to gather and the reasons they had to go through the grueling test. But it was all worth the feeling of being stuck in a classroom again when the young teacher stated that he would lead them to the tower's mess hall. The prospect of filling her stomach with more than foraged mushrooms and berries put a skip in the blonde's steps as she followed the others down the familiar corridor. Well, here you are. Irika gestured to an open door. The smell of hot food wafting through the entrance. There's washrooms around the corner and you can choose from any of the empty dorms on this floor for your team to rest in. Thank you, Sensei. Sakura quickly said for the others as she followed them into the mess hall. Naruto sending a quick salute his way as she beelined it to the kitchen. The man grinned after them, proud of their accomplishments before he turned and headed back to the observation room. There were still many who had not made it to the tower yet and he still had an hour left on his shift. Team 7 quickly gathered up their loaded plates of the simple but filling meal provided and sat at a table that was far from the others that were in the hall. They concentrated on filling their bellies for a time, not bothering to talk with one another. When Sakura finished her plate, she placed her utensils down and looked to her team. Should we go to the medical bay or the showers after this? Sakura asked as she watched Naruto stuff bites of her grilled fish into her mouth, wondering if it was really possible for the blonde to be a girl. You were both injured back there. She continued, perhaps. I'm going for the baths first. Naruto cut in as she placed her second plate to the side, debating whether she should go for another. Believe it or not, I heal fast. So, my priority's getting clean. She then focused her attention on Sakura. You got pretty scraped up to Sakura-chan. How are you feeling? The green-eyed girl blinked a few times before nodding. I'm okay. Honestly, I'd really like to get clean too. She then turned to their male teammate. What about you, Sasuke-kun? Maybe, she touched her own shoulder. It should. No. Both Naruto and Sasuke spoke at the same time. The boy looking to the disguised girl with a raised brow. He didn't want to risk the chance of being pulled out because of what happened and had thought that the blonde would insist that he be looked over once they had a chance. He waited for her explanation. The blonde looked around the room, then back to her team. She leaned in and spoke lowly. You shouldn't let anyone see it until we speak to Kakashi-sensei and perhaps the Hokage. That includes healers and anyone in the showers. So be careful. The rest of their meal was spent in silence. Once they finished, they left the mess hall and headed towards the showers. Naruto turned to the left to enter the men's room like any other day but stopped as a hand grabbed her shoulder and pulled her in the opposite direction. All she could manage was a squawk of surprise before Sakura pulled the stunned blonde into the woman's room. Sasuke was left alone in the hall. His brows furrowed in confusion before a look of realization hit him and his face became red. The boy turned quickly and entered the men's room without a word. Sakura-chan, I can't go in here. Naruto hissed as she righted her balance and shrugged her friend's hand from her shoulder. Oh yes, you can. That is if what you said earlier was true. The pink-haired girl said with her arms crossed, a look of determination on her face. Naruto shuffled her feet. Well, it is but nothing. You're a girl and girls bathe in the girls' bath. Sakura stated motherly. How did you manage all this time anyway? The disguised girl looked away, her cheeks pink at the memory of the many close calls she'd had through the years. But she had managed just fine. Even a few of her more unconventional jutsu were inspired by the events. That may be, Sakura-chan. The blonde ran her fingers through her. But not everyone knows, and if they see me in here, she restlessly inspected the door. Things could get bad, fast. I told you because I trust you. Not because I want to announce it to the world yet. This stopped Sakura from the little rant that was building. Her whole demeanor seemed to deflate as she considered Naruto's situation. On the other hand, the blonde didn't like seeing her friend looking so sad. And it made her think about how long it had been since she'd seen the pink-hair girl just hang out with a friend and not fight over a stupid boy. Okay. Naruto sighed. How about this? She raised her hands and made the signs needed, changing her appearance to her older self. Since she was using this form around the village anyway and even had a clone of her older form here at the tower, no one should question her being in the woman's bath. This should do. Now, let's do something about this dirt. The room was filled with rhythmic thunks. Flesh and wood meeting in quick, rapid succession, only pausing from time to time as the man reset his stance. Sweat dripped down his temple as he sent another series of strikes upon the unfortunate training dummy. Its reinforced wood groaned at the power released in each strike. He was the only occupant of the tower's indoor training room since its regular patrons vacated quickly after the man's entry. No doubt sensing the man's foul mood. For he found it hard to maintain his normally aloof disposition, being clouded by the mix of emotions churning in his gut. Another strike to the wood filled the room with a resounding crack as the poor dummy gave way. Its top portion falling to the concrete floor. You think they'll charge you for that? Though the man was startled, he did not show it. Standing straight and turning to face the owner of the feminine voice at the gym entrance. White porcelain, framed by golden hair, greeted him. The Anbu he had seen not long before beside his leader was now leaning against the doorframe, arms folded under her armored chest. His gaze narrowed at the sight of the woman. He did not know her. No one did. Of course, being in Anbu meant leaving your identity behind and taking on the mantle of an elite weapon under the direct command of the Hokage. But the silver-haired man had spent years in the Anbu. He had been a captain and had worked closely with the many operatives within the ranks. Rumors were that she had been on a long-term mission. Others said that she was a newly recruited prodigy from a civilian family. And then there were the whispers of distrust. Of plots to manipulate the Hokage to an unknown end. He didn't know what to believe. His leader trusted her. Enough so, that she was put in charge of overhauling the entire village's Fuinjutsu-based security systems. Which was necessary since the last person put in charge was found to be a spy for Orochimaru. But he did not know her. And despite the fact that she wore the symbol of the leaf proudly at this moment, he did not trust her. You look stressed. The masked woman spoke again as she took a step into the room. His fingers twitched at his side and his muscles tensed as he watched her close the door slowly. Her back was towards him for a moment and the man wondered at it. Was it a sign of trust on her part? Or was she testing him? What are you doing? The man stood his ground as she turned back to him. The azure within the unpainted mask's holes glinted with amusement as she pointed at the broken equipment behind him, her movement slow and deliberate. As if she knew how high-strung he was at the moment. You've run out of things to punch. She walked a few feet away and stopped in the open area within the gym. I'm offering you an outlet, Kakashi-san. She remained there silently as he studied her, trying to understand her reasons. After a few minutes, her shoulders sagged and she exhaled in, what seemed to him, frustration. Look. She ran her hand through her hair in a familiar gesture he couldn't place. I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't my decision to leave you out of the plan, but I didn't disagree with it either. This took the man aback. He hadn't expected an apologue from the woman, let alone the fact that she brought up a topic that was discussed in a top-secret meeting. She must have seen the tension building in his body since she lifted her hands up to pacify him. Don't worry. I sealed the room when I shut the door. We're free to talk. That was all he needed. That was my team. He stepped towards her, letting the words he kept shut tightly in front of his leader spill in front of the woman. They are my responsibility. The woman braced herself as his fist flew towards her, catching his fist as she dodged another strike. I know. They settled into an intense rhythm. Her moves were defensive as she took his frustration in stride, allowing the man to vent out what she knew he would only bottle up. Frustrations that he would only use to fuel his own self-loathing. And the man did not hold back. Several times the woman feared that his hits would break the jutsu that created her, sending her memories back to her creator and forcing the girl to go through the complicated process of creating another like herself. She could feel the fortification seals flare up and knew that her boss would be connecting their link to see what was happening soon. And so they fought, sharing in a dialogue that only shinobi experience. Kakashi's last kick sent the blonde AMBU to the floor. She sprawled out in front of him, chest heaving for breath. And then there's Naruto. He huffed out as he caught his own breath. It's bad enough that Sasuke was singled out by Orochimaru. But to expect so much. The man sank down to the floor and sat with one knee propped up as he leaned back on his hands. I didn't think the Hokage would give such a task to a genin. Not since the last war. The man almost sounded hopeless now that his initial anger had been released. The two remained silent for a moment as they caught their breaths. She's more capable than you think. Anbu spoke, still staring up at the ceiling. Kakashi wondered again who this strange person was. So, you know. He left the question unfinished, not willing to speak his students' secrets out loud. The woman hummed in the affirmative, her actions giving him that strangely familiar feeling again. What is your connection with Naruto? They had to know each other. Because the more time he spent with the woman, the more he saw Naruto in her. Or was it the woman that he saw in Naruto? Are you the one who taught Naruto Fuinjutsu? The woman's stunned was followed by a burst of giggles as she finally sat up, crossing her legs as she held her stomach in mirth. I don't know what to say to that. She finally got out, wishing she could wipe the tears from her eyes. The absurdity of it had shocked her and she could now feel the amusement of her boss coming through their shared link. The man huffed in annoyance as he stood up. Sorry. The woman held her hand out to him in a plea not to leave just yet. No, I didn't teach her. She stood with him. I'm sure she'll fill you in later. She trusts you. I know that much. But... She rubbed her sore shoulder as she thought through her next words carefully. She holds a lot close to her chest. Experiences she even hides from herself. She then stopped, feeling the displeasure from her boss. Just watch over her, okay? Naruto opened her eyes after disconnecting the link with her clone. The seal throbbing slightly at the back of her neck. That cheeky little doppelganger. The girl lifted her hand to run her fingers through her hair, only stopping when she remembered that she was in the bath and her appearance was that of her older self. Her longer hair was now pilled sloppily atop her head and covered with a neatly folded towel. The grown woman instead stared at her hand, drops of cooling water running down her palm. "He'll be coming." Her hand fell back into the water as she stood. She stepped out of the soothing water and headed towards her things. As she walked, she pulled the white cloth from her head to wrap around herself, her damp hair falling to tickle her bare shoulders. The Uzumaki tilted her head to the side as she heard the wet steps of her teammate behind her, her hands continuing in their work of binding her chest before pulling the rest of her clothes on. "You should get that cut looked at." She pointed to the thin gash that spread across Sakura's left shoulder. The pink-haired girl drew her arm back from the cubby, now holding the basket full of her clothes. "Aya." The girl pulled her towel tighter around herself as she looked back to the group of girls that had entered the bathroom shortly after the two had started scrubbing their tired bodies. They hadn't spoken since the group of muddied teens stormed into the tiled room, not wanting to set the frustrated girls off. They were obviously among those who had failed the test. "I'm heading to the infirmary after this," she responded lightly, placing her fingers to her chin as she thought. "I should grab some supplies for my team too." Naruto grinned as she tightened the straps of her weapons pouch. It amazed her how well her team was able to communicate this time around, despite the many secrets they knew she held. "Sounds like a plan." She straightened up, standing a foot taller than the pink-haired girl. With a mischievous grin on her face, she couldn't resist stretching her hand out and ruffling the girl's hair. "Hang in there, kiddo." Emerald eyes widened in surprise, and before Sakura could even think of retaliating, the older blonde disappeared in a light swirl of wind. When Kakashi had finally found the room his team had chosen to rest in, he stood in front of the door for a time as he cooled the rest of his temper down. The interactions with the blonde Anbu had surprisingly helped the man, but despite this, he had left the training room still feeling out of sorts. After her plea for the man to watch over the little blonde, she had walked to the door and deactivated the seal she had placed earlier. "Oh." She turned to him. "I almost forgot the reason I came." She chuckled to herself. "Team 7 made it to the tower I guess it's been about 2 hours now." The man had stared at her in disbelief as she gave a quick wave and shoe-shined way. She had left him with more questions than before. Questions he knew held more pieces to the puzzle that was his blonde Uzumaki. What is their connection? Kakashi knocked 3 times before opening the wooden door and peeking in. His face set in its normal, pleasantly creepy eye smile. "Yo." He spoke lazily with a slight wave. Sakura was the first to respond to the man's appearance. "Kakashi-sensei, hello." He tilted his head toward her in acknowledgement and looked to the others. Sasuke had been leaning back in one of the lower bunk beds, reading from a scroll, but had now set the rolled parchment to the side as he sat up and greeted him with a nod. Naruto, on the other hand, had not acknowledged his presence. Her head was tilted down as she worked to finish bandaging Sakura's arm. The masked man frowned and was about to call her name when his fellow male teammate beat him to it. "Naruto," Sasuke spoke, his voice almost sounding eager. "You said you'd explain." The disguised girl continued to fuss with the cloth around Sakura's arm. "He's right, you know," Sakura said as she turned away from the blonde and sat beside her crush. "Sensei is here now. And you did promise." Naruto sighed and looked up to greet her sensei wordlessly, offering him the chair Sakura had just left before sitting on the opposite bunk bed. She sighed again as she bit her lip in thought. How was she going to start this? The very thought of opening up so much about herself to the others made her feel vulnerable, and she pulled her legs up as a way to shield herself from the impending conversation, wrapping her arms around her knees. "For such a loudmouth, you're being oddly silent," Sasuke said in impatience. Naruto bristled at this. "You try baring your soul," she snapped, causing the others to flinch. She sighed as she pushed her hands through her hair before pulling back to settle her chin on her knees. "It's not that easy, team." Sasuke's mouth hung open as he watched his blonde teammate. She was chewing on her thumbnail as she mumbled incoherent words. He then looked to the others. None of them wanted to ruin this opportunity for answers, so they waited. When she finally looked up, the girl gestured behind their sensei who had not moved from his spot by the door. "You mind?" The man turned to see a paper privacy seal already placed in the center of the wooden surface. Not even questioning the high-leveled seal, he places his hand on the paper and channeled chakra into the seal to activate it. Naruto fidgeted a bit as she scooted farther back onto the mattress. Man, this will never get easier, will it? Her eyes roamed the small space, judging whether or not it would be a viable option to pace as she explained. 3 paces to the other bed, 6 from the desk to the door. No good. Her body wanted to move. This was torture. Okay, so... She looked to their sensei. I'll catch them up first if you don't mind waiting. The man raised a brow in question but stayed silent for her to continue. He watched as her fingers gently twisted at a sandy-colored band around her ankle, pulling at the unfamiliar piece of jewelry. I can't tell you everything. She started up again, raising her other hand to stop the Uchiha's protest. Please understand this. There was a shift in the girl's demeanor as she began to explain what she had told him the night they had returned from Wave. She sat straighter and her knees dropped to the sides as she crossed her legs. But her arms remained in front of her, fingers still twisting the sandy bangle. He watched as she glossed off her details and elaborated on others. Clearly, steering the others away from sensitive questions she did not want to answer. This was the girl he had first met in the Hokage's office. The young woman that reminded him so much of his sensei's wife. Yet, even though it seemed that she had let down her walls, the man could tell she was still hiding. She didn't broach the topic of the 9 tails nor her parentage. Though it was obvious that she had spoken of her family at some point in the forest when Sasuke asked about the Uzumaki and a girl they had met. The blonde had shrugged her shoulders at his questions. I was given my mother's maiden name for reasons I only learned of recently. That's all I can say about it now. As for the girl, if she is Uzumaki, she'd be a distant cousin, I think. The girl looked down with a wistful look on her face before shaking her head and beginning anew. So, my godfather remained silent as she finished, absorbing the almost unbelievable tale. If only they knew the truth instead of the carefully crafted lie. Naruto hated lying. She never felt right when she had to. Kind of strange to say when most of her life was engulfed in them. So, wait a minute. Sakura finally spoke. You mean to say that you've been pretending to be stupid this whole time? Just so people wouldn't suspect you? And who is this godfather? You said he hasn't been in the village for years. Have you actually met this guy? The blonde fidgeted a bit before answering. Her fingers absent-mindedly tugging at the sandy band around her ankle. It's not that I was acting the whole time. She'd only been in the past for several months. I'm still me. Just a little older and wiser. She laughed lightly. Still the same knucklehead you all know and love, except with lady part. She grinned so widely her eyes shut to accommodate the stretch of her cheeks. The Uchiha snorted at the declaration. And as for Pervy Sage, he probably won't recognize me when he sees me. Pervy what? Sasuke grunted out as a choked cough came from the team's leader. The blonde's cheeks warmed at her slip. It had been easier to think about the man she considered a father. And she found herself slipping into old habits. Was it really that bad though? Feeling that bit of peace that came as she spoke aloud the nickname, she bestowed him. A fond smile graced her lips as she spoke again. He's a good man, despite all of his eccentric tendencies. The room fell silent and the others knew she would not elaborate further. You've been holding back. Sasuke broke the moment of silence, taking the conversation back to a path that would lead to more answers. Why stop now? The smile fell as Naruto looked up at her sensei then back to the others. I can't afford to. Not when so many lives depended on it. And why exactly is that? Kakashi finally spoke, knowing it was time for his own questions to be answered. The blonde sat there fiddling with the sandy band as she chewed on her lip. I can't go into detail. And I won't no matter how many times you demand it. She said this in an authoritative tone before turning soft again. She liked her lips, something happened, and I had to do some growing up overnight. The girl smiled bitterly as she thought about the lifetime she had already lived and the death she had already experienced. It was a haunted expression that flashed across her countenance. Kakashi had to control his breathing as he saw it. Feelings of panic and terror wanted to flood his body. He knew that look. It was the same look that adorned the faces of seasoned veterans. Those who had lost much yet lived through the brutality of war. It was the same look he saw in the mirror in his darkest times. His fists clenched tightly beneath his folded arms. He wanted to run to the Hokage that minute and demand to know what had happened to the girl. Why he had seen that look on a child who should know nothing of war. He wanted to wrap her up and shield her from the terrors that haunted her. Yet he stood still, not daring to leave the girl, not daring to touch her, hoping that she would confide in them. In him. I figured some things out. She continued, unaware of her sensei's unease. She stretched her legs out in front of her but kept her gaze down. I'm determined to change things. She stood and walked to the small desk that Sasuke had placed the scroll. Things like this, though it didn't go exactly how I wanted. She held the parchment to her chest as she looked at Sasuke, her eyes flickering from his face to his marked shoulder. Her lips thinned as she pressed them together. I'm sorry I couldn't stop it. She turned and moved the scroll towards Kakashi, avoiding the young Uchiha's eyes. The man unrolled the parchment, his eye widening as he read. This is... The disguised girl nodded her head. Everything I've gathered on Orochimaru's curse mark and what I did to change it. She glanced back to the boy who straightened up. You got the information from this godfather of yours? The boy asked as Kakashi set aside his worry and pulled at the boy's collar to look at the mark. It stood out inky black against his pale skin, covering the angry, irritated bite marks that had yet to heal. Naruto looked away. Not all of it. It wasn't a lie if you counted the fact that the pervy sage was the one who set her on the path of Fuinjutsu. I had help from others' help too. Naruto glanced at their sensei. You've met Arashir-chan, right? The man leaned away from his student's shoulder and leveled the blonde with a questioning gaze. I was going to ask about her. Naruto pursed her lips for a moment. The man's curiosity was really annoying, and she could tell that her special clone had piqued his interest. She helped with gathering the info. Who is Arashir? You haven't mentioned her before. Sakura interrupted. The blonde thought for a moment and decided to give her team the truth, albeit a cryptic one. She's my way to helping the Hokage more closely with the info I have. It was up to them to figure that one out. She wondered who would make the connection first. Anyway, Kakashi-sensei? Can you take that to the old man after you're done with it? He needs my unofficial report. Sasuke and Sakura shared a dubious look as Kakashi stood straighter and looked down at the blonde in front of him. I'm not happy that you kept this to yourself, Naruto. I understand that it was a mission, but we could have helped. His unspoken, I could have helped, was loud and clear. The girl looked down as she shuffled in her spot. I'm sorry. By the time their sensei left the small dorm, it was late evening. All three genin had settled into their bunks, loving the feel of a mattress beneath them compared to the hard ground they had slept on the nights previous. Soon the room was filled with the deep, steady breathing of the sleeping children. But one could not sleep. Just like the night before, Sasuke's mind was running, tossing around the words spoken by the blonde. From a young age, she had used deceit to protect herself. But Naruto had glossed over that question and went into the topic of her godfather, rolling it all up so nicely in her efforts to help move information from this unnamed man, who Kakashi seemed to know, to the Hokage. It just didn't seem to fit, though. She could have acted just as stupid as a girl. He knew plenty of those. So what else was she hiding? It couldn't have been because she was an orphan. There were many children within the village who had lost their families, and as far as he knew, no one else had to fake their gender for protection. The village took great care of them. He knew that much from experience. But that wasn't quite right either, was it? The boy looked across the room to the bunk the girls slept. Even in the dark, he could see the tufts of golden hair peeking out from the top bunk. He'd always thought the way people had treated Naruto was well-deserved. After all, the boy he had known was an idiot of a troublemaker. But that wasn't true anymore. So, the boy reevaluated the looks, the sneers, the cruel world. He could only come up with one conclusion. Naruto was not treated like the other orphans at all. But What was so bad about the little girl that made grown men look at her as if all they wanted to do was murder her but feared to do so? It was these thoughts that the boy fell asleep to, his body finally overpowering his confused mind. And because of this, he saw her in his dreams. The young beautiful woman he had seen before, standing within a crimson sky. Her hair, a molten gold, blazing around her as she stood proudly. Ignoring shadows around them and their bile-filled glares directed her way. Her hands reaching out towards him. Her azure eyes sparkling behind unshed tears. Her lips curled into a smile only for him. Awareness came slowly, pulling the girl from the pleasant images of her mind to the stark silence around her. Mom must have gone out early, she thought as she snuggled her head deeper into the pillow, expecting to smell the lavender of her mother's favorite laundry soap, only to be hit by a stark bland scent. That's not. She sprung up in bed, rosy pink curls sticking out in every direction. The last week returning to her like a slap to the face, and she wished to sink back into the lovely dream that was now only a faint memory. Falling back onto the mattress, she turned her head to see if the others were awake. The sight that greeted her made her blink in surprise. On the small space of floor between the two bunk beds sat she fellow genin, cross-legged and facing each other. Naruto seemed comfortable in the well-practiced position. Her breathing slow and even. And any worry lines that had grown on her face in the last few days were now smoothed out. Sasuke, on the other hand, seemed to be concentrating to keep his body still and breaths even. There was a twitch to his brow and the pink-haired girl could tell that he was having difficulty with the meditation that Naruto had obviously woken him for. It was discussed last night that the boy needed this to keep the curse mark in check. Something about the original chakra used in its construction and the changes Naruto had to make. Sakura had not studied anything about Fuinjutsu before, other than what was taught in the academy. So, it was hard to follow the explanation given. Even after the blonde had pulled out a scroll to illustrate what she had done. The scroll had later gone to their sensei. Sakura stood quietly to grab her few things and walked to the door. She glanced back over her shoulder to see Naruto had her eyes open now and was watching her leave, a questioning expression on her face. With a slight wave, Sakura shut the door behind her. She didn't know what to say to her blonde teammate. She hadn't spoken much the evening before as Naruto explained her reasonings for pretending. She didn't hate Naruto for what she did. She didn't think she could. But that boy she had started to see as a friend had changed yet again. And even though Naruto insisted that she was still the same, Sakura couldn't treat her as such. Her feet guided her to the restroom as her mind wandered through the words spoken last night, trying to understand the blonde's unspoken answers. Something happened and I had to do some growing up overnight. A frown marred her face as the words repeated in her mind. What happened to you, Naruto? It's impossible. The girl thought to herself as she lifted her chopsticks to her mouth. Only to stop when the blonde across from her slammed an empty bowl down with the growing number of dirty dishes on the table. The bit of food slipped from the tips of her utensils as her grip loosened. Naruto, learn some manners. The girl tilted her head to the side to look at her pink-haired rival. Sakura was chastising her blonde teammate like normal, but Ino could see a difference. The feeling behind the green-eyed girl's words did not hold the same venom it once did when directed towards the Uzumaki. There was the resigned annoyance, yes, but there almost seemed to be a protective underlayer to it. I know plenty of manners. Ino looked back to the blonde in front of her. Another half-eaten bowl was in her hand. There's no possible way that could be a girl. Ino sighed and pushed her half-eaten plate to her left, leaving it for Choji to finish. Oh, how she wanted to talk about it. To question Naruto about the sham. Her thoughts turned to the evening her father sat her down and lectured her about her family's techniques. Their uses in interrogation were incredible and she wished she could employ them this instant. Shikamaru had told her that he had figured it out in the academy. He didn't go into detail about it though, saying that despite how loud the blonde was, she was also a very private person, and that any information he had on her, he would not share without Naruto's consent. She wasn't stupid. She got the hint. Don't talk about it. Arj. This juicy bit of information was just begging to be released. It almost physically hurt to not let the words out. Her mind was brought back to the present conversation when a new voice joined in. The abrasive posturing of the Inuzuka heir jested with the others, and Ino found it impossible to stay any longer. As she reached the door, a lazy-looking Chunin walked into the mess hall. "Attention all Chunin exam participants," he drawled. "The second exam has officially ended. All successful teams are to gather immediately. Don't be late." The man then turned on his heel and left the room.